Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following today's historic address by Mexican President Felipe Calderón, I rise in the House today to reaffirm the importance of NAFTA to the flourishing trading relationship on the North American continent. Since NAFTA's implementation, merchandise trade between Canada, Mexico, and the United States has more than tripled, reaching $946 billion in 2008. Today, Canada, the U.S., and Mexico trade roughly $2.6 billion in merchandise on a daily basis, or that's about $108 million per hour. Mr. Speaker, NAFTA has proven that liberalizing trade is an important tool in promoting transparency, economic growth, and economic stability. It's been such a success to the North American continent, Mr. Speaker, that countries such as Colombia now also want to open their own markets to benefit from the economic prosperity on the North American continent. I call on parliamentarians to do what's right for Canada and for Colombia and to pass the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, Colombia is more than just its past civil injustices. It's time that those opposed to this agreement stop focusing on...
Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, on this day in 1955, the Portuguese ship Gil Jans sailed into the port of St. John's, Newfoundland. 4,000 Portuguese fishermen in beautiful costumes carried a statue of Our Lady of Fatima up the hill to the Basilica of St. John the Baptist, where it was erected as a gift of the people of St. John's from the fishermen of Portugal in recognition of the 100th anniversary of the Basilica. Those beautiful days in 1955 were a celebration of the close relationships that saw St. John's filled with Portuguese vessels and fishermen for 6 months each year for over 400 years. The Portuguese fishing fleet and Portuguese fishermen who travel across the Atlantic each year will continue to echo through the history of reminding the people of Newfoundland and all Canadians of this special period in their history and of their friendship with their friends who live just across the sea. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. On the occasion of the Universal Exhibition, the Shanghai Spring Festival took place in China, and it was the last stage of an international musical competition. It was a Quebecer from Granby who won the final prize, Mr. Denis Goujon. And he realized the success thanks to his composition, Music Box. He took a folk tune, used traditional Chinese instruments, and came and brought forth a very original creation, and he used Chinese melodies along with it. And he also interpreted it with a bamboo flute. I'm very happy to congratulate Mr. Goujon for his composition, which won this prize. The Bloc Québécois is very proud of the artistic performance of Quebecers abroad.
Mr. Speaker, last year in this House voted unanimously to declare June as National Aboriginal History Month. That's right. A declaration without action to back it up would be an empty promise. So I followed up on the NDP motion by contacting relevant federal departments and asking how they would observe Aboriginal History Month. Indian and Northern Affairs is promoting the month on their website and at National Aboriginal Day events, and promises to further develop new initiatives for June 2011. Parks Canada already had a strategic plan to increase the representation of Aboriginal history subjects in its national commemoration program of people, places, and events of historical significance. 3 of those subjects are the following: designation of the Similkameen Spirit Trail in BC, and the Abenaki migration to New France, and finally, Chief Pegwith's role in the Selkirk settlement. 3 subjects I think very few Canadians know about. This is the start of a national project to bring Aboriginal history to the forefront in Canada. I encourage all members of the House to celebrate Aboriginal History Month in their riding.
Honourable Member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to provide notice to victims of mesothelioma and their families who have not yet received compensation through provincial or corporate authorities. This rare form of lung cancer attacks the lining of the lungs and sometimes the abdomen. Exposure could come from insulation in workplaces, in wallboard and floor tiles at home, and even from the brakes of cars and trucks. Those without compensation should know they are not alone. Canadian victims and their families have an additional potential recourse because the harmful products containing asbestos in Canada were manufactured in the United States. $30 billion is available for asbestos victims even those deceased years ago through U.S. settlement trusts. Inquiries can be made by calling Health Canada at 1-800-433-0395.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the Sathye Sai School of Canada, who have joined us here today and are celebrating their 10th anniversary. This is the only school of its kind in North America, and I'm very proud it's located in Scarborough, Ontario. On Sunday, May 30th, I will be participating in the 8th annual Walk for Values organized by the school. I will join thousands of participants in the GTA to walk in the name of peace, nonviolence, right conduct, truth, and love. Since the walk's inception in Scarborough 8 years ago, it has grown, and this year will take place in 9 Canadian cities. In addition, walks will take place in 60 other countries around the world. I would like to congratulate and thank the Sathye Sai School of Canada for their efforts in reinforcing these values, not only here in Canada, but around the world. June 6th, Walk for Values takes place here in Ottawa. I encourage all members to join me at this important event.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to an extraordinary constituent of mine, Al Trotter. Al is a retired Lieutenant Colonel with the Royal Canadian Air Force. He completed 44 missions in Germany, was then struck down, interrogated, sent to a German POW camp, and eventually came home. Through perseverance and pure determination, Al made it out of Germany alive, and after more than 40 years, he has finally told his story. His book, Against the Odds, which he co-wrote with his daughter Leslie, has been published and is a must-read for those wanting to learn more about what our veterans sacrificed and accomplished for Canada. In Al's own words, for our veterans, our gravest concern is that we don't want to be forgotten. 17,700 young men lost their lives in the Air Force in World War II. I want to thank Al for taking the time to write this important book. His story will ensure that our veterans will never be forgotten and is a great legacy for generations to come.
The
Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, on May 14th there was a tragedy on Highway 112 at Rougemont, which completely changed the lives of several families. 6 members of the triathlon team from Saint-Lambert were heading towards Sherbrooke to take part in a training camp when they were hit by a van. Christine Deschamps, Lynn Duhamel, and Sandra de la Garza lost their lives. They were athletes at the triathlon club at Saint-Lambert where they were training for an Ironman competition. On behalf of my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois and in my own name, I'd like to offer my condolences to the families of the victims. Our thoughts are with them. In ending, I would like to encourage car drivers as well as cyclists and pedestrians to be careful and vigilant on our roads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shore St. Margaret's. Jay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in just under a month, Canada will be hosting the world's most influential leaders at the G8 and the G20 summits. Canada hosting 2 major summits back-to-back is unprecedented, and we are honored to host the world leaders and showcase Canada on the world stage. We are on track to host secure G8 and G20 summits. We have a comprehensive security plan developed by Canada's best experts in the field. But what does the Liberal leader say? He said that he is kind of ashamed of Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that on this side of the House, we're not ashamed of our country. In fact, we're proud of Canada. And I look forward to this unique opportunity to continue our leadership on the world stage. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity that all Canadians, even the opposition Liberals, can be proud of.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, members of the Canadian Jewish Congress Darfur Action Committee are in Ottawa to highlight the ongoing crisis in Darfur. In the tradition of the Jewish concept of Tikkun Olam, to repair the world, CJC is joining with Stand Canada, the Darfur Sudan Peace Network, and the Sub-Sahara Centre to advocate for the people of Darfur. Mindful of international indifference to the plight of Jews in the Holocaust, these volunteers from across Canada are dedicated to making a difference and call on Canada to take a high-level role in the diplomatic resolution to the conflict, and on this Parliament to create a committee for the prevention of genocide and other crimes against humanity. They further request that Canada take a leadership role in strengthening the Friends of the UN Assistance Mission in Darfur at the UN, where much remains to be done. As the architect of the responsibility to protect, Mr. Speaker, Canada can and must provide greater leadership on Darfur.
The
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to inform the House that yesterday Bill C-13 on fairness for military families with respect to EI was unanimously adopted in committee, and this unanimously. This bill will allow members of the Canadian Armed Forces who serve with such pride to be able to spend time with their new child when they get back from serving. Yesterday, Major Duquette, who brought this question to the attention of the member of Nepean Carleton, said that the adoption of this legislation would be the greatest exploit of his military career. Mr. Speaker, I would ask all parties to help get this bill through as quickly as possible in order that military families may have access to these benefits that they deserve.
The
Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
$1 billion to host the G20, G8 summits is so outrageous it borders on indecency. Let's take a look at what $1 billion a Canadian hard-earned money can buy. Some money can be used to compensate the small businesses and vendors who will lose their shirts because of the security lockdown. With Roy Halladay not being able to play and CN Tower shut down, surely the tourism industry will need some support. 3% of that $1 billion could provide all Canadian children a nutritious and healthy breakfast or snacks every day. And we can lift all seniors out of poverty by increasing the guaranteed income supplement.
Absolutely.
Canada could pay a third of the cost of the Millennium Development Goal and save the lives of over 10 million women and children by 2015. The Conservative government has completely missed their target by such a ridiculous amount, it should be fired on the spot.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Canada recognizes the important geographic, social, political, and economic ties between Canada and the Americas. Our Prime Minister has been clear that a cornerstone of our foreign policy is commitment to increased engagement in our hemisphere. Our history and our future require us to build and sustain solid bridges among our neighbors. Today we are honored to welcome President Calderon of Mexico, and we're privileged to hear his address to the Parliament. Here at home, Latin American community is an impressive group. It is hardworking and energetic. Its music, art, food, and culture enrich our diversity. As chair of FIFA, I am pleased to congratulate and welcome here today a group of outstanding individuals, the winners of the influential Hispanic Canadian Awards. The caliber and diversity of their achievements is a reflection of the incredible contribution of the Hispanic community here in Canada. I hope that many of you can join me today, this afternoon at between 4 and 6 p.m. at 131 Queen Street, room 851, where you would have an opportunity to speak and meet these talented individuals.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, it's not for nothing that election after election the Bloc Québécois wins federal elections in Quebec. It is the only party to defend Quebec's interests in this House. The recognition of the Quebec nation by the Conservatives has proven to be an empty shell. The proof, they have tried to diminish our political weight in the House. They go against the consensus. The consensus positions of the National Assembly of Quebec, especially with respect to the creation of a Pan-Canadian Securities Commission and maintaining the gun registry. Quebec's voice at UNESCO is illusory. It's only a fold-away chair, in which they have to be in keeping with the Conservative federal government. They close their eyes to the distress of the forestry industry in Quebec, preferring to help the auto sector, which got $9.7 billion in help. It's clear that only the Bloc Québécois represents the interests of Quebec in this House. That's what Quebec electors have been reasserting at every election over the past 20 years, and they'll do so again at the next election.
Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to propose to the House that all levels of government have a collective responsibility to raise awareness of vision health, as every 12 minutes in Canada, someone develops vision loss. CNIB is promoting May 27th as Shade of Fun Day because CNIB wants to make vision health awareness a priority for all Canadians. Age-related macular degeneration is the leading cause of vision loss in Canada. 1 million Canadians have some form of AMD, which can be significantly reduced by wearing sunglasses. 75% of vision loss is avoidable, yet only 9% of Canadians know that UV rays from the sun can harm their eyes. 80% of Canadians said they wear sunscreen to protect their skin from the sun, but only 17% said they wear sunglasses to protect their eyes. I encourage all members of the House to wear their sunglasses for the next few minutes to remind ourselves and all Canadians to look after their eyes.
Honourable Member for Regina, Lumsden Lake Centre.
Just as the latest OECD report has declared Canada to be a safe economic haven in a turbulent world, and Canada's Economic Action Plan is helping to build jobs and growth, Liberal MPs like the members for Ottawa South and his colleague, the former NDP Premier of Ontario, are once again talking up a coalition with the Bloc and the NDP. The fact is that a Liberal Bloc NDP coalition would be a recipe for uncertainty and instability. Under such a coalition, Canada would be led by a Liberal leader who wants to raise taxes. Canada's economic recovery would be in the hands of the former NDP of Ontario and the current NDP leader, an untested tax and spender. And the Bloc Québécois would have a policy veto, the glue that made the last coalition possible. Mr. Speaker, Canada can't afford someone who is just visiting. We can't afford an NDP veto on the economy, and we most certainly cannot afford a policy veto for the Bloc Québécois. This latest Liberal musing about a coalition shows the Liberals aren't in it for Canadians, they're just in it for themselves.
A member for Simcoe Grey.
Speaker, on April the 8th, I had the honour of announcing a $4 million investment for a new campus of Georgian College in my riding of Simcoe Grey. Tomorrow we will be celebrating this expansion. For over 25 years, Georgian College has had a campus in Collingwood, but has relocated 10 times to meet the growing needs of the area. At last, 2011 will mark their final move to their new permanent location. This new home for the college is expected to increase enrollment from its current 871 students to an excess of over 1,500 in the next 3 years. This new location will serve Collingwood, Wasaga Beach, Clearview, and the town of Blue Mountains. It will broaden employment, stimulate our local economies, and attract new opportunities for business. I do want to thank my colleagues, the MP for Bruce Grey and Sound, and Simcoe North for their support. I'd like to congratulate Mr. Brian Tamlin, the President, for his leadership and vision, but most importantly, the hard work and dedication of all the staff and volunteers for making this expansion and lifelong learning a reality.
Order. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, security costs for the Toronto summit have now exceeded the cost of the Olympic Games held in Vancouver. Mr. Speaker, the Games lasted 17 days, but the summit's only going to last 3 days. So what's this about, Mr. Speaker? How has the summit in Toronto become the most costly in history? And how can the Prime Minister explain such incompetency? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
It's a very big country. We're playing an unprecedented role on the world stage. We're doing something that rarely happens. We're having a G8 summit and a G20 summit. The Prime Minister has been providing great leadership. And, Mr. Speaker, we're concerned about two things. One, the safety of the world leaders who will be visiting our great country, and the safety of people in the Huntsville, Muskoka, and in the city of Toronto. And we will do what it takes, Mr. Speaker, to keep these Canadians safe.
The Honourable
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there's a pattern of reckless spending here that needs to be recognized. This is a government that inherited a $13 billion surplus and turned it into deficit before the recession even began.
Exactly.
And now they're spending more than $1 billion of borrowed money on a summit because they couldn't even figure out where to hold it. Why are Canadian taxpayers footing the bill for this kind of incompetence?
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Order.
Mr. Speaker, since 9/11, security has become a new reality for Canadians and for people in every part of the world, Mr. Speaker. I think all members of Parliament, particularly those of us from Ottawa, were deeply concerned with the recent firebombing not 3 miles from this chamber, Mr. Speaker. We're going to work with international authorities to ensure that international leaders like President Barack Obama, like the President of China, President Hu, and to make sure that the people of Huntsville, Muskoka, and most importantly, the people in the large city of Toronto are safe. We will do what we can to preserve security and to keep this summit safe, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chef de l'Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The handling of this issue is comical. They couldn't figure out a location. They couldn't nail down an agenda. They couldn't figure out who to invite. You wouldn't organize a children's party this way. And now we're on the hook for a $1 billion security charge on top of a $54 billion deficit. Canadian families who do balance their budgets wonder why this incompetence has been allowed to happen.
Minister of Transport.
The leader of the Liberal Party never misses an occasion to run down Canada. Here we have great leadership from the Prime Minister, inviting leaders from around the world to come to Canada to talk about what we can do to help boost the worldwide economy, to help what we can do to help poor mothers and children in the third world. We're inviting world leaders from some of the most important countries, Mr. Speaker, to come to Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, since 9/11, security is a new reality, and we will not be intimidated by thugs and terrorists who would want to come to Canada and cause us harm. We're going to make sure that people are safe, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering. Order.
Questioning this government's management, not Canada. At 2,000% more expensive than the last G20 and 300% more expensive than any summit ever held. The government is spending more than $1 billion taxpayer dollars on the most expensive 72 hours of meetings in history. Dropped in a cabinet minister's riding that couldn't handle it, the government's mismanagement has now forced the meetings into 2 locations, one in the nation's largest city and a security nightmare. Having run up the biggest deficit in Canadian history, how can the government look in the eyes of the unemployed and justify this $1 billion binge?
That's right. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were shocked last week over the firebombing at the Royal Bank in Ottawa. This is a prime example why we need to be prepared to face thugs and terrorists who threaten our safety. And I notice that the Liberals on the other side are laughing. That is their attitude towards security. They're not concerned about security. I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, we are concerned about security. We are on track to host a safe and secure G8 and G20 summits, 2 separate summits, back to back, unprecedented. The cost is expensive, but the security is worth it.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Well, shame on them. Shame on them for using security to try to avoid accountability. These meetings are supposed to be about austerity, about a fiscal restraint. Well, here's a good place to start. Don't spend more than $1 billion on 72 hours of meetings. Well, this government slashes money from women's groups, international aid, and others. It tosses more than $1 billion in debt on for 3 days of meetings because they tried to stick them in a cabinet minister's riding. While the rest of the world did this for a fraction of cost, they ran up the bill. What's their excuse? If the minister knew these costs all along, why didn't he do something to contain them? Why are we spending so much more, so many times more, than the rest of the world?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we're on track to host a safe and secure G8 and G20 summits. Our security plan has been developed and costed by Canada's best experts in the field. We're honored to host the world's most influential leaders at the summits this June. Unlike the Liberal leader who says that he is embarrassed of Canada, we are proud and ready to showcase Canada on the world stage.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government has said it doesn't want to reopen the debate on abortion. However, yesterday, Cardinal Ouellet candidly said that if he were opening the abortion debate today, it was thanks to the Conservative government that had launched the debate by excluding abortion from its policy on maternal health in developing countries. Does the Prime Minister realize that it's because of him and his refusal to integrate abortion in his maternal health policy abroad that the issue of abortion is all the rage in Canada and Quebec again? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Another question on this issue from the Bloc, and the truth of the matter is Canadians and Quebecers do not want to debate this issue. Canadians and Quebecers want us to save the lives of women and children in the developing world, and that's exactly what our maternal and newborn health initiative is about. We have a historic opportunity. I ask the opposition to stop this divisive debate and work with us and our G8 partners to save the lives of mothers and children.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Order, please. A priest in Ottawa stated yesterday that an important pro-life caucus in the government was working in the shadows. The Prime Minister, who controls everything, must be aware of the existence of this caucus, isn't he? He must also know that Kara Johnson, who was president of the Conservative Party's National Executive, is a member of Opus Dei, and that Nicole Baron-Charbonneau, who will be the new candidate in the Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert riding, is also a member of Opus Dei. And that several members were invited to dinner with leaders from Opus Dei. Will the Prime Minister admit that his policies are influenced by the fundamental religious right? The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Speaker, what our policy is influenced by is people like Sharon Marshall from World Vision Canada, who's telling us that over 24,000 children under the age of 5 will die in the developing world. Our government is bringing the G8 leaders together in June to help save the lives of women and children. We have an obligation to try and protect and save the lives of women and children in the developing world. It's a noble initiative, it's an honorable initiative, and I ask the opposition to support us instead of engaging in this divisive debate.
The Honourable Member for Quebec.
La ministre de la Coopération Internationale.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Cooperation said in committee that it was the whole of government that refused to include abortion in the initiative on maternal health. So that means that the so-called pro-choice Quebec ministers were aware of this decision, denying women their fundamental rights. Can the Prime Minister explain the reasons that led him to exclude abortion from measures to promote maternal health? The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What led us to decide to save the lives of mothers and children was people like Sharon Marshall from World Vision Canada, who has said that she is outraged that this debate is being raised in order to distract from the real issue on the table. And the real issue is that 8.8 million children are dying every year from causes that we could easily prevent with intervention that costs pennies. We are listening to people like Sharon Marshall with World Vision Canada. We want to save the lives of mothers and children in the developing world. We have a consensus with our G8 partners, and we ask the opposition to support this great initiative.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. In addition to cutting funding to groups that provide assistance to women, the Conservative government is penalizing groups that don't part or share rather its ideology. This, in fact, is clear in the comments made by the former president of the Research Institute for the Advancement of Women, who said the policies and action taken by the Harper government are systematically killing the women's movement and smothering important voices. Why is the government so obstinate about silencing people that disagree with them? The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The truth is that our government has increased funding for women to the highest levels ever. We support projects throughout Canada, including in Quebec. We want to focus on improving the lives of women instead of pitting women's groups one against the other. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Boondoggle at HRDC, as it was called at the time under Jane Stewart. Now the Conservatives have their own billion-dollar boondoggle at the G20 summit. You know, the government is now spending 6 times more than they specified in the general estimates that were presented in this House. Previous G20 summits cost a mere fraction, and they kept everybody safe. 18 million in Pittsburgh, 30 million in London. How can this government and these Conservatives justify spending 30 times more than London did just a year ago to talk about...
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Canada is providing major leadership on the world stage. We're doing something that's unprecedented, hosting both the G8 and the G20. Leaders from around the world, from the most important countries, will be coming together to talk about what we can do to boost the global economy and create jobs around the world. We're also working on our prenatal and our initiative to help African women, Mr. Speaker. The reality is, since 9/11, there is an unprecedented need to ensure that the leaders are safe and secure, that the meetings can take place, and that we can also ensure the safety for the people in both Muskoka and in the great city of Toronto. I think the member for Toronto Danforth should be proud that world leaders are going to be visiting Toronto and showing off a great city and a great...
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have made fools of themselves again on the international scene. First of all, an initiative on maternal health, which is ill-conceived, incomplete, which has launched the debate on abortion again, and which has led to reprimands by our closest allies. Then they kick out the Blue Jays, making themselves the laughing stock of Major Baseball, and now they're wasting people's money, claiming it's for security. Does the Prime Minister realize what kind of a fiasco he's created?
Ministre des Transports.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
The leader of the NDP is a great optimist, clearly by his comments. We're inviting world leaders from the G8 countries to meet in Huntsville to discuss the important needs to boost the world economy. We're inviting the world leaders from the G20 to visit the city of Toronto. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, in a post-9/11 environment, security is not going to come cheaply. We are committed to ensuring that those world leaders are safe and secure so that those important discussions can take place. We're also committed and concerned about the security of the people of the City of Toronto and of Muskoka, and we'll do what it takes to ensure that they're safe.
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Well, the bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that the Conservatives have mismanaged the summit. Maternal health has turned sour because of ideology. So guess what? There's now a new priority, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister thinks that the banks need help in Canada. Well, you know, BMO's profits only doubled in the last year. And TD's profits at $1.18 billion, $1.33 billion for the Royal Bank. And they just got another great big whopping tax cut courtesy of the Conservatives and Liberals. Why is the Prime Minister off on a Save the Banks tour internationally next week?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, there's an honest difference of opinion between this government and the New Democrats. They want to tax more. They want to spend more. We want to ensure that low taxes help create jobs, help create hope, help create opportunity. That's why this government has taken a significant effort to bring down taxes so that make it as easy as possible for Canadian businesses to create jobs. We're already seeing some unprecedented success. Just last month, 108,000 people got the call, and the voice on the other end of the phone said, "You got the job." That's 108,000 people, Mr. Speaker, who are going to be able to provide for themselves and their family, and we won't let up on creating jobs and more opportunities.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, today we learned the Prime Minister was, quote, justifiably riled when he learned that Raheem Jaffer used his diplomatic passport while lobbying Cuban officials. It left the appearance he had the backing of the Government of Canada. And now we learn the Industry Minister appears in his friend's corporate ad, using his ministerial title to make it appear to Chinese buyers that the Government of Canada endorsed the product. Is the Prime Minister also justifiably riled by his Industry Minister's violations of the rules?
Exactly.
What is he going to do about it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Speaker, the regular tendering process at CFP board was used in awarding these contracts. The Minister indicates that he had no involvement in issuing the contracts, nor did he intervene in order to secure the contracts to provide the cleaning products required. There was no financial gain for the minister. In fact, this business owner has never made a political contribution to either the minister or to any political party.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
This is not about contracts, Mr. Speaker. This is about an end. And this is about privileged access for their friends. Unbelievably, the industry minister used his ministerial title to huckster for his friend's ad in a foreign land. How many rules were broken? The Conflict of Interest Code, the Treasury Board communication rules, the Prime Minister's Code of Conduct. The rules mean nothing for them conservatives and their friends. Does the Prime Minister condone this violation of his own rules that he established?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, the member across the way is wrong. The rules were followed. Now that that matter is dealt with, it's time for the member to rise and be held accountable for telling his constituents in election after election that he would vote against the wasteful billion-dollar long gun registry. It has now been decided that he is flip-flopping on that. He is breaking his promises to his constituents in order to take orders from his Liberal leader. Mr. Speaker, it's time the member rise and apologize for that flip-flop.
The
honourable member for La Salle-Mar. Order, please.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, not only have they imposed a G8-G20 initiative, or agenda rather, that ignores international priorities, but they've completely isolated Canada on the issue of maternal health. Scientific communities from all G8 countries are calling for measures to be included to deal with unsafe abortions. Science is clear. 1 woman out of 7 dies because of an unsafe back alley abortion. Is the Minister of Francophonie, who says, realize what they're in the process of doing? The Honourable Minister.
Another question from this issue on the Liberal Party, and the truth is Canadians do not want to have this debate. What Canadians want us to do is work with our G8 partners to save the lives of women and children in the developing world. We know from all of the care agencies around the world that we have a lot of work that we can do. We have 24,000 children under the age of 5 dying every day in the developing world. We have an obligation to act to help protect and save these children. That's what we're going to do with our G8 partners, and I ask the member to support us and end this divisive debate.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has excluded the environment from the agenda of the G8 and G20 against the opinion of other member countries and the UN. It wants to remove the right for African women to choose, against the expectations of other countries and against the advice of scientific communities. They've isolated us on the international scene on all important major issues. The only person they listen to in Canada is Dimitri Soudas. Why is the Prime Minister so obsessed with going solo here in Canada and abroad? The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Well, who we're listening to are care agencies like World Vision of Canada, who say that 24,000 children under the age of 5 will die today in the developing world. This June, we have a historic opportunity to make a difference in the lives of women and children in the developing world. That's exactly what we're going to do. We have a responsibility to act to save the lives of women and children. It is the right thing to do, and we ask the opposition to please join us and our G8 partners in doing that and stop this divisive debate.
Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, according to a Quebec coalition of business leaders, the quality for the regulatory framework has enabled Canada to weather, better than other industrialized countries, the current financial crisis, the worst one in history. Today, the Conservatives who wanted to deregulate the banking sector like others are saying that we need to imitate others by having a single national regulatory authority. Why dismantle a system that has enabled us to do better at weathering the crisis in other countries? Why? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. The approach is a voluntary approach to the securities regulator. The provinces that are not interested in joining do not have to do so. It's as simple as that. But beyond politics, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say to the Committee of Earl Jones Victims, which said a regulatory system Canada-wide would have a better potential for making the difference to deal with white-collar criminals. End of quote, Mr. Speaker. I will reiterate. If they don't want our system, then they can keep their own. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, unanimously this morning, along with the business communities in Quebec, have denounced this proposal, which has nothing to do with effectiveness, but much more with an Ontario minister's determination to steal our jobs and our power for Toronto. The Minister of Quebec calls your action an invasion. You are working in complicity with the Liberals, invading our areas of jurisdiction, and we call that an invasion in Quebec. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, we have been clear. We're going to the Supreme Court to ask the question about jurisdiction. The Supreme Court will be making a statement, and we will be recognizing these areas of jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the Bloc, who has been here for 20 years working for Quebec. It's been sitting there doing nothing for all those years. The Minister of Finance has resolved a number of things since we come to power, and that's the action that we're taking as a government, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for HoC. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec National Public Health Institute estimates that since the Firearms Act came into force, there has been on average 250 fewer suicides and 50 fewer homicides using a firearm last year, or every year. The registry has helped save 2,100 lives since over the past 7 years. Why does the government want to scrap the firearms registry, a registry that saves lives? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at committee we heard from frontline police officers with real experience and what it indicates. In fact, the officer David Shipman said the following: the long gun registry is not working to prevent gun crime. Criminals do not register their stolen or smuggled guns that are being used to wage war in our cities. I think this indicates, Mr. Speaker, that there is a failure of that long gun registry. Frontline officers are telling that, and I would encourage those who voted for Bill C-391 to vote that way at final reading.
Honourable Member for HoC. A Quebec delegation, headed up by the Quebec Minister of Public Safety, is in Ottawa, calling for the firearms registry to be kept as is. Controlling the use of firearms, including long guns, is something all Quebecers agree with. The National Assembly has voted unanimously 3 times to keep the registry. Why does the government want to scrap the firearms registry, a registry Quebecers want and which saves lives? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I wish this member would stop misleading the public. Let me be clear. While we support licensing of individuals, we do not support the long gun registry. It's wasteful, and it's time to end the criminalization of our hunters and outdoor enthusiasts once and for all. What a police chief recently said, he called the long gun registry a placebo and said that it creates a false sense of security. We hope that members from the Liberal Party and the New Democrats who voted for C-391 vote again to end the wasteful registry.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. Mr. Speaker, with the backing of police officers and a unanimous National Assembly, the Quebec Minister of Public Safety is calling on the Conservatives and New Democrats to save the registry. Why? Because the registry saves lives. According to a University of Montreal study, the registry has saved over 2,000 lives over the past 7 years. That's 300 lives every year, Mr. Speaker. Do the Conservatives and New Democrats think that that's a negligible number? Is saving 300 Canadian lives each year too expensive, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, what the Firearms Registry does is, well, what we want to do is abolish the Long Arms Registry. And this will mean that we'll no longer be criminalising the fact of not registering a firearm. In the riding for Charlevoix-Haute-Côte-Nord, there are lots of hunters, and we don't want to criminalise them, Mr. Speaker. We don't want to criminalise those that don't register their hunting rifles. The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. Mr. Speaker, The President of Mexico has more respect for the RCMP than our own Prime Minister, who refuses to listen to our police officers. The partisanship and incompetence displayed by the Prime Minister is going to cost us $1 billion for 3 days of security at the G8 G20 summit. That $1 billion could fund the registry until 2260. We'd be saving 300 Canadian lives every year for the next 250 years. Where do their priorities lie? How can they say that $4 million a year is too expensive? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
I have addressed the issue of the gun registry. I want to deal again with the G8 and G20 matter. Canadians were shocked last week over the firebombing at the Royal Bank in Ottawa. This is a prime example of why we need to be prepared to face thugs and terrorists who would threaten our safety. We're on track to host a safe and secure G8 and G20 summits. Unlike the Liberal leader who has said he is embarrassed of Canada, we are proud and ready to showcase Canada on the world stage, and we will make sure that there are secure and safe surroundings.
Honourable member for Random, Huron, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, President Obama has announced a moratorium on deep-water oil wells and halted all drilling in northern waters. Meanwhile, this government has taken no action to ensure that all current drilling is safe or that a disaster off one of our coasts would not result in the same catastrophic scenes we have seen in the Gulf of Mexico, with oil gushing on and on and on for more than 5 weeks. Will the Conservatives follow the lead of President Obama and ensure all precautions are taken to avoid a tragic spill in Canadian waters?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Order.
Mr. Speaker, since the 12th of May, the National Energy Board has announced that there would be rules, far-reaching rules. There's been no authorization issued. There's no drilling offshore in the Arctic or the Beaufort Sea. Today, we are glad that the American authorities have suspended drilling that was scheduled for the spring, because this is exactly what we're doing in Canada. We're considering and reviewing what happened in the Gulf of Mexico to have a better understanding of what happened and to perfect our safety and security rules and regulations for the future to better protect workers and the safety of the environment. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as the oil leak in the Gulf of Mexico threatens to spread to the east coast of US and Canada, in BC, a recent poll shows that over 80% of British Columbians oppose oil tanker traffic and drilling on the west coast. Prime Minister Trudeau set a moratorium in 1972 that was honoured by subsequent governments until 2006, when this government violated that moratorium to allow tankers with toxic condensate to travel off the coast. Will they now commit to making the 1972 ban permanent?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we all take our environmental responsibilities incredibly seriously. The coast of British Columbia is one of the most beautiful places on the planet. We have tough regulatory regimes in place, Mr. Speaker, and we're always prepared to make them even tougher.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the OECD praised Canada's economic performance, noting that we will have the fastest growing economy in the G7 this year and next. An official said, quote, "I think Canada looks good. It shines, actually." Clearly, Canada's economic action plan, which includes lower taxes, is working. In fact, since last July, Canada has created some 285,000 new jobs. Could the Transport Minister please tell the House what the experts think about the Liberal leader's tax hike plan?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
That's a very good question. Mr. Speaker, there has recently been released a University of Calgary study, independent. It's confirmed what we've been saying all along, that the Liberal leader's tax plan would kill jobs, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the study that was released today says the Liberal tax hike would lead directly to the loss of some 233,000 jobs. It calls the Liberal plan to raise taxes, quote, seriously misguided. Quote, putting Canada's tax competitive at a disadvantage among OECD countries. Mr. Speaker, in a period of economic uncertainty, Canada's economy can't afford Liberal tax hikes.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it seems our Minister of Industry has a new sideline doing infomercials for his friend's business.
All that's missing is the headset, and he could be the ShamWow guy. Vince the Slapjack guy has some new competition. Celebrity endorsements are not part of a cabinet minister's job description, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they're a blatant conflict of interest. The Minister for the Status of Women got fired for a lot less. Is the Prime Minister going to make room over there in the Hall of Shame for the Minister of Industry, or is he safe hiding in the Conservative Good Old Boys Club?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that that member has taken on his own part-time job as a stand-up comic. I would encourage him not to quit his day job. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that this government continues to work hard to promote and support small business right across this land. We have lowered taxes for small businesses. We are creating jobs with small businesses. Small business across this country has never done better than under this government. We will continue to be a government of low tax and friendly economic environment for our entrepreneurs from coast to coast. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, you can't use your public office to further the private interests of your personal friends. And nobody should have to tell you that. And this isn't an isolated incident. In fact, these lapses in ethical judgment are becoming the hallmark of this whole Conservative regime. We haven't seen such an arrogant disregard for ethics since the Chrétien years. Will the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister stand up if he agrees with me that the Minister of Industry should be fired?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that member has gone too far. He has lobbed a lot of accusations, and we have accepted in the spirit of democracy to have a discourse with him. And we've defended the integrity of this government at every step of the way. But for him to compare this Conservative government to that of the previous Liberal government goes beyond any standard of proper etiquette.
The Honourable
Order. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Order. The Prime Minister has decreed that henceforth ministers will answer for their staff's actions. The Minister of Natural Resources has demonstrated this government's bad faith by, on the one hand, turning down an invitation from a committee that wanted the minister to account for her actions, and on the other hand, inviting herself to another committee to answer for the actions of her employee, and saying that the employee had nothing he could possibly say because he was not in the loop. Doesn't this minister's ridiculous behaviour prove that the government has no intention of being held to account? The Honourable House Leader.
Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, as I answered this same member yesterday on this very same issue, this is the government that holds itself accountable, and that's why we have decided that we will ensure that our ministers attend committees to answer the questions. We will not allow our staff, our political staff, Mr. Speaker, to attend committees and be subjected to the abuse, intimidation, and bullying tactics of the coalition opposition parties. Mr. Speaker, I note that in an ultimate display of hypocrisy, the Liberal Party filibustered at Government Operations Committee today to prevent the member from...
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. It's completely ridiculous. He won't even answer in this House after having prorogued the House twice, having written a nice little guide on how to filibuster for the benefit of committee chairs, intimidating witnesses, refusing to disclose documents. Now the Conservatives are banning political staff from ministers' offices from appearing before parliamentary committees. Doesn't this string of events prove that the Conservative government does not intend to be accountable whatsoever? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, quite the opposite. In fact, I would think that the opposition would be applauding our ministers' attempts to testify at committee at every opportunity. We believe in ministerial responsibility. We believe in ministerial accountability. And as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, before I was so rudely cut off by the 35-second rule, the ultimate double standard was conducted today at Government Ops Committee
when the Liberals filibustered that committee to prevent the member from Scarborough Rouge River from testifying against the accusations that he was committing lobbying as a member of Parliament.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow when the Prime Minister addresses Canadian municipalities, will he be addressing their number one concern? How to pay for billions of dollars in new infrastructure that federal government wastewater rules make necessary. Nearly 1,000 Canadian communities will need upgrades to protect the environment and Canadians' health at the cost of $13 billion. The government's made the rules, but they said nothing about how it will help municipalities meet the new challenges. Will the Prime Minister show up with real help for Canadian cities and towns, or just more propaganda?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for his question. Do you know how many days it's been since the infrastructure critic asked me a question?
How long has it been?
175 long days. And what have we done in those 175 days? We've announced $100 million to help the great city of Hamilton to increase their capacity to make water safe. I've met with Peggy Nash several times about ridings that affect her constituents, Mr. Speaker, former constituents. We've created a lot of jobs, a lot of hope, and a lot of opportunity. We're going to continue to do just that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister opposite, of course, forgets to say that he forgot to come to work for 100 days. That's why we couldn't talk to him. And he also forgets to say that we asked for briefings from his ministry 11 times, and he said no every single time because he's afraid to answer questions. Mr. Speaker, we don't need more empty propaganda. What we do need is a long-term, cost-shared funding strategy. Municipalities were staring down a deficit of infrastructure needs of $123 billion before they made their new rules. Why does this government insist on cutting corporate taxes over the next 2 years?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, it's 2010. We do not believe that municipalities should be dumping raw sewage into our lakes, our rivers, and our oceans, Mr. Speaker. This government is going to take action and phase these regulations in over the next 20 or 30 years. We're going to ensure we stand up and protect our water, Mr. Speaker, something the previous Liberal government failed to do, Mr. Speaker. And I hope the people of Parkdale High Park, Mr. Speaker, will watch who is fighting for them, and it's certainly not on that side of the House.
Honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives' everything but the kitchen sink budget is yet another giant step away from the promise of transparency that these supposed reformists rode in on. This Trojan horse is stuffed with all sorts of measures this government doesn't have the courage to present to Canadians as standalone bills. It's an abuse of power taken straight from the Liberal playbook, and it's an abuse of the trust of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, if the government has nothing to hide, why is it burying so many nefarious initiatives in one omnibus bill?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
I thank the member for her question. I don't know what type of initiatives she thinks we're trying to hide. Would it be the $500 million in transfer protection payments to the provinces? Would it be funding for organizations like Genome Canada, Pathways to Education Canada, or nefarious groups like the Rick Hansen Foundation? Important reforms to protect federally regulated pensions and much, much more. Mr. Speaker, we presented a budget. I know the NDP decided to vote against it before they even read it, but we want to get these benefits for Canadians' families right away, and that's why we're working hard on their behalf.
Honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I guess the minister's selective memory of what's in the budget is to be expected, since it's over 880 pages long. In fact, that's my whole point. Here are just a few of the items that should never have been in the budget. It gives the Minister of Environment the power to eviscerate environmental assessments. It authorizes the fire sale of AECL with no checks or balances. It begins the deregulation of Canada Post, and it puts the final stamp of approval on the government's theft of $57 billion from the EI account, money that belongs to workers. These provisions have no place in the budget. Will the government support the deletion of these sections and, if it must, reintroduce them as standalone?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
No, Mr. Speaker, we won't. the all-party House of Commons Finance Committee, chaired by the member for Edmonton-Leduc, Mr. Speaker, gave great scrutiny to this important piece of job-creating legislation, and they passed this budget bill without amendment. And that's a committee, Mr. Speaker, that we have a minority on. It shows, Mr. Speaker, that there's all-party support for this great bill, Mr. Speaker. Let's start creating more jobs. Let's start creating more opportunity. Let's get on with our economic action plan.
The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, recently Canadians were rightly shocked to hear of the sentencing in Malawi of a same-sex couple to 14 years of hard labour. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs please inform the House what actions the government is taking to address this serious abuse of human rights?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. Canada has clearly spoken out against human rights violations on the basis of sexual orientation, both at home as well as around the world, Mr. Speaker, and we strongly condemn the blatant violation of human rights, the promotion of freedom, the rule of law. The democracy is an integral part, as you know, of our foreign policy. Canada will continue, Mr. Speaker, to encourage its partners, including Malawi, to respect human rights and ensure equal protection under the law without discrimination.
The
Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
After an employee complained of bad-tasting bottled water, found bacterial counts in Canadian bottled water to be more than 100 times the U.S. limit. Then we find out Health Canada doesn't have enforceable standards for bacteria in bottled water, while the U.S. does. We know the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has few inspectors inspecting water bottling plants, and that the government doesn't have a record of what its inspectors are doing. Why was it necessary to have a private lab test bottled water on a whim to know we have a problem? Where was Health Canada, and why are we so behind the U.S. on this vital consumer safety issue?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, we established high standards to ensure that bottled water sold in Canada does not pose a health and safety risk to Canadians. These standards include requirements for microbiological quality composition product labeling as well. We continue to work with CFIA to ensure the safety of bottled water sold in Canada, and will take any actions required should the health and safety of Canadians be at risk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. A whole host of organisations, including Amnesty International, the New York Times and UNICEF, have joined with those groups that were already calling for Omar Khadr to be treated as a child soldier. Anthony Lake from UNICEF has warned that the lawsuit against Omar Khadr, who was arrested when he was 15, may create a dangerous international precedent for other child soldiers. Can the government explain why it is so hell-bent on flouting treaties on the rights of the child and refusing to repatriate Omar Khadr, the last Westerner held in Guantanamo? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. For the benefit of my colleague, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind colleagues of the House that Mr. Khadr is obviously been charged for the tragic death of a US soldier. Mr. Speaker, the US government has its finger on the pulse, and they are going to proceed with a court case.
À l'ordre, I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Ken Cheveldayoff, Minister of Enterprise, Minister responsible for Sask Energy Incorporated, and Minister responsible for Trade of Saskatchewan. It being Thursday, I believe the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine has a question.
I do, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much for recognizing me.
I'd like to ask the government House Leader the government's intentions regarding the parliamentary agenda in the days going forward, one. Secondly, whether or not the government has any new information or policies that it wishes to announce, similar to the policy that the government House Leader announced earlier this week, to the effect that it will no longer allow political staffers of ministers to appear before committees when duly called by committees in accordance with the judgment, the ruling that the Speaker laid out not that long ago on the Afghan detainee documents and the supremacy of Parliament. So I'm wondering if the government has more surprises on the policy front with regards to government accountability to Parliament through its committees and the supremacy of Parliament and its committees to require persons, including ministers, including political staffers, including public servants, to appear. And I wonder if if the House Leader would also address the issue that one of his members who was invited to appear before the Procedure and Standing Affairs Committee on a reference sent to it by this House of Commons on an issue of breach of privilege of the member of Mount Royal and the NDP member regarding 10%ers that were sent into their ridings by a Conservative member when the Committee of Procedure and House Affairs duly invited that Conservative member to appear. He declined to appear because as a member of Parliament, under the rules of Parliament, he does not have to appear unless the House itself orders him to appear. Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, my first question, Mr. Speaker, would be of the Chair. I'm just wondering whether I would have equal time with the member.
The Minister can have more. It depends how long his description of the business is going to be. We don't have time limits on this question or answer. The Minister is well aware of that, I believe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm also well aware of the rules, and the rules for the Thursday question require a very succinct question about the upcoming agenda of the government, and the government House Leader is supposed to be bound by those same rules, as I understand it. And you know that we always, on this side of the House at least, we always want to respect the rules of the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, to be very, very brief in my response, I think I've answered that question repeatedly. We will not allow our political staff to be drugged before standing committees where the opposition coalition holds a majority of members and be subjected to the type of abuse that we've seen. And Mr. Speaker, on behalf of those staff, I would just ask that anybody that wants to research this issue, it's there in the Hansard of the standing committees. Many of those were televised. They can see the type of abuse that opposition members of Parliament subjected those staff members. Many of these staff members, Mr. Speaker, are very young people, oftentimes in their mid to late 20s in age, and to be subjected to the type of abuse, that is completely shameful, it's intolerable, and it's unacceptable. And our ministers will assume their responsibility yet again and will be appearing at committees when there's questions to be asked of their departments and their staff. So I hope that I put that to rest. Mr. Speaker, on another issue that I'd raised a couple times in question period, as this issue has come up, what I found was the absolute hypocrisy today of the Liberal Party in asking these types of questions of staff members, and yet they filibustered the Government Operations Committee to prevent their own Member of Parliament, the MP for Scarborough Rouge River, from testifying and answering questions, valid questions, about his connection with a law firm that actually advertised on their website that the member for Scarborough Rouge River could make valuable contributions to our clients, including acting for foreign and offshore organizations in obtaining operating licensing, securing regulatory and government approvals for mergers and acquisitions, reviewing policies and conduct of Canadian security intelligence services. Security intelligence services, Mr. Speaker, advising government bodies on international issues regarding cross-border tax collection, and it goes on and on and on about the services that that member could provide in the form of lobbying, and yet he was prevented from testifying today by the Liberal members on that committee that wanted to filibuster. This is a member of Parliament. This is the same standing committee that is supposedly Mr. Speaker, looking into the alleged lobbying issues of a former member of Parliament who has appeared at that committee and testified. At least he had the courage to do that, which is more than the member for Scarborough Rouge River. On the issue, Mr. Speaker, that we're supposed to be discussing, which is the agenda looking forward for the next week for the House of Commons. Today we will resume the debate on the report stage motions to C9, Jobs and Economic Growth Act, as we've heard as well in question period. That is the much anticipated budget bill of the government. This evening in Committee of the Whole we will consider the estimates for the Department of National Defence. Tomorrow will be an allotted day. Next week, if necessary, we will continue the debate on C9, followed by C23, eliminating pardons for serious crime. We will have as backup bills, Mr. Speaker, C10, Senate term limits, and S2, sex offender registry. As I mentioned in reply to the Thursday question last week, Monday, May 31st, has been designated as the day to consider the main estimates of the Department of Natural Resources in Committee of the Whole. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Tuesday, June the 1st, shall be an allotted day.
Okay. Tabling of documents. Député document. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 6 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Monsieur Gaudin, appuyé.
Mr. Gaudin, seconded by Ms. Davies, asks for leave to table.
Monsieur Gaudin, appuyé.
Mr. Gaudin, seconded by Ms. Crowder, asks for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and Respecting the Motor Vehicle Safety Regulations. Student Transport. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to table today my bill on the Boys in Red. This would mean that no students could travel in 15-seat vans. It would amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act in order to restrict the sale of these 15-passenger vans, which
of the 7 members of the Bathurst High School basketball team and their adult chaperone who were traveling in a 15-passenger van and lost their lives in a road accident near Bathurst, New Brunswick in January 2008. At this time, I would like to recognize Isabel Haynes, the mother of one of the students who is on the Hill to see this bill introduced. Her work aligned with the work of Mrs. Kelly and Mrs. Acevedo, 2 other mothers who lost their son in the Bathurst tragedy accident, has helped bending these 15-passenger van in New Brunswick. And this continue on, Mr. Speaker. It happens in British Columbia, where another young man lost his life. 30 van has been abolished in the United States, and I hope that this bill, I get the support of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Gaudin, appuyé.
Mr. Gaudin, seconded by Ms. Crowder, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed.
Of this bill, premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills.
Bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for York Southwest. That's it.
Thank you,
remember which direction.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, genetically modified organisms have been the subject of great controversy and concern, and this concern has led to this petition that is asking the House to forward the petition on to the Ministry of Health in order to look at the toxic and allergenic and the less nutritionist aspects of GMO modified organisms, asking that GMO crops could damage vulnerable wild plant and animal populations and harm biodiversity and a number of other adverse impacts on our environment, Mr. Speaker, and petitioning for an independent inquiry on the safety of GMO genetically modified organisms, and asking that there be clear evidence that the government has that would show that GMO food is not a risk to humans or the environment. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners, there's some 60 petitioners from the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, and they are asking that this petition be referred on to the Ministry of Health and that consideration be given to the concerns that arise from the petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job, the honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first, signed by dozens of Manitobans, is a call against Health Canada's authorization of caffeine in all soft drinks. Health Canada announced on March 19, 2010, that beverage companies will now be allowed to add up to 75% of the caffeine allowed in the most highly caffeinated colas to all soft drinks. Soft drinks have been designed and marketed towards children for generations. Canadians already have concerns over children drinking coffee and colas that they acknowledge, caffeine as an addictive stimulant. It's difficult enough for parents to control the amount of sugar, artificial sweeteners, and other additives that their children consume, including caffeines from colas. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to reverse Health Canada's new rule allowing caffeine in all soft drinks and not to follow the deregulation policies of the United States and other countries that sacrifice the health of Canadian children and pregnant women. Mr. Speaker, the second petition is also signed by dozens of Canadians calling on the Parliament to adopt Canada's first air passenger Bill of Rights. Mr. Speaker, only in the last 6 months, Barack Obama and his Transportation Secretary Ray LaHood have rocketed ahead of Canada by penalizing airlines for $27,500 per passenger for tarmac delays of over 3 hours. And LaHood recently charged Southwest Airlines $120,000 for overbooked flights. Mr. Speaker, it's time that a Canadian air passenger Bill of Rights is brought into this Parliament. A bill should cover Canadian carriers anywhere they fly in the world. The bill should provide for compensation for overbooked flights, cancel flights, and long tarmac delays. It should deal with late and misplaced baggage. It should require all-inclusive pricing by airlines and all their advertising. In fact, Europe has had such laws now for over 5 years. In fact, a recent passenger recounted how much better treatment he received in Europe than in Canada on flying on the same Canadian airlines. Mr. Speaker, the new rules have to be posted at the airline counters. Airlines have to be informed of their rights and the process to file for compensation. If the airlines follow the rules, it'll cost them nothing. Mr. Speaker, petitioners call on this government to introduce Canada's first air passenger Bill of Rights.
Here, here. Honourable member for Wild Rose.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me pleasure to rise once again to table the next section and the ongoing requests that I'm receiving from all across Canada, petitioners calling on changes to the Pardons Act and calling upon Parliament to prohibit the granting of pardons to convicted sexual offenders. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, the government has already announced intention to proceed with such changes, but petitioners are continuing to pour in from all across the country because they're concerned that the opposition will not choose to pass this, will delay and stall this legislation, and they're very concerned by that, Mr. Speaker. I hope the opposition is listening. Thousands and thousands of Canadians from all across this country are calling upon just that.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present today a petition signed by hundreds of people in the Timmins, Kirkland Lake region, and it's apropos on a day when the United Steelworkers from Sudbury are here on the Hill, 11 months into a strike by the corporate bandits Valley, who were able to buy one of the greatest mining companies in the world because of the failure of this government to do due diligence. And in particular, the questioners are concerned about what happened with Extracted. Right now, this month, we have 1,000 jobs being lost in Timmins. Our copper refining capacity of Ontario's disappeared. Our zinc refining capacity has disappeared. And they're calling on the industry minister who should have been doing due diligence. Instead, he was out hawking cleaning products for companies in his riding, doing commercials, while we were looking, and people in our riding were looking for him to do due diligence on the foreign takeover. So given the negligence of this government and the resulting damage that's been done to our base metal industry in Canada, the petitioners are calling on the government to open up Section 36 of the Foreign Investment Act, to make clear the secret deals that the minister has signed with companies like Xstrata and Valley, so that the public can know, so that they know that this government is actually on their side, that this government actually has a vision for resource development in this industry, in this country, and we called our ministers to a higher standard to represent the interests of Canadians rather than hawking products, doing infomercials in their riding.
Working this issue.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition on behalf of a number of Canadians who are petitioning the House of Commons to ban asbestos in all its forms and institute a just transition program for asbestos workers in the communities that they live in. Mr. Speaker, asbestos is the greatest industrial killer the world has ever known, and this country remains one of the largest producers and exporters of asbestos. We have in our own Parliament, we're taking asbestos out of buildings because of the deadly nature of asbestos, Mr. Speaker, at the cost of many millions of dollars, and it's banned for use in Canada. Yet Canada continues to export asbestos to other countries of the world. The petitioners are calling on Canada to end all government subsidies of asbestos, both in Canada and abroad, and stop blocking international health and safety conventions designed to protect workers from asbestos, such as the Rotterdam Convention. Mr. Speaker, it's time Canada started acting with integrity on this issue. We banned it in this country for use, and we should be banning the production and export of a deadly industrial product that is known and has been known for many years to cause serious illness and death. So it's time Canada started acting on these principles and took action to support and provide a just transition program for all asbestos workers and the communities that they live in. But the key here is to ban the export of this deadly industrial killer and make sure that we don't contribute to deaths around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's like we do a West.
Oh, yes. Présentation de pétition. Questions
presenting petitions
for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question Q193 will be answered today. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q194, Q196, Q197, and starred question Q190 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Question enumerated by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has been answered. Is it agreed that questions 194, 196, 197, and starred question 190 be made orders for return? Agreed? And so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? And so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments.
And the Jobs and Economic Growth Act, and on the motions in group number 1.
Order. When the matter was last before the House, the Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley had the floor. There are 7 minutes left in the time allotted for his remarks. I therefore call upon the Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, 7 minutes. We are always in a deficit of time here, particularly when dealing with something as outrageous and undemocratic as what we have contained in these near 900 pages of Bill C-9. I say undemocratic because within this Trojan horse of a bill, the government has conspired to lump in just about everything they found to be too distasteful to see the light of day. Rather than have a fair debate about each of these important measures, and there's 2 or 3 that are actually laudable, Mr. Speaker, the vast majority not, the government has decided to make a Trojan horse, an omnibus bill, in which everything is crammed in, and then point the gun of an election at the opposition to force a vote on something that probably many members in the official opposition, the Liberals, find distasteful as well, but will obviously cave into once the vote actually comes, because that has become a call and response from this government almost since time immemorial. The government suggests something, the Liberal Party says it doesn't like it, the government says, oh yeah, we dare you to an election, and the Liberal Party gets out of the way as fast as it can and votes with the government again. A coalition by default and by any other name and function. to list off for Canadians what's in this bill that we find so outrageous, is the sale of AECL. Yesterday there were 130 workers from AECL here in Parliament, in the galleries, watching the debate, demanding some sort of fairness. And, Mr. Speaker, what struck me most in meeting with the workers after question period was how lost they felt, how abandoned they felt from their government, who wouldn't even allow a fair and free democratic vote on the idea of selling their corporation. It's the largest Crown corporation in Canada. It's received more money than any other Crown Corp in history, some $22 billion of Canadian taxpayer dollars, and the legislation says that when the government seeks to sell it, it must bring it before Parliament in a separate bill. And what did this government do? It went around the rules, it went around the legislation and rammed it into C9 so there can be no debate about the sale of AECL. There can be no bringing of witnesses to hear whether it's a good thing for Canadians or this is in fact a fire sale of a Crown asset. Now, $22 billion, the government, of course, is not going to get that kind of money back. It's going to get far less, but maybe what's worse is that with no debate, no discussion, no evidence, the government presents nothing about the likely brain drain of the experts who work around AECL to competitors who do not support the CANDU reactor system. And this was expressed clearly by the workers that were here recently. What are they going to do, and who's going to upkeep the CANDUs that Canada currently has on the books? That's just one piece of this outrageous and offensive bill. Another piece, raising of airport security taxes. This is from a government who says they're into lowering taxes at the same time they increase them. And if raising taxes for the traveling public wasn't enough, they're also seeking to finish off the completion of the hated HST for Ontario and British Columbia, thereby putting it on any duties or any transactions that Canadians have when dealing with brokerage. Buying mutual funds will now seek further taxation from this government. Is there any debate allowed about this? Is there any free and standing vote on this particular issue? Of course not, because it's a take-it-or-leave-it bill. It's 900 pages of a threat from this government, 900 pages saying to the Parliament of Canada and the people of Canada, if you don't like it, tough. If you don't like the idea of selling off ACL without a debate, too bad for you. If you don't like an increase in taxes when you're buying a plane ticket, tough for you. If you don't like the HST in Ontario or British Columbia, tough. And we see that type of political arrogance even within British Columbia right now, where we're finding out today that every single provincial riding in British Columbia has signed enough citizens up to a petition to revoke the HST. And what is the arrogant response from this government and that in British Columbia? They don't care. They simply don't care about the functioning of democracy. We have recall legislation in British Columbia that allows citizens to stand up, and it's a very high threshold, a very high bar to achieve, and British Columbians appear to be achieving it. And now that they've gone through all that work and all the volunteers out canvassing, I'm one of them, I go out and ask people to sign on, we find out that the government says, we don't care about something called democracy. We don't care about representation and your voice mattering. We're going to ram the HST through anyways. No debate, no discussion, no voice for common people. Now, they've often said, Mr. Speaker, that the best disinfectant is sunlight, and we believe that to be very true when it comes to Bill C-9. And the proposition from the New Democrats, Democrat built right into our name, we like democracy, we like the idea of debate and free votes. We've said, take out the parts that need to be taken out and let's have a debate about them. And that's what we've moved here, Mr. Speaker. We implore other members in this House to see the wisdom of having a fair and free discussion on the elements of this bill. To say 900 pages filled with just about everything that they could think of, rammed into one, and then made an election threat of it, is not an accountable government. That is not transparent. That is not a humble government. That is a government that says the will of the people matters little or not at all to them. And that is disastrous, not just for the political fortunes of their party, that concerns me not, but for the fundamentals of how this place is meant to operate, which is when you have a debate about something, you put it in a piece of legislation. You bring it before the House. The government could do that. Could do that with any of these pieces that they feel so proud of that they have to hide behind in Bill C-9. We've simply said whether it comes to employment insurance, the environmental protections, the National Energy Board, the airport tax, the HST, all of these things rammed into this bill, the government must do the right thing and separate them out. Now, my last point is around the National Energy Board, Mr. Speaker, and I'll end on this. This government, at a time when we're seeing the disaster take place in the Gulf, the President of the United States was up today saying deregulation failed us. Companies monitoring themselves was a bad idea. And here we see in C9 a government moving in the opposite direction, moving to more deregulation and allowing, in fact, the Minister of the Environment the divine powers to decide what of any projects in the country get an environmental assessment at all. He can simply, by writ, decide that there is no environmental risk posed in his own fictional or imaginary world, and therefore no environmental assessment happens. Well, we've learned, Mr. Speaker, we've learned that we need environmental protections, not just to save the environment, but also to protect the communities and the economies that we rely on. This is not an economy versus environment debate, and this government's got to come to realize it. They should allow the breakage of this bill, allow it to be separated, allow us to have a true and honest discussion with witnesses and evidence, and allow the vote to stand freely and fairly. That's what a democratic government should do. That's what this government should do. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my colleague really laid out for people back home what is so wrong about what is happening here. It's about the abuse of Parliament. It's about the abuse of process. It's about contempt for the systems that have been put in place in this Parliament, going back right to the beginning, that there is a process in place. And what we see time and time again with this government is the actions of the schoolyard bully, that it's their way or the highway. The Prime Minister has these tantrums if he doesn't get his way. We saw this with when we made the promise that we were going to have someone who actually vets the appointments, and he didn't get his buddy, and he tore it up. So now we see with this budget bill an absolute abusive process where they're going to push through stuff that will help the friends in the oil industry, that is going to push through ripping up environmental regulations. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks it is that the opposition should be doing in order to stand up for the rights of parliamentarians, for the rights of due process, and to ensure that full study of some of these very controversial and bizarre plans that are hidden in the budget bill. What should we be doing as Liberals, as Bloc, and as New Democrats?
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Timmins. What the opposition should be doing is their job, and their job is to say, when we see irresponsibility, when we see an unaccountable government, we stand up and oppose that on behalf of Canadians who sent us here to do this. We saw the Liberals at committee sneak one of their members out the back door to make sure that the vote would pass to allow C9 to come back to the House. We suspect that the same thing's going to happen here when the final vote on this outrageous bill comes. Now, we've seen this pattern, and it was finally justified the other day, the pattern of shutting down committees, the monkey wrench manual that Conservatives produced. We've seen it on the Afghan detainee documents. We've seen it with the government's abuse of prorogation, shutting down the entire Parliament when questions arose they didn't like. And just the other day, we finally had to confirm, Mr. Speaker, where they learned it from. They said, we justify this bill, this outrageous abuse of democracy, because the Liberals did it. There was the justification. They learned too well at the feet of the Liberals when they were in power and said, we don't like all this debate business. We don't like all this discussion and counterpoints and views. We're just going to ram things through. That is not a lesson they should have learned from the previous government. They should unlearn it quickly.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his presentation on Bill C9, an 880-page omnibus bill, which is very rare in politics, but not so rare when you deal with this particular Parliament and this government. Mr. Speaker, at a time when the nuclear industry appears to be having a fairly bright future, and while I don't agree with the nuclear option, the fact of the matter is that we have interest in nuclear development in Saskatchewan, in Ontario, worldwide. There's a big demand for nuclear power. So at a time when the future is looking rosy for nuclear, why in the world would a government want to sell off the largest crown corporation in the country, a corporation that we've invested $22 billion in subsidies in its history? You know, in some ways it seems like a repeat almost of the Arrow of the Diefenbaker years. So I'd like to know what the members' comments would be on these observations.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Well, here's the mismanagement of this particular industry from the government. There's 120 new nuclear builds around the world that we're aware of right now. 0 of them are coming to Canada. 0 of them are being made by Canadian operations. 0 out of 120. Now, One would imagine that the government's actually going to address this bill this afternoon, but I'm going to make a prediction, Mr. Speaker, that they have no rationalization because they presented no evidence, no reason of why to sell AECL right now and why to sell it this way. I'm going to make a prediction that this afternoon in the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, they continue to offer nothing to Canadians, nothing to the workers, nothing to those families that will be affected by this fire sale because they don't have any evidence. They don't have a process that they put in place to say, now is the best time to sell AECL for these following reasons. We studied it, we asked around, this is the best deal for Canadians. They're doing it as a matter of convenience. That's what this entire bill is about, a matter of political expediency and convenience. Ram in everything that you couldn't get individually through, put it all in one bill, hold up the threat of an election to the opposition, and watch the Liberals cave again. This is no way to run a country. It's undemocratic. If there's nothing more fundamental than that, I beg the government to reconsider the bill, break it up, allow us to have a debate.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased this afternoon to participate in this debate on Bill C9, the government's budget implementation bill. Now, as you know, the parts that we have amendments to are Part 24, amending the Employment Insurance Act by a new employment insurance account and by the closing of the Employment Insurance Fund, as well as other changes. This also changes Section 73 of the Act and brings about additional changes and amends provisions of the 2008 Budget Implementation Act and the legislation dealing with the Employment Insurance Financing Board, which creates, in fact, the Employment Insurance Financing Board of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that you will recall, because you were on the other side listening at the time, in 1986, the Auditor General said that the employment insurance funds should go into the consolidated revenue funds. Now, at the time, money was put into the employment insurance account by both companies and individuals. Now, in 88, once the money had been put into the consolidated revenue fund, the government started to make cuts to employment insurance. This is when Brian Mulroney took over. And I remember those days. There were changes put in place. And I remember in 89 in one of the newspapers, and it's not the first time I quoted this in this House, Mr. Speaker, but in a paper, the Liberals were in opposition because the Conservative government under Brian Mulroney were in power.
The official opposition at the time was the Liberals. My predecessor, Doug Young, was the employment insurance critic, and he said that asking New Brunswickers to fight for EI was what would have to be done so the system wasn't laid to waste. That was the Liberals' attitude at the time. In the spring of 1993, in late winter, Jean Chrétien, who was the leader of the opposition at the time and of course became Prime Minister, sent a letter to a group of women in Rivière-du-Loup in Quebec. Their advocacy organisation was in place to prevent changes to employment insurance. The leader of the opposition at the time, Jean Chrétien, who read the letter, said that you really can't hurt the workers. You shouldn't be hurting the workers. You have to instead be ensuring that there's economic development so that people can get back to work. In the fall of 1993, the Liberals continued. In fact, they didn't do worse than the Conservatives. The Conservatives had reformed the employment insurance, but when the Liberals took over, they took the helm and they started to make adjustments to employment insurance. They said to themselves, well, Brian Mulroney, the former Prime Minister, when he agreed to the Auditor General's recommendation to put money into the Consolidated Revenue Fund, that gives us extra money. And the EI premiums will give us more money. And there'll be surpluses. At the time, the Conservative government had raised it to $3.18 or $3.20 per $100, and employers paid 0.3 of that. So 0.3 times the amount, which meant that it was about $8. Then they realized that it was a cash cow. Money was flowing into the fund. Employment insurance had major cutbacks in 1995. That was when the number of hours increased to 915. The new workers had to do a certain number of hours, 700 hours for people with illnesses or vision problems, 700 hours for parental leave, and the premiums went up and up. The federal government had about it was about $160 billion in the red, in deficit, and they were able to pay down the deficit by using $57 billion directly out of the Employment Insurance Fund that was part of the Consolidated Revenue Fund. At the time, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Paul Martin, said that Canadians had to tighten their belt to pay down the deficit. He wanted a zero deficit. He wanted to pay down the debt. And they basically stole from the Employment Insurance Fund to pay down the debt and have a zero deficit. The Conservatives at the time, the new Conservatives, had denounced this action of stealing from the Employment Insurance Act. And this, however, continued right through to 2010 under the Conservatives. They've got Bill C9 that they've introduced now. There are about 900 pages on the budget. And they are legalizing through this legislation theft, basically. That is, they're legalizing the ability to steal from the Employment Insurance Fund. There'll be a new fund with just $2 billion in it. And so what are they doing? They're legalizing the biggest federal national instance of theft in Canada's history. Now, when I say it's theft, what I'm saying is that these premiums come out of employees' pay. And that pay is being used to pay down the debt. And these people are in great need. There's been a huge economic downturn. They're being told that their employment insurance payments have expired. Perhaps we could have the 12 best weeks, for example. We could remove the 14th division in order to, which means that it's 12 weeks. We could ensure that the payment is 60% of their salary when they receive benefits. If you look at other countries, for example, France, in France, workers receive 75% of their wage when they're on employment insurance. And when I asked whether or not we could increase the percentage of benefit of salary in the benefits that Canadians receive, or increase the number of weeks, the only response from the Conservatives was that if we were to do that, people would work for 10 weeks and they'd be on 42 weeks unemployment insurance. they'd work for 360 hours and then they'd be on employment insurance. The fact is they just don't trust our Canadian workers. That's what it comes down to. They don't trust Canadians. I asked one of the members of the National Assembly from France. I asked him the same question. I said, isn't paying 75% of the salary good reason for people to take advantage of the system? The response was, well, no. In France, we trust our workers, we trust our citizens. People care about the system. People want to work. This is an employment insurance system that they've paid for, that they can take advantage of should they lose their jobs. They're the ones that can get part of their salary if they lose their job. It's good for the economy, they said, and it's good for everyone. It's good for the regions, for the small and medium-sized businesses. When employees are able to get benefits like that, they're not going to leave for Florida. They're going to spend the money back home. And that kind of thing would be good for our local economies. So it's regrettable that the government has stuffed everything into Bill C9 and they say, oh, you're going to vote against it. The New Democrats vote against it. But what they've done is they've presented us with this omnibus bill that we quite frankly cannot support. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I am very much in agreement with my colleagues' arguments. In this bill, there's over 890 pages. There are about 3,000 sections. Now, in the budget itself, there are about 500 pages. On page 196, there's a list of the contributions made by employers and employees, and on page 202, there's a list of the benefits under the fund for the jobless. But nowhere in 500 pages of a budget and in 898 pages of the Budget Implementation Act, there's nothing. And in 2 years, $10.2 billion will be stolen. The employers and employees' contributions will amount to, in fact, $10.2 billion in excess of the benefit amounts handed out. What would he categorise this as being? What would he call this if he had an opportunity to label it? The Honourable Member for Akati Bathurst. Well, when you take things without asking for them, it's thievery. It's thievery. That's the word that comes to mind, and that's what's regrettable. Men and women who wake up in the morning, who've built our country, who have families that they have to provide for, who have children they have to send to school, and there's poverty. There's 1.4 million children in Canada in poverty. You don't have to just go over to Africa. We've already got 1.4 million young Canadians that are hungry. There are thousands of Canadians that don't qualify for employment insurance. And look what we've got in this budget. How can we vote for this budget? What's sad is that this theft started by the Liberals in 1996, and now it's going to be sanctioned by the Liberals. Now the Conservatives are doing it, and that's regrettable. It's so sad to see that the Liberals and Conservatives backing up Bay Street ahead of everyone else. Questions and comments?
For Timmins, James May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C9 is abuse of the public because they are forcing through major changes without giving the public even a chance to sense what's happening. And nowhere is this clearer than the $57 billion that's being stolen from the workers' funds of EI. And this government can't be honest with the public, and neither can the Minister of Human Resources, because when we asked the Minister about her plan to shut 15 of the 18 EI processing centres across Ontario, she couldn't even stand up in this House and give an honest answer. And yet we know that Owen Sound, Aurelia, Kenora, Kenora, Belleville, North Bay, Timmins, Sault Ste. Marie, Brantford, Etobicoke, Barrie, Peterborough, Hamilton, Niagara Falls, Thunder Bay, Kitchener, and Oshawa are being closed. And why are they being closed? Because this government is stealing the money from EI, and it's running out of money because it has given $1.7 billion in corporate tax cuts. Why is this government unable to give an honest answer to Canadian workers, and why do we have a minister who can't even stand up in the House and explain what she's doing to rob workers of access to EI and rob workers of the kind of processing for their EI claims that they need at this time of recession?
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst.
Has the worker always been the slave of the big industry? That's why. Eh? And it's not this government, the Conservative government, that will support the worker. Instead, when we say that the worker need the money, they pay them in their own program in case they lose their job. When other countries around the world look after their workers if they lose their job, especially with a program they pay into it. Instead, here in Canada, our government take the money, pay it on the debt, they put it on the debt. They have deficit zero how many times with the money of the employment insurance? From $92 billion that they brought the debt down of our country, $57 billion came from the worker, from the hard-working day that they done, men and women. They took it away from them. And the only reason why is because this government, the Conservative government, report to Bay Street instead of reporting to the citizens of this country, men and women that get up in the morning and do the work and build this country, the good country that we're living in. They don't care about the worker. They have never cared about the worker. Instead, they say, if we give them money, they will stay home. They don't even have any respect for the worker of our country, men and women that get up in the morning and do the hard work. That's what the problem is.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak against this ill-advised NDP motion that is clearly a delaying tactic, and to speak for supporting jobs and Canada's economic recovery. Like my colleagues on the government side of the aisle, I am opposed to this motion. I oppose this motion because delaying or threatening to gut Budget 2010 and the Jobs and Economic Growth Act would only threaten the economic security of Canadians. I oppose delaying over $500 million in transfer protection payments to the provinces. I oppose delaying funding for organizations such as $75 million for Genome Canada, $20 million for Pathways to Education Canada to provide support to more disadvantaged youth, and $13.5 million for the Rick Hansen Foundation. I oppose delaying important reforms to protect federally regulated pension plans, such as requiring an employer to fully fund benefits if the whole of a pension plan is terminated. I oppose delaying legislative authority to enforce the Code of Conduct for the debit and credit industry. I oppose delaying crucial tax changes to revitalize Canada's venture capital industry, and much more. Mr. Speaker, I oppose delaying Canada's Economic Action Plan. It is important that we stay the course and do what we must as legislators to ensure we implement Year 2 of Canada's Economic Action Plan as outlined in Budget 2010 in a timely manner so as to best assist Canadians. Our government, through the Jobs and Economic Growth Act, is working to address the long-term opportunities and challenges that our country will be confronting in the years ahead. One of these key challenges is to ensure that our companies remain competitive in the global marketplace, and we are determined to assist our hard-working manufacturers in meeting this objective. The Jobs and Economic Growth Act proposes to bring forward a series of economic measures to contribute to Canada's advantage now and for the future. One of these measures is the action we have taken to eliminate tariffs on manufacturing inputs and machinery and equipment, making Canada a tariff-free zone for manufacturing. Some have charged that the Act is too ambitious, too large. However, if one were to carefully review the actual Act, they would soon realize that the bold action to make Canada a tariff-free zone for manufacturing, due to technical and legal requirements, actually makes up over half of the Act. In other words, half the pages in the Jobs and Economic Growth Act are the result of that one single measure. Clearly, as suggested by its size, this measure has immense short-term and long-term benefits to our economy. This has been recognized by the Canadian manufacturers and exporters, who were clear in their view that Budget 2010 and the Jobs and Economic Growth Act will help Canada's manufacturers and exporters compete. And I quote, "We worked with the government directly to reduce tariffs for manufacturing and I believe this is an important cost savings mechanism for companies. It is a bottom line boost to cash flow for manufacturers at a time when it is needed the most." End of quote. By lowering production costs for manufacturing, this initiative increases the competitiveness of our manufacturers, which will help them better compete with foreign suppliers both in Canada and abroad. By reducing the cost of importing key factors of production, this measure also encourages innovation and allows business to enhance their stock of capital equipment. This is very important in order to improve productivity. Equally important is the positive impact this measure is expected to have on employment. All in all, it is estimated that our move to make Canada a tariff-free zone for industrial manufacturers will create 12,000 new, good-quality jobs in the years ahead. This will certainly help strengthen our economy, Mr. Speaker. That is why measures such as tariff elimination have been so widely applauded. We have heard from business leaders like Danny Rees, CEO of that popular Arctic Canadian coat manufacturer, Canada Goose, who also heralded it as, I quote, "a great move. Tariffs only made it more expensive to be a Canadian manufacturer. I think this move by the government will make Made in Canada viable for more apparel companies." End of quote. But the Jobs and Economic Growth Act does so much more. For instance, the targeted measures include the provisions in Parts 7 and 8 of the Act, which are part of Budget 2010 actions to contain the growth in government spending and ensure that the government lives within its means. In particular, Part 7 implements the Budget 2010 commitment to freeze the salaries of the Prime Minister, ministers, members of Parliament, and senators for the 2010 through 2013 fiscal years. By putting forward the salary freeze on the Prime Minister, ministers, MPs, and senators, the government is leading by example in Budget 2010. This initiative has been welcomed by Canadians. The opposition has also reacted positively to the proposed salary freeze, at least initially. Before concluding, let me directly address those who have been critical of the Jobs and Economic Growth Act and seem to have randomly pointed to select measures and deemed these to be unnecessary for singularly political reasons. They would, it seems, delay or defeat the Act to prevent these measures from going forward. Many of these individuals, spurred on by vested interests, have used as their partisan punching bag the provisions allowing competition in the outgoing international mail marketplace. Mr. Speaker, this is a measure that we know will directly save thousands of Canadian jobs. I ask those individuals to put partisanship aside and read the frank testimony the Finance Committee heard from a witness who spoke on this measure. A witness who pointed out that this competition has already been occurring for decades. Barry Sikora is a small businessman from British Columbia. Mr. Sikora has been involved in the international mail industry for over 30 years, employing people for over 30 years, contributing to his community for over 30 years. He was that witness, and he had a simple message: pass this act. In his own words, and I quote, "My company employed 31 people. We're not a huge corporation. We're an average business in the printing industry. Because of this situation, we're down to 17 employees. Many of our customers have left us. They have taken their business to another country, and they have forced our industry to lay off long-time employees, and that's not a pleasant thing to do. So already we've lost a significant amount of business. We're hoping that it will come back. But if this act doesn't pass, I'm out of business." End of quote. For those individuals spurred on by vested interests and their ideological, procedural, and partisan narrow casting, remember Mr. Sikora and the Canadians he employs, Canadian jobs he would like to add. Think about those jobs lost and the families impacted if we delayed or defeated this act. Clearly, Canadians are looking to all members of this House to take action to support jobs and economic growth. We cannot afford to delay the implementation of Budget 2010. This motion by the NDP is simply a tactic to delay House consideration of measures which are urgently needed to ensure that Canada's economic recovery continues. That is why the government does not support the motion. Instead, we will continue to work with the opposition to ensure this act is adopted by Parliament as quickly as possible for the benefit of all Canadians. I therefore call on all members of this House to oppose this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Well done.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I find it hard to believe that the member could actually make that speech with a straight face, because the reality is that we have no objection to the government introducing its budget implementation bills. But where we have an objection, Mr. Speaker, is when the government introduces an 880-page omnibus bill which goes way, way beyond budget implementation. They throw in privatization processes involving the post office, which they couldn't get through, Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 years under 2 successive bills. They know they can't get it through, so they throw it into the budget implementation bill, knowing that the Liberals have no choice but to adopt the whole bill. And there are many other parts to this bill that they have just thrown a whole hodgepodge of things into this bill, trying to force it through on the threat of an election. That is totally unfair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the government is acting to save thousands of Canadian jobs by enabling competition within the outgoing international mail marketplace. Canadian businesses will have more choice and opportunity for their outbound international mail if this legislation passes. What we're really talking about today is delaying implementation of key elements of Budget 2010, a budget designed to stimulate the economy and create jobs so Canadians can go back to work. The Jobs and Economic Growth Act is a testament to the proactive and ambitious actions that our Conservative government has taken, actions to ensure that not only Canada was protected from the worst of the global economic storm, but we will lead the global economic recovery. The NDP claim to try and help workers. They claim to try and help workers, but they have failed to give any suggestions or a plan to get more people back to work or to create jobs. That is what Year 2 of Canada's Economic Action Plan is about, helping Canadians emerge from economic hardship. But instead of helping workers, the NDP are too busy playing political games, delaying the implementation of a bill designed to help Canadians. It is designed to continue the fragile recovery that is already taking place.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, I'm astonished to see this Conservative member deal with this file, because when it got to the Standing Committee on Finance, of which I am a member, and where we discussed this matter with the business people, and what we found out was that this has nothing to do with the budget, nothing at all. And this should have been done in a standing committee that was appropriate to the issue, where we could have listened to people who, by their training or interest, could have asked questions of this nature. All we had was a few hours to go through hundreds of pages, almost 3,000 clauses. And I wonder how it is that this member all of a sudden feels interested and feels the need to speak to it, because then we should have seen his interest at the Standing Committee on Finance.
I remind my honourable colleague that this bill passed through committee unamended. Mr. Speaker, here are some of the provisions that the NDP are delaying with their political games. Eliminating tariffs on manufacturing imports and machinery and equipment. Narrowing the definition of taxable Canadian property. Implementing important changes to strengthen federally regulated private pension plans. Implementing the one-time transfer protection payment to the provinces. Regulating national payment card networks and their operators. Enabling credit unions to incorporate federally and to act as banks. Stimulating the mining industry by extending the mineral exploration credit. Creating greater fairness between single and two-parent families with respect to claiming universal child care benefits. Implementing an enhanced standing regime for tobacco products to deter contraband. Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the wonderful things that are in this budget bill, and I ask the opposition to get together and pass it so that we can get Canadians back to work and on track.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take part in the debate on this bill at a report stage.
Focused on the first group of the amendments that have been proposed here today and yesterday. As the Vice Chairman of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, I've gone through this bill. I've heard testimony from expert witnesses on this bill. I've spoken to Canadians from all walks of life about the implications of this bill and debated the merits of this bill with my colleagues. And one theme keeps surfacing over and over again: the lack of direction of this bill, which is indicative of the fact that this Conservative government has no vision for Canada going forward. Un manque de vision et d'ambition.
A lack of vision and ambition and an obvious distaste regarding what a government can and should do to help its citizens and to help prepare a country for an uncertain future.
Process and is a direct attack on our ability as parliamentarians to perform our due diligence. There are countless items included in this bill that should be tabled in separate legislation so that MPs can properly study them and arrive at an informed decision about them. The only reason I can think of to explain why the Conservatives have chosen to produce such a bulky and incoherent bill is because the Conservative government doesn't want us to be able to honestly and effectively debate it in the open because they have obviously something to hide. This is the reason we are here at report stage, having to debate all these extras, piece by piece, instead of in separate bills. One of those extra pieces that should be separated is the amendment to the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, one of our most important pieces of environmental legislation that is being gutted by this budget bill by allowing the Environment Minister unilateral power to avoid doing detailed environmental assessments on large projects by breaking the projects up into smaller pieces. The Minister can establish the scope of the environmental assessment as broad or as narrow as he or she sees fit, whereas current legislation provides for public consultations. This is a trend that occurs far too often with this government. No public input, no parliamentary oversight, all decisions made under a shroud of secrecy to advance their secret, hidden agenda.
And for your information, the Supreme Court has already ruled in the Red Chris affair, where it was found that the government was in violation of the law by giving the Environment Minister complete authority and responsibility and being able to change projects as he saw fit. Further, for the second year in a row, the government has used the Budget Implementation Bill to weaken environmental legislation, and these changes are a direct attack on the environment.
Or the increase of the airport traveller security tax. The problem here, Mr. Speaker, is this airport tax probably belongs in the budget, but the fact that they're not calling it a tax probably means that they shouldn't include it. But we're told the fee is for cost to purchase new high-tech scanners, and if this is the case, then it wouldn't be asking too much to ask that such a tax that's dedicated for a specific purpose be separated from general revenues. Instead, the monies collected are going to go directly into general revenues of the government and are therefore considered a tax increase. But when we ask how the amount of the tax to be levied was determined, we get no studies, no facts to back up the request. No evidence is provided to prove that the cost will be offset by additional tax, or vice versa, that the revenues from this new tax will offset the additional cost. This, Mr. Speaker, is what we call a hidden tax increase, and which is why the Canadian Tourism Association is against this tax. Tourism is already down in every region of the country, and this tax will further dissuade people from traveling to and from Canada. Canadian airport authorities are already complaining that they're losing passengers who are choosing to fly out of U.S. destinations. While Canada is struggling with its productivity, airports and travelers are stuck to pay more, while in the U.S., the governments pay for airport security directly from its general revenues. Un autre enjeu de ce projet de loi qui devrait...
Another issue in this bill, which should be separated, is the fact that this bill proposes closing the former EI account and making changes to the provisions which have to do with the EI Financing Board.
Appoints a board to establish employment insurance rates. And then, in typical Conservative fashion, the board is not consulted, and the government does what they want anyway in setting the EI rate, as we saw in the budget. The Finance Minister has already booked the revenues from the EI premiums using the maximum rate increases allowable, that is 15 cents per $100 of wages for the employees and an additional tax of 21 cents per $100 of wages paid by employers. The ones that are most affected by this tax increase would be small and medium-sized businesses and, Mr. Speaker, any worker out there. Not only is this tax increase permanent, it will increase exponentially every single year.
This bill does not meet the need to create jobs today, but constitutes, to all intents and purposes, a framework allowing the Conservatives to increase payments, contributions to EI by 35%.
$6 billion a year in revenues will be collected from a source that cannot afford to be taxed anymore, the everyday, hardworking Canadian. So again, here we are, because as I've said in the past, everything with this government is based on no public input, no parliamentary oversight, and all the decisions made under a shroud of secrecy to advance their secret and hidden agenda. This, Mr. Speaker, is unacceptable. At a time when Canadians are demanding more openness and transparency from elected officials, this government has tabled a budget that is so bloated and incoherent that ordinary Canadians cannot possibly be expected to determine whether or not this budget actually addresses their needs. In order to meet the needs and expectations of Canadians, it is critical that we take stock of where we stand.
We're having a hard time seeing how this budget will make Canada more competitive and more prosperous, or better prepared to create jobs or to protect pensions. The 2010 budget is a failure not only because it does not prepare the country to meet the challenges ahead of it in the short and middle term, but also because it ignores their very existence.
And parliamentarians we're distracted from the real budget numbers. We forget to ask questions about them, Mr. Speaker. But we need to look at the numbers because, after all, this is a budget bill. And the numbers put forward by the minister in this budget do not look good. This budget will cost Canadians, $238 billion this year alone, and add $24 billion to our national debt. These numbers are troubling, but the government will try to argue that short-term pain is necessary to achieve long-term gain. The problem is that their long-term projections are even more troubling. This budget will add over $100 billion to our national debt over the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, I cannot in good conscience vote in favor of this budget. I cannot vote in favor of this budget because it spends too much and achieves too little. I cannot vote in favor of this budget because critical areas of concern have gone completely unaddressed, while others have been covertly attacked because they don't fall into line with this government's radical right-wing ideology. I cannot vote in favor of this budget because it does nothing to get Canadians back to work, nothing to protect the jobs that are still here, and nothing to position Canada to succeed in the future. Ultimately, I cannot vote in favor of this budget because I love Canada, and this budget is bad for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the honourable member. But I'd like to ask the honourable member what he thinks about the $57 billion that this government is taking from the working women and men of this country. Money that they working women and men came from their own pocket, and now this government is rubber stamping it. I'd like to know what the honourable member thinks about this $57 billion that this government is spending.
The Honourable Member from St. Leonard, Saint Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. It's an excellent question. When the Liberals were in power, they obviously made sure that we were in a healthy position. The money was always put aside. It was always properly accounted for. And now this government is turning around and trying to hide it. And actually, Mr. Speaker, it's very easy to determine what happened with the money. They took the money and they spent it last year. They spent $57 billion just last year. So you can ask them where the money is. Look, they've got answers for you. And the money was not only taken from individuals, it was taken from small businesses, medium-sized businesses. That money belongs to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And tell the Conservatives to give it back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to ask my colleague who's just spoken, how he can explain, because the Liberals in 1995 began to pillage the EI fund. I don't want to use the word robbed, but they did this and they created a precedent because we were in the middle of an economic recession, and they cut the weeks that people get this. All they did was they took the money of the unemployed in order to pay off part of the deficit. This happened with the Liberals and it continued with the Conservatives. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, if we can say honourable in this particular matter, what would happen if you took power? Would you give this money back to the unemployed because it was money that was pillaged from the EI account? Or are you just going to close your eyes and continue blithely along, just act as if nothing happened? The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. It's a very good one from the bloc. I'd also like to thank them for the support they gave us during the years we were in recession, and where we had to make very difficult decisions, and we made decisions that were necessary. And here we see this government cannot even handle things. When we were in power, we invested money in training, in readapting workers, and everything we did was carefully accounted for. But now what we see is that people are going to be erased from the books. We're going to lose control of the whole thing. And people are taking power. And you're not supposed to... if we get into power, we're not going to steal money like the Conservatives do.
Member for Elma Transcona, very short question, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his presentation today. I'd like him to comment on the tax increases that the government is bringing in on the security fees paid for by air travelers. We're talking about a 50% increase here, and this is coming from a government that prides itself on lowering taxes, reducing corporate taxes to 15%, and here it is hitting Canadian travelers with 50% increases.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel, short answer, please.
Yes, well, thank you again for the member for the question. This government does not decrease taxes. This government has been the highest spending government year after year the last 4 years. Never in the history of Canada has any government spent so much money as this government. They're finding ways to increase taxes. The air travelers tax is a tax. It's a tax, and it's a tax. Don't ask me how to substantiate it. We asked witnesses that came before committee. Nobody was able to present one single fact on how they came to that number. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, earlier I heard something that I've been hearing over and over again, and I'd like to put a question to my neighbour, this member of Parliament who's in a neighbouring riding, because I was enthused by my Liberal colleague when he finished his speech by saying, I will vote against for such and such a reason. I'll vote against it for this reason and for that reason. And I'm sure that he's going to be there to vote against it. And I want to ask him, but I won't have the time, but I would ask him why is his party, why won't they all be there? They won't be there to vote, all of them, to vote against it. He said he'll be there. And I hope that you'll have the courage to do as the Bloc does, to stand and express in this House your opinion. And I have a great deal of respect for my colleague because he is, as I am, one of the deputy chairs of the Finance Committee.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about the amendments brought forth by the member for Outremont and his party to denounce Bill C9 in terms of parliamentary procedure, because I have served citizens as an elected representative in the National Assembly of Quebec some 15 years ago, and adopting a budget, introducing amendments, working as part of the parliamentary process is important. But at the time, there were two major speeches in the parliamentary system, the throne speech and the budget speech. And what did we do with the budget speech? Well, we read through the budget speech, and following that, there were a host of pieces of legislation for revenue, national resources, etc., which showcased what the Minister of Finance had covered in his budget speech. However, Mr. Speaker, they've said that there's a specific measure to change the sales tax, a corporate tax, various other taxes, various measures, economic measures, and that was part of the parliamentary process, and it came out in pieces of legislation that was studied in committee after committee, and we had the time to ask questions of the ministers, of the departments and officials, the ministers responsible, the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Energy. That kind of specialization existed. But what do we have today? Well, we've got this omnibus bill, a catch-all bill that contains 870 pages and thousands of clauses, virtually anything and everything all mixed together. Now, Mr. Speaker, things are in there that were not even mentioned in the budget speech. That's unheard of. And something we've never heard of, all of a sudden, boom, it's in the budget speech. Budget bill, rather. Now, there are some changes, amendments to Part 3, for example, and our NDP have made some proposals to amend this to remove Part 3 because we don't agree. Well, what is Part 3? It's the increase in right for air traffic fees. It's an increase in fees. The government has said that there are never any increases in taxes, but if parts of the Act call for an increase in fees, well, either they're incompetent or they're doing it on purpose, blatantly ignoring that, but there isn't a fund to protect passengers. They're going to be taking money and put it into the Consolidated Revenue Fund. And to protect passengers when there will be expenses, they're going to take money from appropriations and grant them. There's no link between the two. Exactly the same thing occurs in other sections. They say they're going to be removing Part 24, which is an amendment regarding employment insurance. Now, our colleague, the member for Acadie Bathurst, made a brilliant presentation on that. I asked him questions. His answers were clear and frank. He said it is a theft, and I agree with him. I'm quoting him when he said that. The government is increasing costs for whom? For the employers and employees. And the government has no business doing that. And at the same time, the benefits are being reduced. So once again, these are amendments as part of the legislation that should be going to a committee, a standing committee, empowered to examine the issues. Then there is a change to the Environmental Agency dealing with infrastructure projects where funding comes from the federal government. The title itself is so obscure that it's incomprehensible, and that's just been stuck in the middle of a catch-all omnibus bill. There's another issue, the National Energy Board. What does that have to do with the Finance Committee? What does that have to do with a bill relating to the budget. And that's why we agree with the NDP to remove those parts from the bill which are incomprehensible. Now, the Speaker has stated, or the Chair rather, in fact, said that it would be dealt with in two parts. Because there are two issues, Canada Post and AECL, that are being affected by this, that have nothing to do with the budget and the programs, revenues, taxes, etc. It has nothing whatsoever to do with that. However, we are going to be voting in favor of removing that completely because it has nothing to do with the budget. Now, earlier, I was listening very carefully to the members opposite, members in the government, who spoke against the NDP's proposals to remove these sections that I've referred to. Now, these are people I've never seen come to the Finance Committee. Where were they? I don't know. I've seen them here and there, but not at the committee. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you have a duty as a parliamentarian, you must take it very seriously and know what you're dealing with. You can't simply show up here and read a speech that was drafted by someone else that you haven't even read ahead of time. Mr. Speaker, members need to have the courage to say, this is what I think, because I am competent, I can say that. But what we're seeing today is deplorable. Deplorable because people are simply coming here, reading speeches, quoting people. Someone was quoted today, but they never saw him, that witness. The person wasn't even there, but we were, because it was at the Finance Committee. Even if it was imposed upon us when we said, no, it has to be dealt with at another committee. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois, which always works hard here to defend the interests of Quebec, but also to do a good job as parliamentarians, we are going to be voting in favor of the NDP amendments because those issues have no business being in this bill. I hope that all members of the Liberal Party will be present, will listen to the heartfelt cry from the member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel, and will be voting against this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to put a question to the member for the Bloc Québécois with respect to the $57 billion that will be disappearing from the budget if it's adopted. $57 billion that could be used to help people out of poverty, like seniors, young people who are going to school, parents who have no jobs but don't have access to EI, who don't have enough money at home. I'd like to hear the comments from the member of the Bloc Québécois on that. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, sometimes people don't even know how much $1 billion is because it's such a large amount. That's $1 million for each day for 5 days a week for 52 weeks a year times 4. That's $1 million a day for each of those days. That's what it represents. So for the next 4 years, there's $19.2 billion that will be taken away from companies in Quebec and Canada. Today we talked about the $1 billion that will go to providing security at the G8 for 72 hours. You know how much that makes? $14 million an hour. Who earns that here? Nobody. Absolutely nobody. Who spends that much? $14 million an hour? They do. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask a question of my colleague, and I'd like to congratulate him for his excellent speech. He's been on the Finance Committee since he joined us here, and he's doing an excellent job. Now, the problem that I find with the employment insurance fund is that it's being pillaged. But at the same time, since I came here in 2004 under the Liberals and under the Conservatives, they've both gone against bills and voted against bills to improve employment insurance. Now, we've talked a great deal about improving it for workers, about the threshold of 360 hours and eliminating the waiting period. But at the same time, millions of dollars have been taken away from workers, and the government is bluntly refusing to improve the system. I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on these remarks. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Well, Mr. Speaker, my colleague is absolutely right. Now, let's just imagine a situation, or dream about a situation for a moment here. For the next 4 years, the employment insurance surplus that will be taken out of the pockets of employers and employees will be $400 million, $3.8 billion, 4.2, and it will be up to 6.8. That takes us to 11, then 11 up to 19.2. Imagine what could be done with that in terms of eliminating the waiting period, telling people, you've lost your job, you lose overtime, you end up losing your job, but for 2 weeks you have absolutely no income. But before you get your first check, sometimes it can take a long time. We're seeing that in our writings, but they don't see that. They simply don't see that. So it would be wonderful if this government could one day say, fine, we will be more socially focused. We will be more in favor of people who are underprivileged, and here we have the money to do something about it. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great interest that I rise to deal with the report stage of Bill C9 and the amendments that were made to C9, the bill that will implement a number of provisions in the budget brought down by the Conservative government on March 4th last. Now, many of my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois have already talked about our opposition to this bill for many, many reasons. These measures do not correspond in any way, shape, or form to the needs of Quebecers who are looking for us to enhance employment insurance, the guaranteed income supplement to help the forestry sector, the manufacturing, etc., etc. We also need to support the furniture industry in our province. These are major priorities for Quebec in all of our regions, and these matters have not even been dealt with in the budget. Now, we're also opposed to Bill C9 because, Mr. Speaker, it is a blatant lack of democracy. It is, as many people have pointed out, a catch-all bill. And, Mr. Speaker, there is, for example, the privatization of Canada Post, things that have nothing to do with the budget. Our colleague, the member on the Finance Committee, has raised a number of issues and measures that were not even discussed at the Finance Committee, and he highlighted those matters. So this shows a lack of democracy, the fact that this is a catch-all bill with measures all stuffed into the same piece of legislation. Knowing that in a situation, in their weak position, their politically weak position, we'll be supporting them. And the Conservative government will be able to get these measures adopted and force them down the throats of Quebecers and Canadians. Now, among the many amendments that we talk about today, I'd like to refer to Part 24, which deals with a separate account for the bank account for the Employment Insurance Financing Board. The surpluses accumulated in employment insurance are being eliminated, and these are funds that came from employees at the same time when they faced cuts to their benefits. And that equals $57 billion. But with this bill, this catch-all bill, this omnibus bill, these accumulated surpluses are being cut and the account is being brought down to zero. And that's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. And I said this earlier, it's very unfortunate because, as you know, we have put forth a number of initiatives to support the unemployed through the elimination of the waiting period and enhancement of this to the system during an economic crisis. 57% of people didn't have access to employment insurance, and at the same time, huge surpluses accumulated. That is robbery, Mr. Speaker. The bill is taking money away from Quebecers and Canadians, workers who don't have access to employment insurance. And this money is being taken away to fund other measures. And those workers, Mr. Speaker, pay taxes, have contributed to the employment insurance fund as well. But we're going to have to find another way to deal with the poorest people in our society. There would have been better measures to take than simply removing all the money from the employment insurance account. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, this government is going to spare the banks, the oil companies, and the richest people in this country, and the deficit is going to be paid by the middle-class people and workers. At the same time, as I said, banks are getting measures, banks that are in fact using tax havens to hide phenomenal amounts of money. There are also tax incentives being given to oil companies. We also saw the support for the automobile industry, but at the same time, the unemployed were neglected, as was the forestry sector, the manufacturing sector in Quebec. The Budget Implementation Act confirms, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, that the Employment Insurance Fund is being taken away by the government. It's something that was set up by the Liberals in the 90s.
This misappropriation, and it is misappropriation. You take money away from employees and employers, that's their contributions, their premiums. When you use those funds that belong to the unemployed, and you put them and you siphon them off onto other expenditures, Mr. Speaker, well, I consider that to be misappropriation of funds. For 14 years, this misappropriation lasted, for a total of $57 billion. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker. I am absolutely flabbergasted. Since 2004, the Bloc Québécois has been fighting in this House to improve the guaranteed income supplement for seniors, and once again there has been theft. The elderly have been stolen from. The unemployed have had money taken away from them. There's been a refusal to improve the employment insurance system. There's no support with the GIS for seniors. And for years, many seniors didn't qualify for the GIS or didn't know about it, and they have never been paid back. There's always ways of getting around it, always ways of supporting the banks and the rich at the expense of the least well-off in our society, and that's what they're doing in this House, and it's shameful. It's as if all the misappropriation over the past 14 years with this omnibus bill didn't exist anymore. The debt has been wiped out. $57 billion has been taken from the jobless. And the page has been turned as if nothing had happened that was untoward. It's all happened in one fell swoop. And we know that it's going to happen with the support of the Liberals, of course. Of course, they're very guilty. They feel guilty because they were part of this misappropriation, and the Conservatives are just going to wipe this from the history books, or they're going to try and do so. The Bloc Québécois will always denounce this kind of political manoeuvre to misappropriate funds from the Employment Insurance Fund. It's unbelievable when you think about it, Mr. Speaker. They're trying to pretend that $57 billion didn't exist, and there's going to be future misappropriation because the EI fund is still accumulating surpluses with the contributions and premiums paid into it by employers and employees. And that future misappropriation will amount to $19 billion, Mr. Speaker. With that money alone, we could wipe out the waiting period for EI benefits. Several thousand people in my riding signed a petition to scratch the waiting period. We should improve the access to the employment insurance system. But no, that's not what's happening, Mr. Speaker. What we can see is that $57 billion was taken from the unemployed. There's going to be $19 billion taken from the jobless over the upcoming years, and there are being no enhancements made to the EI system so that workers can have more decent living in tough times when they're on the unemployment scrap heap, so to speak. Just like the previous government, they're going to continue with this misappropriation. The Bloc Québécois is just calling for the misappropriated funds to be paid back. The Conservatives need to improve the employment insurance system, which helps the unemployed. This stimulates the economy. Those that lose their jobs temporarily can continue to buy things, pay their rent, buy a car, pay for a lease on a car, ensure that the needs of their families are met. It's good for their families, for the economy. It's good in many regards, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of enjoyment are the follows. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine, the budget. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway, Justice, and the Honourable Member for Labrador Valley Inco. Questions and comments?
Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for his presentation today on Bill C9. And I want to say at the outset that we are looking at Canada in 2009, where the banks made $15.9 billion. We have a government that is bent on reducing corporate taxation to as low as 15% over the next 3 years. And all the while that's been happening, Mr. Speaker, we have the bank presidents earning as high as $10.4 million a year. Now, while this is going on, we have in this omnibus bill increases to the air security taxes which are going to be paid by all Canadians. And those airport security taxes are going up by 50%, making them and Canada the highest tax jurisdiction in the world, exceeding Holland, which was the highest up till last year. I'd like to ask the member to comment on how it is the government can get away with saying it's reducing taxes when it's actually increasing taxes for the vast majority of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I'll respond in part to the question asked by my honourable colleague, the member for the New Democratic Party. Well, as far as the banks are concerned, it's simple. There's been huge surpluses posted. There are some banks that use tax havens. There are some bankers that that have huge salaries, several $1 million a year. We heard about people who leave these banks that have pension funds and crazy amounts of money. And of course, when it comes to the government's EI fund, well, you just have to look at the fact that people no longer trust their institutions. A poor worker that loses his or her job, who isn't supported, the company that has to close up shop, and then they read the newspaper and they see the banker getting away with huge profits, and then governments are giving them tax breaks. At the end of the day, people lose confidence in these institutions. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Argenté-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague from Berthier-Masquillanger, who does an excellent job, Mr. Speaker. Now, when it comes to C9, he'll understand that the scope of this bill is so far-reaching, and it includes an entire chapter on Canada Post, eliminating the exclusive privilege for foreign remailing. And we know that in 2007, in our committee, the president of Canada Post said that Canada Post lost in 2007 $80 million because despite the fact that these companies were able to take advantage of infringing upon Canada Post's exclusive privilege. And so we don't know what's going to happen when this bill comes into effect. Of course, my colleague's very much aware of all the revenue losses for Canada Post, which will translate into a reduction in services. And we all know that in rural areas, like I have in my riding, and also in the riding that my colleague represents, well, is my colleague concerned about the fact that this bill is putting an end to Canada Post exclusive privilege for foreign remailing? The Honourable Member, a brief response. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. It's true that by privatising part of Canada Post through this legislation, which is supposedly a budget implementation act, and there's a Canada Post provision in this bill that really shouldn't be there. International mailing is a bit of a cash cow for Canada Post, and when they lose this revenue, the profits are being privatised, basically, and unfortunately, rural areas will have their services cut, not the big urban centres. In rural areas, recently there have been post offices shut down.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise again to speak to Bill C9. The bill has now come out of committee, and our party has had to introduce several motions to attempt to make deletions from this bill. And as a matter of fact, the bill is so massive at 880 pages, it must be probably a record. Certainly by weight. We have, I believe, 60 some motions here covered by these resolutions, and the other speakers today have essentially explained how it is and why it is that the bill has come at us the way it has, and It's been quite a number of years now that I can recall a similar type of approach being taken by a government, and that takes me way back to 1989, 1990 in a minority government in Manitoba, where the Filmon Conservatives did similar types of omnibus bills over, I believe, a two-year period. And not only did you have the budget implementation measures put into the bill, but you had extra items thrown in. I think one was a privatization of a business in Brandon that had absolutely nothing to do with the bill at hand. And so, if you fast forward to the present, this is the type of frustration that members in this House are dealing with in dealing with a government that has taken not only the Budget Implementation Acts, which we all agree are something that should be dealt with here, but they throw it in a lot of extra measures which rightly belong as separate legislation. And I guess the best example of that is the issue of the post office remailers, where the government over the last 2 years, or maybe longer, has attempted to get through Parliament Bill C-14 and Bill C-44, actually removing Canada Post's legal monopoly on outgoing international letters, which is a thin edge of the wedge to actually starting to privatize Canada Post. And they introduced that bill as two separate bill numbers in past years, brought it into minority parliament, found the opposition so strong that they could not get it through. And what they've done is they've taken that piece of legislation and just taken it and added it in to this omnibus bill. They have added in the sale of AECL, which the member for Skeena-Buckley Valley has rightfully pointed out has cost the Canadian taxpayers perhaps $22 billion in subsidies over its history, and at the present time, nuclear looks like it's making a comeback, and as the member indicated, we are looking at perhaps 120 new nuclear builds around the world. And what this government is attempting to do is sell off this Crown Corporation, probably at fire sale rates, probably to foreign investors, probably American investors, who will then buy an asset at a fire sale price paid for by the Canadian taxpayer, and will then make a success of this company by building nuclear plants around the world. And that is what is being suggested here. The fact of the matter is that this particular element of this Bill C-9 does not belong in this bill. This is rightfully subject for a different bill, a different day, a totally different subject for debate. So we want the Canadian people to understand what in fact is going on here. A government that cannot get its way one way simply circumvents the process and attempts to bring it in through an omnibus bill. Now, after the second prorogation of this House, we have had the opposition parties attempt to bring in motions and resolutions in an attempt to put some qualifications on any future prorogations by the Prime Minister. And I think that's high time that this House adopted some rules on when the Prime Minister can prorogue the House. Likewise, there should be some attempt made by parties in this House to come up with some sort of guidelines that the government should be able to follow for budget implementation legislation such as this. I think that an independent panel of people, an independent group of people, in fact, anybody in the public, I think my colleague, the member for Sudbury, would probably agree with me, that any one of his constituents or any one of my constituents will know the difference between what should be in a budget implementation bill and what is in this 880-page omnibus bill. The privatization of the post office, the selling off of AECL have absolutely nothing to do with traditional budget implementation. We only have to look at the environmental assessment issues, where, and our member from Edmonton spoke to this yesterday, but the government is weakening the environmental assessment regulations. Once again, something that they can't get through this House on their own. So what are they doing? Going around the back door. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to deal, and it would take hours to deal with all of the issues in this bill, but I want to talk for a couple of minutes about the taxation policy of this government. This government is reducing taxes on corporations, particularly on the banks. It's reducing the corporate tax rate to 15% at a time when it's already lower than the United States. It's doing it, Mr. Speaker, at a time when the banks made $15 billion in 2009, and it's doing it at a time when the presidents of those banks made up to $10 million a year. We have the highest paid CEOs in Canada, with the Royal Banks, Gordon Nixon, and Toronto Dominion Bank's Edmund Clark, who were granted about $10.4 million in 2009. We have CIBC CEO at $6.2 million, and we have all of these presidents in the stratosphere in terms of salaries. Well, what is the government doing while all this is happening? It's sneaking through a huge increase in air taxes, in air travel taxes being paid by all air travelers in Canada. As a matter of fact, the increases are going up 50% on security fees paid on flights. And we have an organization who the government is certainly very familiar with, the Air Transport Association of Canada, and they provided testimony regarding this bill, and they made some observations, Mr. Speaker. The observations they made are these: that in 2008, only 2 years ago, ATAC conducted a survey which ranked the security fees charged by governments and airports worldwide. And guess what they found out? Canada's security charges just 2 years ago were the second highest in the world, only, thank you, Mr. Speaker, only to the Netherlands. Only the Netherlands was higher 2 years ago. Well, guess what this government just did? It increased those same taxes by 50%. So after this tax announced in February, the Canadian security charges will be the highest in the world. We are the highest taxed country in the world as far as security taxes are concerned, having increased by 52% from $17 to $25 U.S. And guess what? In the U.S., the charge is only $5. So for a government that wants to be competitive with the United States, you have just made yourselves uncompetitive because your taxes are much, much higher. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I await questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his well-thought-out speech. I have a question for the Honourable Member. In this budget allows the Minister of Environment to dictate the scope of environmental assessments, and it allows the sale of all or any part of Atomic Energy Canada. I'd like the Honourable Member to tell me what these two articles are doing in a budget bill, and secondly, putting the Atomic Energy Canada in the hands of private industries and allowing the minister to decide the scope of the environmental assessment. Isn't that like putting the fox in charge of the hen house?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
You would think that the government would have learned by now, particularly with the food inspection process, with the cases of listeria in the last couple of years, and you would think the government would learn with the privatization of the air inspections. The whole idea that somehow you can follow the Reagan blueprint and simply deregulate companies to the point where they can simply regulate themselves and police themselves just doesn't hold water, doesn't stand up under scrutiny. You only have to look at the United States and the financial deregulation that's occurred over the last 10 years and look at the mess that we've had. We've had almost the world economy falling flat because of this deregulation that went on under Ronald Reagan's days, and being followed now by these neo-conservatives, these neo-Reaganites. In terms of the environmental assessments, the member's absolutely right. How can you possibly have a government simply take away the vetting process for projects when you see what's happened recently in the Gulf of Mexico, when you have oil wells being drilled, and because there's no proper supervision, they have an environmental disaster on their hands. And this is what you're going to see in Canada in spades if you follow this deregulation process.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question about the clause in Bill C-9 that we also find to be completely unrelated to anything budgetary, and is in fact really truly a stark move in the privatization, in the move to privatize Canada Post. Specifically, the removal of Canada Post's legal monopoly on outgoing international letters, or the remailer program. And I know this my colleague from Elmwood-Transcona, we both come from the same province, and both of us, as well as our other colleagues in the NDP, are very concerned about other ways in which Canada Post is being privatized. For example, the closure of one of the 4 national call centres in Winnipeg, leading to the loss of dozens of jobs. And while this government refuses to do anything about it, we're clearly seeing here a move that they're making to chip away at an institution that we are so proud of as Canadians, and that provides a vital service, which is that of connecting us, sharing communication, and I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on the injustice that is the privatization of Canada Post.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for her question. I want to point out at the very beginning that this is the type of activity and direction we see from a minority Conservative government. Can you imagine what sort of a government we would get if we had a Conservative majority here in Parliament in the last 4 years, or if we were to get one in the future? I mean, if they are this brazen that they would bring in omnibus bills such as we see here, trying to privatize parts of the post office when they couldn't do it through legitimate means, through bringing in Bill C-14 and Bill C-44 over the last couple of years, when they have to resort to this sneaky way of doing business, to put it into an omnibus bill like this, to sneak it through in a minority situation, it really begs the question of how dangerous they would be if they were ever found to be in a majority situation. I think people would agree with that.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Alfred Pellon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we are at report stage on Bill C-9, which is the Budget Implementation Act. The Bloc Québécois will vote against this Conservative bill and voted against it in second reading because it does not meet the economic, social, environmental, and financial needs of Quebec. Because, with the complicity of the Liberal opposition, the bill was adopted in second reading and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance for further study. What is important for me is that the bill goes against 2 unanimous votes at the National Assembly in Quebec. You must recall that the Quebec nation was recognized here in this House, and that the Prime Minister has already promised to apply an open federalism. Despite the unanimous request by Quebec, that the government give it $2.2 billion in compensation for having harmonized its sales tax. This compensation has still been refused, and yet agreements have been entered into with 5 other provinces to the tune of $6.86 billion. Now, what about the government's will to encroach upon the provinces and Quebec's jurisdiction by creating its own national securities regulator, once again, despite a unanimous vote by Quebec? Business people in Quebec are mobilizing against this move. The editorialist at La Presse newspaper, which is a well-known federalist organization, indicated, and I quote, "The expression predatory federalism is quite hackneyed, but this is what this is all about," unquote. Mr. Speaker, what I find appalling is to note that the government has introduced in this bill substantial amendments to other pieces of legislation, and that it doesn't have the courage to introduce and defend by presenting distinct bills according to our democratic parliamentary rules. At this report stage, the New Democratic Party has put forward amendments in order to withdraw 6 parts from the bill. It is absolutely logical and crucial to support those amendments. During the few minutes allotted to them, witnesses that we heard before the committee expressed their astonishment given the little consideration given to such important matters such as the exclusive privilege of the Canada Post Corporation, the privatization of Atomic Energy of Canada Limited, the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, as well as the Employment Insurance Act. Part 15 of the bill is entitled Canada Post Corporation Act. The measures contained in the bill would allow competitors of Canada Post Corporation to collect mail in Quebec and Canada to send it abroad. The fact that such a measure is included in the bill shows the insidious character of the Conservative government and its will to completely deregulate the Crown Corporation. The Bloc Québécois is sternly opposed to a privatization, even partial privatization of Canada Post. This Crown Corporation must remain a public organization in order to maintain universal services with standard rates across Canada. Part 18 is intended to privatize Atomic Energy of Canada Limited and raises a number of concerns for Quebecers. Nothing in Part 18 gives them any assurance that the federal government will continue to fulfill its responsibilities and continue to offer medical isotopes. The federal government must ensure the continuity of research and supply of medical isotopes. Now, Part 24 of the bill amends the Employment Insurance Act. The Bloc Québécois asked for significant improvements to the system, including to raise the benefits to 60% of insurable earnings, to abolish the waiting period, to standardize the eligibility threshold to 360 hours of work, calculate benefits on the basis of the 12 best weeks of insured earnings, to make self or independent workers available to regular benefits. And overall, the government has to present a way, and it must renounce its intentions to divert the EI fund, money that does not belong to the government. And yet the bill proposes rather the following measures. The 2008 Conservative budget had established a new Crown Corporation, the Canadian Employment Insurance Financing Board, which reports to the Department of Human Resources and Skills Development. This board manages a distinct bank account. All annual surpluses have to be conserved and invested in order to pay for program costs. Budget 2010 closes the distinct bank account of the board and creates a new account, the EI operational account. And finally, and once and for all, the surpluses that were accumulated in the EI fund have definitely been eliminated, retroactive to January 1st, 2009. Consequently, the EA fund will no longer exist, will be replaced by the EI operating fund, which has been reset. The EI surpluses have definitely disappeared. We're talking about an amount of over $57 billion as of March 31st, 2009, according to the Canada Public Accounts 2008-2009. And I'd like to remind you that money is the fruit of contributions by employees and employers. That part of the bill must absolutely be withdrawn. It is scandalous to penalize Quebec and Canadian workers. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has a number of concerns with regard to other provisions in the Conservative bill. For instance, in Part 1, there are measures dealing with income tax for individuals and corporations. Then Bloc Québécois is particularly concerned by the provisions dealing with tax havens. We have to eliminate access to such tax havens. The 6 major Canadian banks have incurred profits of $5.3 billion over the first quarter of 2010. Well, that's great for them, but why should they still be able to avoid billions in taxes thanks to their branches in tax havens? The Bloc Québécois wants to eliminate this practice so that banks pay their fair share of taxes. Moreover, corporations also use tax havens to pay less tax. According to the Auditor General's data, corporations would save up to $600 million annually by dealing with tax havens. The Bloc Québécois is urging the government to walk the walk rather than to propose these pseudo-solutions. Still in the banking sector, the Bloc Québécois has serious concerns with regard to Ottawa's centralizing initiatives with regard to credit unions. Part 17 of the bill is entitled Amendment to the Bank Act to allow credit unions to be constituted as banks. That measure amends the Bank Act in order to allow credit unions to be constituted as banks. The model is based on the same framework that applies to other federally regulated financial institutions. The Bloc Québécois is worried that the amendment, although presented as a voluntary one, is a disguised obligation for credit unions to fall under federal regulations. Once again, the federal government is showing that it wants to centralize powers and decisions against the interests of Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will therefore support the amendments put forward by the NDP. However, the overall bill will remain wholly unacceptable for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate the member for the Bloc on his speech. I would like to ask my colleague from the Bloc, I have an article or a provision here in Bill C-9 dealing with the environment. It says that it allows the Minister of the Environment to dictate what is to be environmentally assessed. I would like to know what the Bloc member thinks of that provision, and what does such a provision have to do in a Budget Implementation Act? The member for Alfred Pellan. I thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, that is one of the parts that the NDP would like to have withdrawn, I believe. I did not deal with it because our time is limited, but he is absolutely right. the issue of giving discretionary power to the minister is something that we've seen in the United States, and which has led to the things that we've seen in the Gulf down there. Now, such a measure, I believe, should not be hidden in a Budget and Implementation Act, and should certainly have been presented as a distinct bill for us to call witnesses and to hear about them on these environmental protection measures. Questions and comments? The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech. I have a question for him. $57 billion were diverted from the EI fund, and now with this omnibus bill, it's as if that sum would be wiped away. But we'll always remember that that money belongs to the unemployed. And yet, there will be another $19 billion in surpluses over the next few years in the EI fund. So I'd like to hear my colleague as to what the government could do with that $19 billion and perhaps better help workers. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellat. I'd like to thank my colleague for Berthier-Masquinongé for his excellent question. The fact that the EI fund has been reset and all the accumulated surpluses have been erased is a scandal. It's a scandal for our workers who contributed for years to build up that surplus. And what is most appalling is that according to a provision in the Budget Implementation Act, that even the surpluses that could be accumulated in the forthcoming years will be taken over by the government. I think that with the financial needs of Canadians, if you only think of older people who don't have the guaranteed income supplement because the government does not seem to have enough money to authorize an increase in the GIS, that's just a quick example I could give of what could be done with the accumulated surpluses in the EI fund. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickelback, a brief question, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's another provision in Bill C-9 which I find quite intriguing. It concerns the deregulation of Canada Post Corporation. That is something the Conservative government have tried to put forward twice in the House unsuccessfully, and now they've included that in this Budget Implementation Act. I would like to know. Now, why does the Bloc member believe that the government has presented this in this bill? Perhaps they have friends that want to buy off parts of the Crown Corporation. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellat.
Thank you once again to my colleague for this question. Yes, as a matter of fact, the question of partly deregulating Canada Post in order to make way for private sector companies is actually a situation that already exists. A number of companies trade illegally, and that has not been challenged even once by the government. And through this bill, they will be allowed to continue this practice, and it's undoubtedly very profitable because Canada Post will lose income and compromise the universality of the services provided in terms of mailing across Canada.
Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud tonight to stand on behalf of the people of Timmins James Bay to speak to Bill C-9, which is the Budget Implementation Act, and to set the record very clearly what we're discussing here. This is not normal budget implementation where in the past we would debate whether or not we support certain vision way forward of the government. And of course, under a budget bill, this is a matter of confidence. What we are discussing tonight is the abuse of parliamentary process. And I think that when you look at this government, the Conservative government, you are looking at a government whose only track record is abuse of public process and abuse of parliamentary process. You know, we could go through the issues of the prorogation where they ran legislation not once but twice through the House and then flushed that legislation down the toilet because it was politically inconvenient to have to answer questions in the House of Commons, and then had to start the whole process over again, a complete staggering waste of taxpayers' dollars. We see the culture of secrecy that surrounds the PMO and surrounds all the offices of Parliament now. It's the inability of the public, of the media, of politicians to get answers from this government. We see it in this decision to create a manual to subvert the work of parliamentary committees by the government, monkey-wrenching committees, so that work could not be done. This was handed out to the committee chairs to subvert the work of Parliament. Now, of course, we see other examples of abuse of office. We see the industry minister, a minister of the Crown, who's there to represent the interests of Canada on the international stage, acting like a cheap ShamWow salesman for some cleaning products in his riding. Now, but Mr. Speaker, I would ask you, when this guy didn't have a seat, would anybody have paid him to sell cleaning products? I don't think so. Maybe they would have hired him as a floor cleaner, but not to sell cleaning products. And yet he's standing there in front of a camera saying he represents the government of Canada, and he's hawking products for buddies of his. This is a staggering abuse of the public process. And now, how does that tie into this bill? Well, what this government has done is they've taken numerous issues that have to be scrutinized by the public, and they've slipped them in to the budget. And they've insisted, pass it right away, or we are going to force an election. We are going to huff and puff and blow the House down if we don't get our way. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm showing to the people back home how big this budget bill is and all the hidden booby prizes that are left within this budget. For example, the decision to slip into here, the HST, to force down the throats of the senior citizens and the people on fixed incomes in British Columbia and Ontario. Without debate, they didn't allow any hearings on this. We see the decision, not surprising from the government that has become little more than the government of the tar sands, to strip more environmental assessment protections away from the Canadian public and from the environment. They don't have the guts to bring it into the House and a standard bill. Oh no, they're going to slip it into a budget bill and say it's a matter of confidence. We see that the plan to sell off the AECL, our nuclear power agency, sell it off on the private market, maybe get 10 cents on the dollar, who knows. That's a staggering decision to take. But they're not willing to bring this before the public. They just want to slip it in, hide it away. It's an abusive process. Other serious issues, Mr. Speaker. Canada Post, the destabilization of Canada Post that's underway with their privatization efforts. I represent a region that's larger than the United Kingdom. Mail is essential, and mail has become more and more challenged over the years as more and more people are going online. And for mail service in rural areas to survive, you need the balance, you need the income. And the income that they rely on is being cut up, divided off, and again sold off to the private sector. Softwood lumber. This is the government that sold out community after community to get a quick deal with the Bush Conservatives, or Bush Republicans, who are very much like this Conservative Party. And now we see another plan to raise lumber tariffs in Ontario, Quebec, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan by 10%. Our sawmills are staggering, what's left of them. They're barely able to keep going. Most of them are shut, and this government is going to slip another 10% cost on that. Mr. Speaker, this is process after a process of abuse. I'm very shocked that what this government would do at the height of a recession is raid the EI fund, to steal $57 billion from the EI fund. It's not their money. This is money that was paid by Canadian workers as an insurance fund. And this government has bled red ink throughout the recession. Why? Because they gave one corporate tax break after another. There was no fiscal prudence. This government came in with a surplus and immediately started giving it away in massive corporate tax cuts. And for the folks back home, to get the real distinction, to get one of these tax breaks, you have to be profitable. So in the recession, who was making the money? Well, the banks were making money. The big oil companies were making money. They get the lion's share of these tax breaks. So further and further we see this country slipping into the red. So what does the government do? They decide to take it off the backs of working families. because up to, in some areas, 60% of the people who pay into EI aren't even allowed to collect it. So $57 billion of the EI fund is being stolen from workers. That's money that could retrain families. That's money that could be used to get our people in communities that have been hard hit by the economy help. Now, Mr. Speaker, just this past month, we lost 1,000 jobs in my riding. We didn't just lose the jobs, we lost all the refining capacity of Ontario in copper and zinc. Thanks in part, large part, to this government's lack of national vision in terms of dealing with companies like Xstrata, companies like Vale Inco. So we have now 1,000 workers laid off in Timmins who've lost their jobs permanently because of this government's boneheaded mismanagement of the base metal industries in Canada. And yet, just as these workers are needing EI, the government is shutting the EI processing centers across Ontario. And they're not doing this publicly, they're doing it in secret. When you ask the Minister for Human Resources a straightforward, straight-up question, why are you choosing at this time, in a recession, to shut 15 of the 18 EI processing centers in Ontario? She says, you're fear-mongering. She can't even stand up and say what her own department's doing. She can't own up. These are the things that are being slipped through, hidden away from people. And so we see right now, Mr. Speaker, the EI processing operations in Owen Sound, Aurelia, Kenora, Belleville, North Bay, Timmins, Sault Ste. Marie, Ottawa, Brantford, Etobicoke, Barrie, Peterborough, Hamilton, Niagara Falls, Thunder Bay, Kitchener, Oshawa. It reads like a bus road to nowhere. All these offices are being closed by this government at a time when access to EI processing is needed. And why are they closing it? Because they never did believe in maintaining a balance. The minister herself said that she didn't want people to get fair benefits when they were unemployed because that might stop them from leaving the province and going to Fort McMurray to work in the tar sands. And we see the members cheering. I want that on the record. They're cheering for the fact that when people lose their jobs and they cannot maintain their way of life, that they have to go work for dirty oil in Alberta. And this is what this government's plan has been all along. So they've cut the EI processing operations. They don't even have the guts to stand up in this House. They don't have the guts to stand up in this House and to say that they are shutting down EI processing. They're doing it. Mr. Speaker, this is what this bill is about. This is a massive abuse of public process because they're forcing through gutting the environmental assessment processes, gutting the EI fund, gutting the ability of the forestry industry to get back on its feet because they're going after them with softwood tariffs, and of course they're gutting Canada Post. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't think anybody back home should be surprised because Tory times are always hard times. That's the history of this party. And whenever they get in, they look after their buddies and they abuse everyone else. So, Mr. Speaker, the New Democrats have brought forward amendments to call this government back to account. We're taking out the things that don't belong in this bill. Let's vote on a straight-up budget, one way or the other. But we will not sit back and allow this government to abuse process. Maybe the non-existent Liberal Party, who've already left to go on vacation, maybe they will support them. But we will not. We will continue to act as the opposition to this party and to this government that is taking Canada on such a wrong track. Thank you.
Well done. Comme il est 17h30.
Since it is 5:30, the Chamber will now address private members' business according to the notice, the order paper today.
Consideration of motion M517, an instruction to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding oral questions. Standing in the name of Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong, seconded by Ms. Cadman, moves that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be instructed to recommend changes to the standing orders and other conventions governing oral questions and to consider, amongst other things, 1. Elevating decorum and fortifying the use of discipline by the Speaker to strengthen the dignity and authority of the House. 2. Lengthening the amount of time given for each question and each answer. 3. Examining the convention that the Minister question need not respond. 4. Allocating half the questions each day for members whose names in order of recognition would be randomly selected. 5. Dedicating Wednesday exclusively for questions to the Prime Minister. 6. Dedicating Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday for questions to ministers other than the Prime Minister in a way that would require ministers be present 2 of the 4 days to answer questions concerning their portfolio based on a published schedule that would rotate and that would ensure an equitable distribution of ministers across the 4 days, and that the committee report its findings to the House with proposed changes to the standing orders and other conventions within 6 months of the adoption of this order. Debate, the Honourable Member for Halton Hills, Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that something is not quite right with their democratic institutions. They know that something isn't the way it should be. They may not know, Mr. Speaker, exactly what processes and procedures, exactly what rules need to be changed, but they know that their institutions need to be fixed and they want them to be reformed. We need to respond to these concerns, and we need to reform Parliament. And parliamentary reform begins with the reform of question period. If the heart of our democracy is Parliament, then the heart of Parliament is question period. The 45-minute period each day where members of Parliament ask questions of the government in order to hold it to account. Question period is televised, and each day its proceedings are relayed through the national media to millions of Canadians, the people that we represent here in this place. If one thing has been made abundantly clear to me as a member of Parliament for the last number of years, and to all of us in this House, is that ordinary Canadians are disappointed with the level of behaviour in question period, and they want their parliamentarians to focus on the issues that really matter to them. Mr. Speaker, since this motion was made public just over a month ago, I've received phone calls, letters, and emails from citizens across this country. From Kingston, a proud member of the Canadian military wrote me, "I have served in the Canadian Forces for over 24 years, and the lack of civility in the House of Commons has been an occasional topic of conversation throughout the years. I've often thought it extremely ironic that my elected political leaders could sometimes be so immature and exhibit such appalling behavior when my fellow soldiers, sailors, and airmen are required to uphold such high standards of deportment both in and out of uniform. This concern has also been voiced to me by school teachers and truck drivers, by grade 5 students and boardroom executives. In fact, teachers have told me that the level of behavior is such in question period that they will not take their classes here anymore. This is the surest sign that question period needs to be reformed. When more than 4 out of 10 Canadians in the last election refused to vote, it is a sign that our Parliament is losing its legitimacy and its authority. Plus que 4 Canadiens sur 10
Over 4 out of 10 Canadians refused to vote in the last elections, and that is a sign that our Parliament needs reform.
About scoring cheap political points, rather than about the issues that really matter to Canadians. La période de questions orales n'est devenue...
Oral question period has become nothing more than an attempt to score petty political points, rather than studying questions that Canadians are really concerned about.
Where behavior that isn't permitted in any boardroom, dining room, or classroom regularly occurs here in the People's Room. And as a result, there is a growing divide between Canadians who are becoming more and more apolitical and a Parliament that is becoming more and more partisan. We as Member of Parliament need to bridge that gap by reforming Parliament and regaining the respect of Canadians. That's why, Mr. Speaker, today I move Motion 517, a proposal to reform question period. It contains 6 specific proposals to address question period and have it focused on the issues that really matter to Canadians. The 6 specific proposals call on the House Affairs and Procedures Committee to elevate decorum and fortify the use of discipline by the Speaker, lengthen the amount of time given for each question and answer, require that ministers respond to questions directed at them, allocate half the questions each day for backbench members, dedicate Wednesday exclusively for questions to the Prime Minister, and dedicate the rest of the week to questions for ministers other than the Prime Minister. I'd like to take this opportunity to elaborate on each of these 6 proposals. First, the motion calls for the elevation of decorum and the strengthening of the authority of the Speaker. From teachers with students on class trips to boardroom executives, Canadians want behavior and question period improved. The current behavior is unacceptable in any social setting, let alone this country's parliament. Pleas for better decorum are insufficient, and we as members of parliament need to give a mandate to the Speaker of this House to enforce the rules already in the standing orders in current convention. The second proposal is to lengthen the time given to ask a question and the time to answer a question. Currently, 35 seconds is allocated to the questioner and 35 seconds is allocated to the answer. Insufficient amount of time. And as a result, we get rhetorical questions and rhetorical answers. The lengthening of time given to ask and to answer a question was something that was done here at one point in time. The short 35-second rule is a recent introduction into this parliament. For decades, parliamentarians had a minute and a half to ask a question, and ministers had a minute and a half to respond to questions. Lengthening the amount of time given to ask and to answer questions will lead to more substantive questions and more substantive answers. Writing in the National Post, Tasha Kiridan opined that the current 35-second format may produce tailor-made sound bites for the evening news, but hardly allows for depth or reflection. She added that the motion is supported by research done on Western European parliaments where it was found that extending the question and answer time made for more substantive exchanges. The third proposal contained in the motion calls on the committee to re-examine the convention that the minister need not respond to the questioner. Sometimes I understand it's not possible for the minister to respond as they're out of the country on duties representing the country. Other times, the problem is that the result of the 35-second rule, where the questions are rhetorical and the answers become rhetorical, and the government, for good reasons, chooses to designate a particular minister to respond to those rhetorical questions. So if we are going to overhaul question period, if we're going to have more substantive questions, if we're going to have more substantive answers, then we should also examine the convention that the minister need not respond. Fourthly, I'm proposing in the motion to allocate half the questions per day to backbench members of Parliament. Currently, in question period, members of Parliament may only ask questions in this House if they receive the prior approval of their House Leader and party whips. This, in my view, is a denial of the right of the backbencher, of the Member of Parliament, to represent their constituents and to ask questions of the government in relation to their constituency. This introduction of the approval of the House Leader and the whip for question period in all the parties is a recent introduction. It was not something that was present here before the 1990s. In fact, I was speaking to a former parliamentarian who sat in this House for over 20 years in the 1970s and 80s, and he told me that he was shocked to find out that the Speaker no longer recognized members in the House spontaneously during question period. In fact, he told me that up till his time in Parliament, the first 2-3 rounds of question period, the first 2 or 3 rounds in question period went to the leaders and their designates, but that after that, it was private members, it was backbench members of Parliament who could rise, catch the eye of the Speaker, and ask questions that were of concern to their constituents. I think we need to go back to some sort of system like that in order to strengthen the role of this legislature. Speaking on the Sunday edition with Michael Enright on, our nation's public broadcaster, former New Democrat leader and respected parliamentarian Ed Broadbent said, "We still have to make changes to magnify the role of individual MPs." He added, "It is up to individual MPs to assert themselves and to assert their democratic rights." And Mr. Speaker, the final 2 proposals contained in my motion would dedicate specific days for the Prime Minister and for other ministers of the Crown to attend to question period. Presently, preparing for question period requires almost 4 hours a day per minister. There's roughly 40 ministers of the Crown in the government. Each minister spends 4 hours a day either in question period or preparing for it. And that's not unlike what's happened in previous governments as well. In any typical question period, only about 5 or 6, maybe 8 or 9 of those ministers actually answer questions. In other words, 30 ministers of the ministry spend 4 hours a day each preparing for and sitting through question period, and yet they have nothing to contribute or nothing to answer to. As a result, it's a lot of time and resources that are used unproductively. I'm suggesting that we keep the amount of time dedicated in this House for question period the same, but what I'm arguing for is a rotational schedule that would better allow the government to use its resources and time wisely, but also allow the opposition to focus on specific issues on specific days. This motion, if adopted, Mr. Speaker, would instruct the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to consider these reforms and report back the recommended changes within 6 months. Mr. Speaker, I was never a member of the Reform Party or a reformer, but this motion was inspired in part by Preston Manning and the Democratic Reform Movement and their earnest desire to see change for the better in Canada's institutions. Mr. Manning, writing in the Globe and Mail recently, said, "Although Motion 517 has been moved by a government member, it is not partisan in nature and deserves support from all members who want to see question period made more credible." He added, "There must be some way of making question period more civil, productive, and newsworthy, and the sooner we find it, the better it will be for Canadian democracy." Also writing in the Globe and Mail, John Ibbotson noted that this motion would reform question period, bringing greater civility to that raucous session and encouraging more sensible questions and more forthright answers. All parties should embrace the proposal. It would be another step along the road to truly responsible, truly parliamentary government. Mr. Speaker and my fellow colleagues in the House, what I am offering here are some viable and specific suggestions on how to improve and reform question period. They are simple and they are reasonable. But at its heart, this motion is about starting the debate on how to improve Parliament. Mais cette motion est un appel à...
But this motion is a call to debate. If the motion is adopted, the Standing Committee on the House Procedure will be called upon to launch a study and to study the feasibility of these suggestions.
To consider these changes, may in its best judgment decide to include additional suggestions for reform or indeed modify some of the proposals I've suggested in the motion. I hope, therefore, that members will accept and support this call to start the debate on the reform of question period and of Parliament in general. Le comité peut, de son meilleur...
The committee, in its judgment, can decide to include additional suggestions in the report or even to change some suggestions. So I hope that the MPs will accept and support this call to debate.
Sides of the House have been enthusiastic about this motion. More than 20 members have seconded the motion, and I want to thank them for their support and for their encouragement and for their input into this motion. Canadians are hungry for change and for reform, and I'm optimistic that parliamentary reform can reconnect Canadians who feel disengaged by witnessing in question period behavior that would not be tolerated around the kitchen table. I'm optimistic that we can reform Parliament and make it relevant to them once again. This motion provides for some specific and viable suggestions for reform. This motion is simple and it is reasonable. If we cannot, collectively, as members of this House, come together to achieve something as simple and reasonable and demanded by Canadians as the reform of question period, then what hope do we have of restoring Canadians' trust in their institutions and regaining their respect? What hope do we have of recapturing the legitimacy and authority of this place as central to the Canadian debate? What hope do we have to meet the challenges of our era and continue the nation-building efforts begun by our forebears? More than 4 out of 10 Canadians refused to vote in the last election. In doing so, they decreased the legitimacy of this institution and the authority of Parliament. As I mentioned before, Canadians may not know exactly what processes, procedures, or rules need to be fixed, but they know something is wrong, and they know something needs to change. Mr. Speaker, I have already mentioned the outpouring from Canadians who have taken it upon themselves to contact me regarding this motion, many of whom have confirmed this growing gap between their democratic institutions and themselves. A Canadian in Edmonton wrote me and said, "Wouldn't it be great if something like this could be done? I'm one of the countless Canadians who finds the whole spectacle of question period as it stands embarrassing and utterly alienating. Question period is probably more responsible for the low voter turnout than any other single thing. It sure would be nice to look in on Parliament and see the MPs at least appearing to be working in a constructive way for us all. An editorial in the Peace Arch News from White Rock, British Columbia, makes the following comment. A proposal by a backbench Conservative MP in Ottawa is one the general public and MPs of all parties should embrace. It goes on to state, the main point of government should be to get things done, and any reform of question period that would make it more than just theatrical performance would be a big step forward. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want their Parliament reformed. They want their democratic institutions fixed, and they want the level of debate elevated. This motion is a first but important step toward that parliamentary reform. I want to end on a final note about the great parliamentarian Edmund Burke, who once observed, all government, indeed every human benefit and enjoyment, every virtue, every prudent act, is founded on compromise and barter. I'm prepared to embrace the spirit of Mr. Burke's observation. I'm open to friendly amendments that support the spirit of this motion in order to build a consensus. So I urge my fellow members to support this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate our colleague from Wellington, Halton Mills, for the initiative. Certainly, this initiative is one that many people have discussed in this House for many years, and I'm very glad to see him make this first step, for which I congratulate him. And you said in the motion you had included 6 items, I think, 6 items, but it does not represent a limit of 6 items that the Committee on Procedures, and if the House adopts a motion, the Standing Committee could decide to broaden the scope of ideas and possibilities and of measures that we could look at. Do you have in mind any other measures?
Pas exactement, mais...
Not specifically, but I'm not the only MP in this House. There are many other members with other ideas. So if there are other ideas for improving the oral question period, I will support those ideas.
In mind, but there are 307 other members in this chamber, and there are many good ideas from all these members. If other good ideas come forward, I'm certainly open to them. And as I said before, I'm not wedded to each and every one of these proposals in my motion. I understand that other people have different ideas, but I do think that we need to change the way question period operates. We do need to elevate the behavior during debate and during question period, and we need to have it more substantive by focusing it on the issues that Canadians really care about. So I'm open to other suggestions and changes, and I'm sure the committee will do some great work.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member from Argenteuil-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a simple question. I believe that my colleague is well-intentioned and that he is open to debate, because at first sight, the situation that we have had to live with in the House of Commons during the oral question period, especially since the minority government has come in, has become even more tense, and the text such as tabled would increase the time for questions and answers, which would diminish the number of questions and answers. So we have to look at that, and if we're going to make a draw to see who will participate in the question period, then there will be more questions from the government, less from the opposition. I hope he's not trying to muzzle the opposition. I think that the honourable member from the bloc has a good point. This is an issue. I think that it is possible to find some other idea, such as, let us say, if you have more time to put a question, you don't have to lengthen your question. You don't have to make a long question just because you have time for it. And if the bloc wants to have questions of the same length as now, that's possible, because the bloc MPs could have questions that take less than 60 seconds.
I certainly believe that the questions dedicated for the opposition should remain there.
There's enough time for a very brief question or comment. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, I know my colleague from Wellington-Halton Hills is open to other alternatives. I have some problems with some of what is being proposed. Generally, certainly applaud the initiative. But I'm just wondering if he's had an opportunity to look at New Zealand and Australia and whether the procedures that they put in place 25 years or so ago would be open to consideration by him.
The honourable member for Wellington-Halton Hills has less than 30 seconds.
Once again, I'm open to all good suggestions and ideas. As a matter of fact, I was talking to my colleague from Brandon Souris, who recently witnessed how the New Zealand legislature functions, and the speaker there can compel ministers to respond to questions and to repeat those responses if he feels that the question wasn't adequately answered. So there are various ideas out there that are not in this motion that I'm open to.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honourable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
The honourable member from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say right at the outset, on behalf of the official opposition, that we, the Liberals, intend to support this motion that was tabled by the honourable member from Wellington-Halton Hills. We believe that this is a praiseworthy initiative, and we believe that it is again time to look at the way we proceed with oral question period and the objectives that oral question period should normally be aiming at. And I'm very glad to see that the honourable member from Wellington-Halton Hills confirmed to this House that he is open to suggestions and to amendments, and I hope that this motion will be adopted by the House so that it be sent to the Standing Committee, and he hopes that this committee and its members, of which I am one, has really made an in-depth, comprehensive study of the issue in order to improve both the substantial and superficial aspects of oral question period.
In Halton Hills was just asked, had he had an opportunity to check other jurisdictions to determine what kind of rules that they have in place for their question periods, and he responded regarding New Zealand, I believe it was, where he stated that their standing orders allow the Speaker to compel the Minister to respond again to a question if the Speaker deems that the Minister has not properly or adequately responded to the question. So I'd just like to give a little bit of information to this House regarding Australia and the United Kingdom. It's my understanding that in the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister's questions take place every Wednesday when the British House of Commons is sitting for a period of 30 minutes, and that this particular practice was established in 1961. Members of Parliament wishing to ask a question must submit their names on the order paper. The names are then drawn by lottery to produce the order in which they will be called by the Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition is traditionally the first Member of Parliament from the opposition benches to be called after the first question, and that's whether that first question comes from the government or from the opposition benches. As well, the Leader of the Opposition is allowed 6 supplementary questions in 2 groups of 3, And finally, if the Prime Minister is away on official business, then a substitute will answer questions. Those are just some of the procedures that exist in the British House of Commons, and it's a stark difference from what we have here in Canada. In Australia, Mr. Speaker, question time, I apologize, I have to use my magnifier. Question time is an institution in the Commonwealth, the federal parliament, and in all state parliaments in Australia. Questions to government ministers normally alternate between government members and the opposition, with the opposition going first. The House of Representatives standing orders allow the Prime Minister to terminate question time by moving that further questions be placed on the notice paper. It appears that it is possible for the Prime Minister to prematurely terminate question time, although this is almost unheard of due to the criticism it would generate. There is also no time limit for answers in the House of Representatives of Australia and of its member states, but a time limit applies in the Senate of Australia. And finally, the Parliament of the State of Victoria allows for a set number of, and I will quote, questions without notice, end quote, to be asked of proportionally from each party represented in the House. Mr. Speaker, I found quite interesting the point that was raised by my honourable member from the bloc, which is that should this motion be adopted, sent to committee, should the Procedure and House Affairs Committee say adopt this motion in its current state, that there would be a danger that members of the opposition might not receive the number of questions proportionate to the number of seats that they hold in this House. And I think that that's a very important point, and I think that that is something that definitely, and I'm hopeful that this motion will be adopted and sent to PROC, as we call it, that would be something that the members of PROC, I know I will, would advocate that we look at how to do it in a way to ensure that each opposition party would receive their proportionate numbers. So you might have a lottery for the Liberals, a lottery for the Bloc, a lottery for the NDP, and they would have the proportionate number of questions. I also think that it would be interesting for PROC to look at the legislatures here in Canada, because if I look at the legislature in my home province, la belle province du Québec, l'Assemblée, lors de la période des questions orales...
During a question period at the National Assembly, the time allotted for questions is much longer than what we have here. And the time allotted for answers is the same. And I was a bit of a fan of the National Assembly before coming to Parliament Hill. And I can tell you that despite some exceptions, that really allows the parties, whether it be the opposition party or the ministerial party, to really get into an issue, to deal in detail with a particular topic. And personally, I thought it helped people like me to gain a better understanding of those issues. I got a better grip of the various issues at hand, why a party had a certain position on a given issue, but why the other party had a different view, and why a government took a certain decision or put forward such a policy. Because ministers and members of the opposition had more time to ask their questions and answer them. So, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? 3 minutes. I would like to come back to say that we, the Liberals, the official opposition, will be supporting this motion as drafted. And we do hope that the House passes it.
Many of the members here in this House recognize me as someone who at times has contributed to the noise volume in the House.
Impossible.
And I want to say, yes, I have. There have been times when I have been very sorry for it, and there have been times when I have risen in my seat and apologized for something that I have said, and I have not needed to be forced to do so by a question of privilege or a point of order. I've done it because I've recognized on my own that my behavior was not correct. I would hope that other members in the House would do the same. Some do, some do not. That's a personal choice. But I will say, Mr. Speaker, when I was growing up, I'm one of 8 children. And when my parents used to have friends and family and guests over, there wasn't enough room around the dining room table. So many of you will probably know this. In the kitchen, we had the big table, and that was for my parents and the big kids, and then we had the small table, which were for the youngest. Well, when my parents had friends over and they were in the dining room, it meant that there was no adult supervision. And one of the games that my brothers and sisters and I created was called No Manners Included. And Mr. Speaker, I have to say that the rules for No Manners Are Included created great mayhem in the kitchen. And there were times where it required my parents or one of them to come into the kitchen and tell us to knock it off, to tone it down, or we'd be sorry about the punishment that we were going to have. But it did create a great deal of amusement. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the second part of that was Manners Are Included. And that was a game that actually allowed my brothers and sisters and I to develop what I've been told for many years since, wonderful table manners, great deal of civility around the table. So when I am not quite as civil as I should be in this House, I will try to remember manners are included and apologize for that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today to a motion brought forward by the Conservative member. You have to understand, Mr. Speaker, that earlier I questioned the member who showed some openness. Now, however, you have to take into account the situation. Now, why are we discussing today about the question period? We have to look at the recent past. Since 2006, we've had a minority government. Unavoidably, the government seems oppressed by the opposition's questions. But you'll recall the sponsorship scandal, Mr. Speaker, when during question period at the time, well, the question period had a great influence on Canada's policy at that time. So if you want to change the way we do things, we should not take away from the opposition the power it has, that is, to ask the questions to the people who are responsible for the files. At the time, Alfonso Galeano was bombarded with questions. So we have to look at what the impact of the Conservative member's motion will be. First off, I'd like to say that the Bloc Québécois, on the first part of the motion, that is to elevate decorum and fortify the use of discipline by the Speaker to strengthen the dignity and authority of the House, well, we agree with that part, and we've already indicated that on a number of occasions in this House. And we believe that the Speaker does have the power to elevate decorum, and that is his responsibility. And that is something he has to look to. As for the other parts of the motion, lengthening the amount of time given for each question and each answer. I was listening to the Liberal member give her speech before me, and she referred to the National Assembly in Quebec. You should always remember that at the National Assembly, there are fewer than 2.5 times the number of members at the National Assembly. When the reform will be implemented here at the House, there will be 30 extra members, and the National Assembly will have 3 times fewer members. So I guess it is normal that they have longer questions and answers, given that there are fewer members. And I said this earlier to the Conservative member who's moved the motion. We do not want to lengthen the time for questions and answers and therefore reduce the number of questions that the opposition could ask. And the member didn't seem to be clear. He said we should be able to ask longer questions. Why would the Québécois members ask shorter questions in order to keep the number of questions the same? But lengthening the question period would be, we'd need to displace committee meetings. And the third part, to examine the convention that the minister of question need not respond. Well, we've always said that it was a question period, not answer period. And ministers, through their responses, can say that they've answered the question. So I have questions with regard to that part. Part 4, allocating half the questions each day for members whose names and order of recognition would be randomly selected. Well, here again, if the objective is to allow all members in the House to be entitled to ask questions, that is both government members and opposition members, well, there again, you're adding a number of questions for government members, so fewer questions for opposition members. That would mean that we'd have fewer questions than the 440 we had during the sponsorship scandal in order to shed light on such matters. Part number 5, dedicating Wednesday exclusively for questions to the Prime Minister. Well, and then part 6, dedicating Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday for questions to ministers other than the Prime Minister in a way that would require ministers be present 2 or 4 days. So if there's a hot issue that deals with a given minister and his turn is only next Thursday or next Tuesday, we'd have to wait a week before being able to ask the concerned minister a question. And we'd have to wait a week before asking the Prime Minister a question on Wednesdays. That doesn't make sense. And so when we saw the impact of the question period during the sponsorship scandal, we, day after day, were able to uncover that scandal piece by piece, the greatest scandal in Canadian political history. So you'll understand, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the motion, you can be in favor of its principle. Well, we agree that there be better decorum, and we will support any such measures. But when you look at the various parts of this Conservative motion, you see here that the opposition will be muzzled by this, and we cannot accept that. I understand that the Liberal Party suffered through the sponsorship scandal is supporting the motion, but you will understand that the Bloc Québécois, which wants more transparency here in this House, will be opposed to any measures which could limit the time allotted to opposition members to ask questions. And so the decisions that will be made will be to increase transparency. I understand that the Conservative member has shown some openness, but we can only see that it's the Conservative Party that prorogued the House when there was pressure put on it on the Afghan detainee file, and this government has refused to hand over the documents, and the Speaker had to take a historic ruling to force the government to hand over those documents. And it is this government which does not want to have political staffers appear before committees. So we have to be careful. And I believe, when I read this motion as presented, I feel that the government wants to muzzle the opposition, and Mr. Speaker will always be opposed to any muzzling that the government could do. And with regard to the minority situation, well, the UK has just elected a minority government. And for a number of members, it's their mother country. But we'll see what will happen there. But we can't amend the whole procedure here, even though we have a minority government and we don't like how question period runs. Let's never forget that we're always for elevating decorum. We're always for more civilized debate. But unavoidably, to try to reduce the number of questions from opposition members and to reduce the time that ministers have to respond to questions. I mean, if we have questions for a particular minister and want to ask questions to that same minister every day, we should be able to do so, as we did to Minister Galliano at the time, because he was in charge at the time. So this motion could allow some ministers to just show up once a week and would not face a barrage of questions. Sometimes your colleagues stand up in the place of a given minister, and that's a message, and Conservatives do that very well. They'll decide that the minister concerned by a particular issue in the media decides not to stand up. Well, that's seen by the public and by the media. So, once again, this Parliament has always operated in a certain way, and it's given good results. And it shed light, for example, on the sponsorship scandal. So if the Conservatives are trying to amend the procedures here so that we could not uncover such government scandals, well, I have a hard time with that. So once again, the first part of the motion, which states elevating decorum and fortifying the use of discipline by the Speaker, we agree with that. But we don't agree with the other parts. So since there's more parts we're against than we're for, well, we're against the motion, although we do strongly support the principle of the members' the motion. Perhaps you would like to move another one, and perhaps better respect the fact that the opposition can ask any questions it wishes to do so. And any attempt to muzzle the opposition is an anti-democratic initiative. So I would suggest to him that before making any changes to our procedures here, to look at what's being done with the minority government in the UK.
For Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to this motion today that's being presented by the member from Wellington, Halton Hills. And I'd like to thank the member for bringing forward the motion because I think it is a very genuine attempt to be thoughtful about what goes on in this place, particularly around question period, and to offer some constructive proposals that we can look at and debate and hopefully send to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. The NDP will be supporting the motion, Mr. Speaker, because we do believe that it should go to committee and there should be a very thorough and detailed debate. Having said that, I do have some concerns that we'll put forward, but I do want to note that from our point of view, the NDP have been long champions of parliamentary reform in this House, and just in terms of recent history, going back to the McGrath report of 1985, which was about a 100-page report dealing with parliamentary reform. Bill Bleakey, who was the MP for us at that time and later became the Dean of the House, was very involved in the McGrath report, and that came forward with a number of parliamentary reforms which actually were adopted. But I have to say that since that time, there's actually been very little change that's taken place in the House. We've had a few changes around standing orders. Ironically, when the government was in opposition, and we had the changes around concurrence motions, for example, which gave a little more diversity in terms of scope for debate. But beyond that, we really haven't dealt with many of these changes that need to be looked at. Certainly for our party, we've brought forward motions in the House, for example, on prorogation and the need to have limits on to ensure that there isn't abuses on prorogation that we've seen recently with the current government and the Prime Minister. To us, this is all part of the debate about desperately needed parliamentary reform. Even going back to 1992, our member, Dawn Black, was a member of a special advisory committee to the Speaker on decorum. And I went back and had a look at that report. It was actually a very good report. Nothing really happened or came out of it. Again, in 2006, after we'd had a few incidents in the House that were just outrageous in terms of sexism and chauvinism and just people being completely out of line, there was actually a review by Procedure and House Affairs. And in fact, Dawn Black went to that committee because she'd been on the earlier committee. And again, there was a big debate about decorum. But the actual report that came out of the committee, the 37th report from Procedure and House Affairs, it was sort of, well, some members think this, some members think that, especially in terms of decorum, and no action was taken. So we actually don't have a very good record of dealing with these issues and actually looking at some of the substantive changes that need to be made. But nevertheless, I think it is very opportune that we look at this motion as an opportunity to say to the committee that we need to have a really serious debate about decorum, about question period, and to look at what changes might be made. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the specific suggestions that have been put forward by the member, I'd just like to go through a couple of them. I mean, the idea that there should be longer questions and answers, I think that's a good idea in principle. One of the problems is because we're confined to 45 minutes and because we have 4 parties in the House, and as the member knows, it's all apportioned by party, that actually shrunk us down to this 35 seconds. And so there are a number of variables here. I mean, there's the issue of making sure that people do have adequate time to ask a proper question and hopefully to get an adequate reply. But unless we extended the time for question period, we would actually be very concerned that as the 4th party or any other 4th party or even a 3rd party, that you'd actually lose questions if you extended the time. So we've got to think about these different variables. I mean, long gone are the days when Tommy Douglas would stand and ask a question that was, you know, very rational and thoughtful and maybe a couple of minutes long, and there were no TV cameras. And I think we have to recognize that television and the media focus on question period has really changed what takes place in this House. And I do find it interesting that the member quoted some media commentators who said that they too would like to see more decorum, and it's sort of a bit ironic because it's sort of like the chicken and the egg. You know, you ask these questions, 35 seconds, it's getting that media clip, the media are chasing it down, and the more outrageous it is, well, the more coverage, and so it goes around and around. And if we're going to change that, and we're going to bring back decorum, if we're going to look at question period being a more serious part of the work that we do, and I agree that people who come to this place and sit in the visitors gallery are pretty well horrified at what goes on and the behavior that goes on, but I think it also means that the media as well have to change their view of the debate and how they view what takes place in this chamber. Maybe we should invite them to the committee as well and have a discussion with them about decorum and question period and how it works. So that's one issue, is just the length of time of question period and how that in and of itself kind of jams the amount of time that you have for each question. The idea that there might be an exclusive day for the Prime Minister, in fact, a number of the suggestions here do come from the UK model, and I've seen some of that. And I mean, I think there are some interesting ideas there in terms of allowing members to have a space where they can ask questions that are more local, or to know that a particular minister is going to be in the House. But I think we also have to know that, you know, the main accountability of the government from the opposition is something that has to happen every day in terms of the questions to the Prime Minister. So only having one day to do that, which is what the British model is, I mean, I think that would be a very significant difference, and I think we would have some concerns about whether or not we would be dealing with the level of accountability that we need to see. I think there are probably other issues that could be looked at, Mr. Speaker, and I think most of all what we want to say from our point of view as New Democrats is that, you know, in supporting this motion, we think there's got to be, you know, a genuine discussion amongst the parties about how to deal with this. It has to be a non-partisan discussion, and it has to look at parliamentary reform overall. I do agree that question period is something that the public is very focused on, because the media is very focused on that, but there are other democratic reforms as well, and we had our motion in the House on prorogation that actually was approved by a majority of members. We've also brought forward initiatives on proportional representation, which to us is the most fundamental element of democratic reform, because it deals with the very manner in which we are elected, and the fact that the way we are elected now is not representative of the votes that we get across the country. And so the very make-up of this chamber is not reflective of the real standings that we have in terms of the percentage of vote that we get through our parties across the country. So, you know, if we begin with question period, okay, you know, we're willing to take a look at that. But we also really want to make a strong pitch here that that this is more than about question period. This is about democratic reform, and that has to include ideas around electoral reform, proportional representation, dealing with the issue of prorogation. In fact, we have a bill that we'll be bringing forward on that. And you know, these are things that are immediately before us. Mr. Speaker, I do think that the member obviously has put some thought into this motion, and I think we should encourage the committee to look at these proposals and maybe look at what's going on in other jurisdictions, and maybe look at some reforms that could take place. I think certainly on the question of decorum, this is something that we actually, if we mean it, we actually have to be prepared to say that changes have to take place, and this idea that, well, you know, the Speaker's got enough tools. Maybe he does or she does have enough tools, but I think it's something that we have to agree to as all parties, and we have to make sure that the decorum in this place is elevated, because I think people are truly shocked at what they see, and it's not something that we should be seeing as the people's representatives in this place. So we want to congratulate the member on this motion. We obviously have specific issues that we want to look at, but we think in principle this motion should go to committee, and it should be thoroughly discussed and debated, and maybe we can arrive at some very positive changes. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Wellington Halton Hills for introducing motion M517. I think, Mr. Speaker, and I think all members in this House would agree that anyone who brings forward a motion or attempts to improve decorum in this House should be applauded.
Here, here.
And I'm certainly a party to that. I know that I myself have many times abused the privilege given to me and acting in a manner that would reflect the decorum that is required in this House, and I have at times had to stand up myself voluntarily to apologize for my actions, or more specifically my words. So I think that any time we can have a discussion, whether it be debate or just a discussion itself, on methods that can improve the decorum in this House, and particularly in question period, I think is a good thing. I think that's a worthwhile debate because, as has been noted by many other speakers, question period truly is the window to Parliament. That is the one period of time on a daily basis when most Canadians view parliamentarians. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I think you would agree with me, and I think all members would agree with me, from time to time, it is not a very pretty sight. I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that there's not one member in this House who has not been approached at least one time by a constituent complaining about the antics or the lack of decorum in question period. I think that alone, Mr. Speaker, should make all of us take pause as to our own actions. So this motion is something that I think is perhaps overdue, but I also think, Mr. Speaker, that it bears careful examination. Many of the speakers who came before me this evening, Mr. Speaker, have suggested potential changes to the motion. The member from Wellington Halton Hills himself has said he would be open to friendly amendments because he recognizes the fact there's no monopoly on good ideas. The concept and the spirit of this motion, I think, is excellent. But I think also, Mr. Speaker, that there can be improvements to a motion. And I, Mr. Speaker, would like to go over 2 or 3 ideas that I would suggest to the member from Wellington Halton Hills on things that I think would strengthen and improve this motion. And I would like to present them now for members in this place for their consideration as well. The first point that I would recommend needs to be changed, Mr. Speaker, is a portion of the member's motion that states that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee should recommend changes to the standing orders regarding question period. As you know, Mr. Speaker, probably better than anyone here, being an occupant of the chair, that question period is not governed and bound by standing orders. It is a convention, and an informal convention at that, which has really guided question period practices over the last 100 years. So to recommend that the standing orders be changed to reflect what question period should look like, I think is, quite frankly, somewhat restrictive. And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that rather than saying the Procedure and House Affairs Committee should recommend changes to the standing order, it should merely recommend that a study be taken by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, because at the end of the day, they may not recommend changes to the standing orders. They may recommend a number of other things, but they shouldn't be restricted to looking only at standing orders. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I think the phrase "to study" is far more encompassing than to recommend changes, because I think this needs very careful study. Mr. Speaker, I'd also suggest that another portion of the member's motion that says that we should examine the convention that ministers need not respond to questions directly asked of them. In other words, suggesting that members or ministers must respond directly to questions. I'm not sure if that's quite what we need, Mr. Speaker, because as the member from Wellington Halton Hills himself pointed out, many times there's a good reason for a particular minister should not respond. And to force a minister to respond to a question, I think, would be a little restrictive. We've seen many times, Mr. Speaker, where because of the complexity of files, several ministers share responsibilities. And sometimes, inadvertently I'm sure, members of the opposition ask a question to a certain minister when they should have been asked to a different minister. So I think that portion of the minister's motion, or the member's motion, is a little restrictive, and I think we should change that, if not outright delete that. Mr. Speaker, I would also suggest that the 6-month period that the member from Wellington Halton Hills is suggesting that Procedure and House Affairs utilize to conduct this study is a little too short. And I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker, and I think a good example is what we've seen over the course of the last few months here in Parliament. We have seen, Mr. Speaker, and we know that members who raise points of privilege, and if there's a prima facie case found by the chair that there was a breach of privilege, be referred for discussion immediately to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. If that happened again, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that 6 months is not quite long enough, although it may be. I would like to see it extended to longer than that, although, Mr. Speaker, I will be presenting in just a few minutes a friendly amendment to the member from Wellington Halton Hills, and I have not, in my amendment, put anything longer than 6 months. But I would think that that's something that the committee should engage themselves in discussion. So, Mr. Speaker, I see my time is just about out. I wish I had more time because I think this motion bears a lot of discussion. I truly do. But I would, Mr. Speaker, with your concurrence, move an amendment seconded by the member from Kitchener-Conestoga that the motion be amended by replacing the words, quote, recommended changes to, unquote, with the word, quote, study, and by replacing all of the words after subsection 3 with, quote, allocating half of the questions each day for members whose names and order of recognition would be randomly selected, subsection 4, whether the practices of the Westminster Parliament in the United Kingdom, such as dedicating Wednesday exclusively for questions to the Prime Minister and dedicating Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday for questions to the ministers other than the Prime Minister in a way that would require ministers to be present 2 of the 4 days to answer questions concerning their portfolio based on a published schedule that would rotate and that would ensure an equitable distribution of ministers across the 4 days are appropriate and useful in a Canadian context. Sub 5, whether there are other practices of other parliaments based on the Westminster model that may be adopted and adapted to a Canadian context, and that the committee report its findings to the House within 6 months of the adoption of this order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Lakuski, seconded by Mr. Albrecht, moves that the motion be amended by replacing the words recommend changes to with the word study, and by replacing all of the words after paragraph 3 with allocating half the questions each day for members whose names and order of recognition would be randomly selected, 4, whether the practices of the Westminster Parliament in the United Kingdom, such as dedicating Wednesday exclusively for questions to the Prime Minister and dedicating Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday for questions to ministers other than the Prime Minister, in a way that would require ministers be present 2 of the 4 days to answer questions concerning their portfolio based on a published schedule that would rotate and that would ensure an equitable distribution of ministers across the 4 days, are appropriate and useful in a Canadian context. 5, whether there are other practices of other parliaments based on the Westminster model that may be adopted and adapted to a Canadian context, and that the committee report its findings to the House within 6 months of the adoption of this order. It is my duty to inform honourable members that pursuant to Standing Order 93, paragraph 3, no amendment may be proposed to a private member's motion or to the motion for second reading of a private member's bill unless the sponsor of the item indicates his or her consent. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills if he consents to this amendment being moved.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, I'm open to other suggestions. My understanding is that I will agree to this proposed amendment, provided that there will be as I understand it, a formal recorded division on it, so that other members of the House may be able to give their views on it.
So the amendment is in order then, and when this bill comes before the House, debate will continue, and then if members desire, a recorded division may happen. But now, la période prévue pour l'étude des affaires.
The period is scheduled for private minister's business expired, and the order is postponed to the bottom of the order paper.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. L'honorable député de Notre-Dame.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, La Chine, was not present in the House to raise the motion for adjournment, and so the notice is deemed to be withdrawn.
For Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to follow up on a question about the government's funding cuts for victim services and the failure of their crime agenda to meet the real needs of victims. I asked this question in the House on April 19th. The very next day, the Victims' Ombudsman appeared at the Public Safety Committee and testified about what the government should do to support victims in this country. I want to start by recognizing that all members of Parliament are concerned about victims. This government frequently claims that they are the only party that cares about victims. Canadians know this is not true. In fact, this kind of divisive conservative politics actually hurts victims of crime by diverting attention from their real needs. New Democrats want to work towards helping victims of crime and making our communities safer. Of course, the truth is that all New Democrats care about victims of crime. The NDP has long been the party who has stood up for the marginalized and for those whose voices are not heard. We have always recognized that most crime is directed at the poorest and most vulnerable among us. That is why we are the only party that consistently fights for policies that help improve the economic and social conditions of Canadians. I'm proud of my party's history on this issue. So I rise today to ask the government to reevaluate their crime policy and their narrow focus on punishment, and to refocus their efforts on meeting the real needs of victims. This government's crime agenda is pushing Canada towards a U.S.-style prison system that is expensive and ineffective. They want to lock up more Canadians for longer. Meanwhile, they are cutting back on rehabilitation programs, and they are failing to address the crisis of widespread mental illness and addiction in our society. Canadians know that these policies don't work. If they did, the United States would be the safest country on earth. It's not. The United States model is expensive and it does nothing to lower the crime rate. In fact, many U.S. states are now moving in the opposite direction of this government. But this government justifies its crime agenda by saying that it meets the needs of victims. This, too, is false. Don't take my word for it. Take the word of Steve Sullivan, who was appointed by this government and who served as the federal ombudsman for victims of crime. Here's what Mr. Sullivan said. Sentencing and the Get Tougher on Crime agenda will not meet the real needs of victims of crime. He said, sentencing is important to families, but it can't be seen or sold as something that will meet their needs because their needs are much more basic than that. Realistically, their needs won't be met by whether the offender gets 5 years or 10 years. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, the verdict is in. Longer sentences and the so-called tough on crime agenda are not what victims are calling for. What then should the government be doing to meet victims' needs? Well, they should reconsider their refusal to fund child advocacy centres. For 2 years in a row, the Ombudsman went to the government and asked for funding to set up these centres across the country.
He asked for $5 million for the project. Child advocacy centres provide services to child victims, such as young victims of sexual abuse. These centres would prevent crimes because we know that untreated sexual abuse is one of the factors that leads to becoming a sexual abuser in the future. But this government said no. In fact, just like they reconsidered their decision to cut $3 million from the Victims of Crime Initiative, I see that the government just this week restored the funds after the NDP called exactly for that, and I commend the government for listening to us. This government should reverse its decision to close prison farms, add money to addictions and mental health services, both inside prisons and in our communities, and listen to the many experienced corrections officials who know that rehabilitation makes us far safer than punishment. So my questions for the government are simple. Will they refocus their crime agenda to meet the real needs of victims? Will they commit $5 million to implement Mr. Sullivan's request for child advocacy centres for child victims of crime? And if not, why not?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to speak on behalf of the government to the important issue of funding for victims of crime that my colleague has just spoken to. The government has made the protection of law-abiding citizens one of our very top priorities. We have always put the safety of law-abiding Canadians first, and we have always believed that every victim matters. That is why one of our first actions upon taking office in 2006 was to introduce the Federal Victim Strategy. Since then, our government has committed over $50 million to this strategy. We created the Office of the Ombudsman for Victims of Crime, an independent resource for victims. We passed the Truth and Sentencing Law, eliminating the 2-for-1 credit that criminals get for time served in custody prior to sentencing. We have cracked down on organized crime, including drug crime, with tougher sentences. We passed the Tackling Violent Crime Act, better protecting 14 and 16-year-olds for the first time from sexual predators. We gave police and judges tools to deal with impaired drivers. To help combat white-collar crime, we will reintroduce legislation to provide stronger sentences. We want violent criminals, repeat offenders, and people who commit fraud to do their time in prison and not in their homes. Let me remind the House that this government began its tenure in 2006, our government, my government, by committing additional funding of $52 million for 4 years. $13 million per year for 2007 to 2011 for the Federal Victim Strategy. That same year, the Department of Justice received $5 million per year for victims programming. We raised that amount to $13 million per year, including $1.5 million for the Federal Ombudsman. For the past 4 years, our actions have shown our commitment to ensuring that victims have a strong voice in the criminal justice system and greater access to services. The Federal Victim Strategy included the establishment of the first Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime and a range of new initiatives within the Department of Justice and Public Safety. The additional funding has allowed a variety of new programs and services to be implemented in the Department of Justice. For example, the Victims Fund has been enhanced to provide more resources, totaling $7.75 million per year for victims of crime, provincial territorial victim services, NGOs, and others working to assist victims and their families.
Specific enhancements to the fund include providing financial assistance for Canadians who are victimized abroad, expanding the financial assistance provided to victims traveling to attend National Parole Board hearings so that they may be accompanied by a support person, enhancing services for undeserved victims of crime, and assisting victims with emergency costs in the 3 territories where the Attorney General of Canada prosecutes criminal offences. The majority of the funding that the government provides to support victims and families is directed to provinces and territories who provide the bulk of services to victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hoover Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, the government says they created the Victims Ombudsman. I suggest they listen to him. And, Mr. Speaker, the cost of ending the 2-for-1 sentencing credit will be $2 billion, and security for the summits, $1 billion. I think we can come up with $5 million for advocacy centres for child victims of sexual abuse. But I want to talk about crime prevention, something this government has cut. I'll quote Mr. Sullivan again. He said, "Preventing crime is the best victim protection you can have." The facts are clear. 70% of offenders never finish high school. 80% suffer from mental illness or addiction. 2 out of 3 youth entering our justice system have a mental health issue. Clearly, crime prevention means investing in education. It means getting tough on poverty and funding mental health and addictions treatment. It means having programs in our communities to keep kids away from gangs. And I emphasize, as Mr. Sullivan testified, victims want to know that offenders are receiving treatment and rehabilitation in prison so they never hurt anyone again. Does the government agree with Mr. Sullivan that crime prevention is the best victim protection? If so, will they commit to make serious investments in crime prevention and rehabilitation?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to respond to the comments of my honourable colleague. In the 10th of the budget, the current government has allocated funds for victims, more than had ever been allocated. It was $5 million in 2005 before we were in power, and now the invested funds by the federal for victims and their families and to help the workers who furnish these services and the NGOs comes to $9.75 million for each extra fiscal year. And this is a primordial priority for the government. And we're honored to have the first ombudsman for victims of criminal acts. The person who will replace him will be done in time and place.
Mr. Speaker, on April the 16th, I raised a question in the House concerning the strike in Voisey's Bay, in Labrador, of course, and there's ongoing strikes in communities like Sudbury and Port Colborne. They've been on strike now for nearly 10 months, nearly 1 year out of work. I would ask any member in this House how would they feel if they had limited income, very little support for 10 months. It would be a difficult time. Families are suffering, communities are suffering. I know of individuals who are losing their homes, who are in danger of breakups in terms of their relationships. Strikes, by their nature, when they're prolonged, have a very detrimental effect upon individuals and families and communities. While these people are on strike, the company in question, Valet Inco, now known as Valet as I understand it, they've taken Inco out of their title altogether, has been bringing in scab labour to fill these positions. With scab labour in place, you have to say to the government, what is the bargaining power for a union, for these workers? And today I had the opportunity to attend a rally with the United Steelworkers and some of their locals. They're a group, of course, of determined people, determined individuals who are fighting for their equality, for some fairness, and for their rights as workers, which are basic human rights. Every time we ask the government, what have you done? What steps are you taking to defend Canada's interests and the interests of our workers? They hide behind a flawed Canada Investment Act, and they hide behind the issue of provincial jurisdiction. I ask the government, Mr. Speaker, can they say to myself today, what message can they give to all of those workers about one concrete step, one thing that the federal government has done to defend the national interest, which is the protection of our natural resources, so that they are exploited for the benefit of the people in Canada? And what have they done to protect workers' rights? What steps have they taken to ensure that this strike ends and that there's a just settlement for the workers at all of these locations? And I particularly think about my workers back home in Labrador and those associated with the mine in Voisey's Bay. So I ask the honourable member that question, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Prime Secretary, the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for the question. And let me begin by stating that foreign investment plays a very important role in the Canadian economy. Foreign investors bring capital, knowledge, capabilities, technology, and other resources which can increase the productivity, efficiency, and competitiveness of Canadian firms. Their investments help businesses to expand and create jobs for Canadians. It is important to note that investment flows both into and out of Canada. In the past several years, Canadian firms have invested more abroad than foreign firms have invested in Canada. According to Stats Canada, foreign investments into Canada reached $549 billion in 2009, while Canadian investments abroad reached $593 billion. In order to ensure that Canadian firms have access to investment opportunities abroad, it's important for Canada to maintain an investment climate which encourages the free flow of investment in both directions. Recognizing the importance of investment flows into the country, Canada has a broad framework in place to promote trade and investment while protecting its interests. This includes the Investment Canada Act, which provides the Minister of Industry with the power to review significant foreign investment proposals. The review threshold for WTO members is currently $299 million in book value of the assets of the Canadian business. Where a proposed investment is subject to review under the Act, the investor cannot implement the investment without the approval of the minister responsible for the Act. The Minister of Industry approves an application only where he is satisfied that the transaction is likely to be of net benefit to Canada. In making his determination, the Minister must consider the factors listed in Section 20 of the Act. These factors include the effect of the investment on the level and nature of economic activity in Canada, the degree and significance of participation by Canadians in the Canadian business or new Canadian business, the effect of the investment on productivity, industrial efficiency, technological development, product innovation, and product variety in Canada, the effect of the investment on competition within any industry or industries in Canada, the compatibility of the investment with national industrial, economic, and cultural policies, and the contribution of the investment to Canada's ability to compete in world markets. As a part of the review process, Mr. Speaker, the Investment Review Division of Industry Canada consults with federal government departments with policy responsibility for the industrial sector involved, with the Competition Bureau, and with all provinces in which the Canadian business has substantial activities or assets. In October 2006, the Minister of Industry at the time approved Valley's application for review of its acquisition of Inco Limited because he was satisfied that the investment was likely to be of net benefit to Canada. The original question put forward by the member asks whether the government will stand up and tell Valley to get back to the table, negotiate in good faith, and demonstrate that Valley's investment truly represents a net benefit to Canada. The government is surely disappointed at the lack of progress in resolving the strike at Valley. However, as has been mentioned several times in this House, and as the honourable member mentioned himself, the strike is a labour dispute between Valley and its union. Labour relations are governed by a well-established legislative framework which Valley and the union must respect. The provinces of Ontario and Newfoundland and Labrador are responsible for the administration of the legislation which governs labour relations in their respective provinces. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address my colleagues in this House, and we encourage both sides to sit down together and negotiate a settlement.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary must have been quite good at rote because I hear this same answer every single time. I would say to him, foreign investment, yes, we welcome foreign investment. We always have. But when we welcome foreign investment, it must be on Canada's terms, and it must satisfy the interests of our country and the interests of our workers. I say to the member, 3,000 people in Sudbury, hundreds in Port Colborne, hundreds in Labrador who are on strike, some now for nearly a year. How is that a net benefit to Canada? And how do you go about holding a company like Vale to account when they don't comply with the Canada Investment Act? And I repeat once again, I say to the honourable member, can he give us one specific, concrete example of what the federal government has done to try to end these strikes, particularly in Labrador and in Northern Ontario?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in answer to his question, he asked it in the first part and he asked it in the second part, what the government has done for the workers at Valley. What we've done, of course, is create an economic climate in this country that has resulted in the net job creation of 285,000 new jobs here in Canada. Wow. That has made Canada the envy of the industrialized world. What that means is that once the company and the union are able to work together, once they've been able to resolve this dispute, the company will be operating in the strongest economic climate in the entire world. And that will be, of course, to the benefit not only of the company, it will be to the great benefit of the workers at Valley as well.
Pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been withdrawn, and the House will now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to study all votes under national defence and the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2011. I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself into Committee of the Whole. Order. House and Committee of the Whole on all votes under national defence in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2011. Tonight's debate is a general one on all of the votes under national defence. Each member will be allocated 15 minutes. The first round will begin with the official opposition, followed by the government, the Bloc Québécois, and the NDP. After that, we will follow the usual proportional rotation. As provided in the motion adopted on Tuesday, May 25th, 2010, parties may use each 15-minute slot for speeches or for questions and answers by one or more of their members. In the case of speeches, members of the party to which the period is allotted may speak one after the other. The chair would appreciate it if the first member speaking in each slot would indicate how the time will be used, particularly if it is to be shared. Lorsque la période est utilisée,
when the period is used for questions and comments, the chair expects the minister's answer to correspond more or less to the time taken for the question, because the time will be counted in the time granted to the parties.
Those that are very, very short in nature, that may take only 5 or 6 seconds to put, and we might allow the minister a bit more time to answer, given the fact that a 5-second question may elicit a longer time. But the chair will do its best to ensure that the opposition's question and its time is respected. I would remind honourable members that according to Tuesday's motion, during this evening's debate, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be entertained. Nous pouvons maintenant commencer.
We can now begin this evening's session.
South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to let the Chair know that all of the Liberal members would be simply asking questions and making no speeches. And I have very short questions on 2 or 3 different issues, and I'll put them without any prefaces, to make things simpler. Mr. Chair, the question I have for the Minister is, which senior officials from DND, if any, received the 2006 Afghan Human Rights Report written by embassy officials in Kabul, delivered in either December 2006 or January 2007, which repeatedly used the word torture to describe the treatment of Afghan detainees?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, these reports, as you would know, as all members would know, are received into the department. They would have been seen by certainly the Deputy Minister, those within the Chief of Defence Staff's immediate circle. These are reports that reference in general terms the situation within inside Afghan prisons. They do not, however, refer in any way specifically to Canadian transferred prisoners.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, who from DND attended the March 2007 interagency meeting attended in person by Richard Colvin, where he says a SEFCOM note taker stopped taking notes with regards to Afghan detainees. Was he or she ordered to do so, and by whom?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was not Minister of Defence during that particular time, and I was certainly not present at that meeting, so I would not be able to say who stopped taking notes or how that particular scenario unfolded.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Chair, in cases where the Minister is unable to give me the information, I would ask that he look for that information if he finds it and forward it to me whenever it's early and convenient. Richard Colvin mentions that according to good sources, at least 3 Canadian transferred detainees were sent to NDS black sites. Will the government confirm this? How often did Canada transfer detainees to these sites where human rights monitors are not permitted?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'm not aware of the so-called black sites as referred to by the Honourable Member. Again, if any information is available within the department, it will be provided.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Why did the government not accept the proposal of Canadian Embassy officials to have all detainees flown to Kabul for transfer to prisons where they could be properly monitored? Was it only because the detainees took up significant space on military aircraft?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I can tell the Honourable Member is that when we took office and shortly thereafter we put in place a new transfer arrangement that improved upon the arrangement that was clearly inadequate, the arrangement that was put in place by the Honourable Member's government that he, quite frankly, seemed to endorse. Upon putting this new arrangement in place, it gave us much greater ability to have eyes on within the prison system. It allowed us, of course, to inject a greater degree of accountability. We then embarked upon further efforts to improve the prison system and the individuals who were working there by way of mentoring them, making investments within the infrastructure itself, Mr. Speaker, and improving generally upon the overall human rights situation in Afghanistan. That's what we were there to do.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Chair, Minister has been quoted in November 2009 as saying, and I quote, "When Afghans are not living up to their expectations, we pause transfers. When they started to allow that access again, the transfers then began again." That's the quotation from the Minister. There were multiple occasions before 2009 when Afghan authorities were not living up to their obligations. For instance, at least 8 different complaints of abuse mentioned in the federal court decision of February 2008 of Anne McTavish. That there were complaints between May 3rd and November 5, 2007, at least 8 complaints that were before the court, at least in terms of evidence. Why were transfers only stopped in the 3 instances?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, what I can tell you is that since May of 2007, the supplementary transfer arrangement was, as you know, then implemented. Canada has temporarily paused transferring detainees once in November 2007, 3 occasions in 2009. The first 2 pauses in 2009 were related to allegations of mistreatment. The last pause was related to access to facilities. Transfers resumed when the commander on the ground felt confident that transfers could be made in accordance with our obligations under international law. And that is, in fact, Mr. Chair, how the process works. It's the commander's decision on the ground. It is taken in consultation with other departments, such as the Department of Foreign Affairs. It's also often done in consultation with other agencies, including, of course, the Afghanistan government. Mr. Chair, we continue to make improvements in this regard. The level of communication and consultation that goes on into these decisions remains very rigorous, and with the new transfer arrangement in place, I would suggest we have much greater information source to make that judgment call.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to ask the Minister this. That is, was there any particular reason why there was no public acknowledgement of these halting of the stoppage of the transfers at those times, at least the 3 times that the Minister has mentioned.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as with much of what occurs in Afghanistan, as I've already indicated, the commander on the ground made a judgment call based on available information. Very often, information such as this is based on operational detail, and so for a variety of reasons, on occasions, if operational detail might in any way imperil troops on the ground, might in any way impinge our operations or those of our allies, then that information is held close.
For Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, I have a very general question about the detainee and torture issue of the Minister, and the question is this. When did the Minister first become aware of the general allegations of torture and abuse in Afghan prisons? When did he first become specifically aware of any Canadian transfer detainees being tortured, or at least a complaint being made in that regard?
The Honourable Minister.
Clear, Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of any confirmed evidence that a Canadian transferred detainee was, in fact, abused. So this is an allegation that the Honourable Member has made repeatedly. But with respect to information available to me, I would refer him to the testimony of the Honourable Bill Graham, who held both the post of Foreign Minister as well as Minister of National Defence, so was my predecessor in this regard, and was in fact, as was the Honourable Member, a member of the previous government when the mission began, and in fact when the inadequate transfer arrangement was put in place. With respect to information made known to me, his colleague, Mr. Graham, had this to say. My experience as a minister was that we have in 2 ministries, he's referring to Defence and Foreign Affairs, which are very large, very competent people, and there's always a diversity of views. Within that group of officials, one works out what is the appropriate approach, and that's worked out at the level of those officials. As a minister, you get the result of that. You don't go downstairs to the bottom of Foreign Affairs Department and walk around the halls and knock on doors and say, what do you think about this? You have a deputy minister who comes to you and says, this is the view of the department. I relied on the advice of both military and civilian officials.
I'm just going to stop the Minister there to try to keep the responses in about the same length of time as the questions. The Honourable Member,
Mr. Chair. I don't believe that was a response to my question. My question was, when did the Minister first become aware of the general allegations of torture and abuse in Afghan jails, and when was any complaint relating to Canadians being tortured brought to his attention? Those were the questions.
The Honourable Minister.
Chair, as you know, how it works is he asks the questions and I answer them. He doesn't get to tell me what my answers are, but let me quote him, Mr. Chair. Let me tell him, Liberal defence critic, in speaking to this issue, said we need to continue to make sure that our forces in Afghanistan have the best available equipment until we leave, and that we have the appropriate plans for a significant role in Afghanistan afterwards. I agree with him. And so, Mr. Chair, what I continue to do is ensure that we're all working in unison in the department to support the men and women who are there at this very moment, carrying out this important task. When information comes to my attention, and that information very often comes through the chain of command or comes through the Deputy Minister and officials within the department, and we make decisions based on that important information. With respect to general allegations, general references to abuse of Taliban prisoners, Mr. Speaker, that information has been available for some time. We express concern. When we get specific information, we act. That's how it works, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Chair, obviously the Minister quoted Bill Graham favourably. Bill Graham also indicated to the media that there ought to be a public inquiry. Perhaps that should be considered. My questions are now going to move to post-2011, and I want to ask very short and specific questions of the Minister. I know that there is lack of clarity on this issue. The government has at some point said that we would engage in military and other training at other times. The Prime Minister and others have said that Canada would not have any troops in Afghanistan other than perhaps what might be stationed at the embassy itself. Now, the questions that I have in light of that, my first question is, will Canada have any Canadian Forces military personnel in the country following the end of the combat mission in 2011, other than those that might be attached to the embassy?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. We've been very clear. The Government of Canada has indicated that we will respect the parliamentary motion which was passed in this chamber. This motion states very clearly that Canada's combat mission will end in July 2011 and that troops will leave Kandahar province in December of that same year, 2011. I think that everyone understands that we're in Afghanistan doing many things, one of them being fighting for democracy, one of them being helping to establish the ongoing stability there. But we can't be in Afghanistan espousing and promoting democracy and not respect our own. So we will respect the parliamentary motion of which the honourable member, I believe, supported.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa, Vancouver South.
Mr. Chair, that really doesn't tell me whether or not there'd be any troops in areas other than Kandahar. The Minister specifically referred to Kandahar in terms of the answer. So the question that I really have is, will any of our military personnel be participating in training of Afghan National Army personnel after 2011?
The Honourable Minister.
Short answer is to be determined, Mr. Speaker, but we've indicated very clearly we'll respect and work within the parameters of the parliamentary motion. Now, the Prime Minister has been even more crystal clear in his response and indicated that we will be out of Afghanistan. And so, Mr. Speaker, that's on the record. The honourable member, I'm sure, is aware. But if he's proposing something different, we'd like to hear it.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the last time I checked, the Minister was a Minister in the government. We're just the opposition, and the question that I have is there is a lack of clarity on this issue. The Minister has said certain things. The Prime Minister has said certain other things. The Minister just, in fact, right now opened the door to the presence of troops in Afghanistan, and he indicated to be determined whether or not we would engage in training of the military personnel. And the question is, why are we not sharing that information with Canadians, with the opposition, having a dialogue, and are we sharing any of that information with our allies as to our future plans?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Chair, while the honourable member sounds very reasonable in his question here, every opportunity that we've taken at committee, I'm reminded by Parliamentary Secretary to Defence, any and every opportunity that has arisen to discuss the mission, which is in fact why the special committee was set up, it has been blocked by the member opposite and members of the opposition, focusing solely on the subject of Taliban prisoners. The government has on numerous occasions tried to raise the subject of an open and inclusive dialogue on the subject of the future of the Afghanistan mission and have been rebuffed at every occasion. But I want to come back. Prime Minister has been clear. I've been crystal clear again. We will respect the parliamentary motion, and that will see our soldiers leave Afghanistan in 2011.
This concludes the first 15 minutes. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As per the instructions, of the Chair, I want to indicate that I'll be taking my 10 minutes and that the member, I should say, from Medicine Hat and the member from Cumberland-Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley, will be using the final 5 minutes for questions. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I indicate to you and to members present, I'm pleased to be here, and I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition for, in fact, giving us this opportunity, choosing the Department of National Defence to allow us this important platform to discuss a number of important issues as they relate to the Department of National Defence and to speak as a minister directly about the values and the virtues and, in fact, the valour of the men and women of the Canadian Forces, those who provide such incredible service to our country, who are so capable and committed in what they do for Canada,
and I would add to that their families who support them. You'll see from the main estimates, Mr. Chair, that our government's focus remains the security of Canada, conducting operations and implementing Canada First Defence strategy. As Minister of National Defence, I've had the pleasure and the privilege of seeing the Canadian Forces up close and personal. And one word describes our men and women in uniform, Mr. Chair, and that is magnificent. It makes you feel very proud to be a Canadian when you see the work that they do. You could not be prouder when you see how they approach their work with such professionalism and patriotism. 6 weeks ago, I was in Afghanistan, and I was humbled by the courage and accomplishments of our troops. A few days after that, I had the opportunity with the Chief of Defence Staff, Walt Natinchuk, who's here with us, to travel to the Canadian Arctic at Canadian Forces Station Alert, and I witnessed those same values that serve the Joint Task Force North, who took part in Op Nunalivut, and we're participating with a special group within the Canadian Forces, and those are our Canadian Rangers. At the beginning of this month, as the Navy commences its 100th centennial of serving Canadians, I joined with others at St. John's Harbour as the HMCS Fredericton returned for refueling on the way back to its home port. She was pulling into St. John's Harbour, and it was reminiscent, Mr. Chair, of, I'm sure, many times in our history where Canadian naval vessels returned to home port, and to be there and see the faces of the awaiting families looking for their loved one on the deck of that ship was truly heartwarming. Mr. Chair, she was returning, the Fredericton, after completing a 6-month counter-piracy and counter-terrorism deployment in the Gulf of Aden, as did the HMCS Winnipeg and Ville de Quebec before her, and many other Canadian ships who have served around the world. As a Canadian, I'm very proud of what our men and women in uniform do every day, whether here at home and guarding our massive coastline and land mass, training for deployments on 17 missions, including Afghanistan, participating in international missions, Mr. Chair, whether they be NATO or closer to home with NORAD, and home and away, person for person, our Canadian forces are second to none. I'm proud of the work that our government is doing with our Canadian forces, proud to be part of a government that supports and stands behind their efforts. 2 years ago, the Prime Minister and I announced the Canada First Defence strategy in Halifax, and it carved out an important path for the future of the Canadian forces. Outside this chamber, Mr. Chair, as you know, carved on the Peace Tower is the historic words, "Where there is no vision, the people perish." And I would suggest with the Canadian forces, where there is no plan, the forces falter. The Canada First Defence strategy is that plan. It's a very visionary, long-reaching plan, one that will ensure the success of future operations and the continued success of the Canadian forces. As proof of that, and how our government plans and investments are paying off, these can very much be seen in the actions and the capabilities of the men and women in uniform and what they're doing. Just what they've done over the last 6 months, as an example, Mr. Chair. Almost 4,000 military personnel worked with the RCMP and other partners to provide security at the Vancouver Olympic Games, a hugely successful event that demonstrated our country's best. And as part of that, we're our best in the Canadian Forces doing their important work. At the very same time, 2,000 members of Joint Task Force deployed within 24 hours to the crisis in the aftermath of the earthquake in Haiti. Canada was among the first of those countries who responded to have boots on the ground. The HMCS Halifax and Athabascan pulled into Jacmel and Leogane, and within hours, much-needed supplies of equipment and, most of all, humanitarian aid was being made available to the people in Haiti. During all of this, we had almost 3,000 troops serving in Afghanistan and another 3,000 preparing to deploy. And as always, our bases, our training regiment, and throughout the communities of Canada, Mr. Chair, we have incredibly dedicated people serving our country and, in fact, serving the larger international community to the best of their abilities. And we're not done yet. 2010 is going to be a decisive and challenging year for the Canadian Forces, with the resources of the International Security Assistance Force focusing around Kandahar. Our CF are better placed than ever before to deliver real and lasting improvements to the people of Afghanistan, and I expect that we'll have a chance to discuss this mission in more detail tonight. Mr. Chair, the Canadian Forces do their jobs superbly well, and they are recognized and respected around the world. Les mois prochains, le Canada accueillera.
In the coming months, Canada will welcome leaders from foreign nations during the G8 and G20 summits. As was the case during the Olympic Games in Vancouver, we've asked the Canadian forces to give a strong helping hand to the RCMP to ensure security during those two events. I am proud of being able to invite people from across the world and to give them an assurance of safety. And that will ensure the confidence that Canadians have and the rest of the world have in our Canadian forces. Our capacity, our flexibility, and influence on the international stage depends on the strong work carried out by our military and civilian personnel who day after day ensure the safety of Canadians. Such assurance is the fruit of our government's determination to put an end to years of neglect and to make regular, prudent investments in our Canadian forces, to allow them to acquire the capacity they need to accomplish their work and that Canadians expect from them.
First Defence Strategy is a big undertaking, and one of our key priorities, of course, has always been investment in personnel. We're committed through the Canada First Defence Strategy to increasing the size of the forces to 70,000 regular and 30,000 reserve force personnel. But like most other employers, trying to recruit the best workers in a very sometimes competitive environment, we are also facing demographic pressures. A lot of people will retire over the next 10 years, and that attrition factor very much factors into our plan. Despite this, I'm happy to report that we have seen a 6,500 regular force recruit increase take enrollment oath each year over the last 3 years. That is to say that we have exceeded our expectations with respect to recruiting numbers, and we continue to have great success. The regular force now numbers 68,000 men and women, and we are confident we will hit our 70,000 mark well ahead of time, and I can suggest as well that the reserve force is also on pace. The government also believes in taking care, most importantly, of our men and women in uniform and their families. Over the last year, we've implemented the Integrated Personnel Support Centres, 19 of them across the country, where we coordinate services to ill and injured Canadian Forces members, veterans, their families here in Canada. There is, of course, a great obligation that is felt by those in the force that we continue to improve upon these services. There was also the launch of the Be the Difference campaign, led by the Chief of Defence Staff, and we're working hard to build a culture of understanding for our military that mental health is as important as physical health. Taking care of our personnel and their families is something we're always going to strive to do better. Honourable members will note that the main estimates include an increase over the last year of almost $600 million to supplement the ongoing procurement projects. This money will help support key acquisitions like the purchase of new land combat vehicles, Chinook helicopters. We'll, of course, improve our equipment across the board and purchase new, modern generation Hercules transport planes to replace our current fleet. This will complement the C-17 fleet that we now have in operation. The speech from the throne reiterated the strategic importance, Mr. Chair, of a strong domestic shipbuilding industry, which we will be launching as well in the very near future. Infrastructure I will speak to in greater detail. And in conclusion, Mr. Chair, I would suggest this has been a tremendous year for the Canadian Forces. The difference and defence of this nation is being made by these dedicated individuals. And today we'll be discussing the investments to ensure their ongoing safety and support throughout the country, so that the Canadian Forces can continue to carry out the missions that we expect of them, and Canadians continue to be proud of the work that they do abroad. I thank the Chair for his indulgence. I thank the members opposite. Look forward to their questions.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While Canadian Olympians and Paralympians were setting new records during the Vancouver 2010 Winter Games, some 4,500 Canadian Forces personnel were quietly working behind the scenes in support of civilian agencies to ensure the security of all those who flocked to beautiful British Columbia to be part of the extraordinary Games. I understand the scale and complexity of the Canadian Forces' contribution to Olympic security. Operation Podium was unprecedented. It involved maritime, land, and air forces, and together monitored the 10,000 square kilometers joint operational area and helped secure specific venues. In short, the Canadian Forces helped to ensure that the Olympics will be remembered an incredibly successful sporting event. And I would like to ask the Minister, can you give us a sense of how the various parts of Operation Podium came together to secure the Games so successfully? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member from Medicine Hat and for his very generous comments and informed comments, and particularly as an Albertan, his reference to British Columbia. The military, as he suggested and as I said earlier, was part of an interoperational exercise that involved a number of different departments. We had over 4,000 members of the Canadian Forces there, set up at various venues, keeping a very low profile. Their main role, of course, was in support of the RCMP, but also municipal police who were there and various agencies who were working together to meet the security requirements of the Olympic Games. Canadian Forces have very unique capabilities that he also referenced. Those capabilities included a maritime component which incorporated the naval personnel from both coasts and of 24 Naval Reserve divisions. The Navy conducted maritime surveillance, port security, dive operations, underwater sweeps, and 1 Halifax-class frigate, 2 Kingston-class maritime coastal defense vessels, 3 Orca-class patrol vessels, which are wonderful little ships, and many rigid-hulled inflatable vessels were part of the operation. We had land components, air components, Griffins, Sea Kings, as well as Hornets in the air. And all of this was overseen as a joint task force support element, a regular and reserve force. So, Mr. Chair, due to the close proximity to the U.S. border, we worked with our American partners as well, and it was a very successful game, in no small part because of the important security provided by the men and women in uniform, and many people who took part in that operation left with a great sense of pride. And I would ask you where you were when Sydney scored.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley, with about a minute.
Mr. Chair, as Canadians, we owe our men and women in uniform a great deal. The sacrifices they make on a daily basis help keep Canada safe and secure. Indeed, I think I speak for everyone in this House when I say that people are the Canadian Forces' most precious resource. It's therefore vital that we do everything we can to support our military personnel. It's particularly important to formally recognize their sacrifices and achievements. Mr. Minister, can you please tell us about some of the government's recent initiatives to ensure our courageous sailors, soldiers, airmen, and airwomen to make sure they get the recognition they so richly deserve?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence with a minute.
Thank you, Chair. I thank the member from Cumberland, Colchester. He comes from part of the world that I'm familiar with that also was the constituency held by a previous Defence Minister, Robert Coates. His question is an extremely important one in terms of what we're doing to support the men and women in uniform and their families. We continue to make investments in that regard with respect to pay and benefits, with respect to the treatment of the ill and injured, and also in terms of tangible recognition through various awards and medals. For example, Mr. Chair, we recently announced changes to the Southwest Asia Service Medal, the General Campaign Star, and the General Service Medal. One of the primary objectives of these changes was to recognize those who serve on multiple rotations and allow the Government of Canada to acknowledge the individual experience of men and women who deploy on operations with the recognition they so richly deserve. As well, this being the 100th anniversary, we've made a number of changes to the Canadian Naval uniform as well as the Sea Service insignia, which also is intended to recognize the uniqueness of maritime service. So we'll continue to examine ways in which we can properly recognize, acknowledge through both tangible and in some cases intangible means. And men and women in uniform, they notice. They see it in restaurants, they see it on the street. Don't walk by a soldier, sailor, airman or woman without shaking their hand and saying thank you, Mr. Chair.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to notify you that the time allocated to the bloc will all be used for questions by the Bloc Québécois. My first question for the Minister
concerns the reopening of the Royal Military College in Saint Jean, the CMR. The minister came with the former Public Works Minister to announce a partial reopening of the military college, which was closed in 1995 by the Liberal administration. And when I say it was a partial reopening, Mr. Chair, what I mean is that the status of the Collège Militaire Royal was not established with the same status that it had when it was closed. It had a university status when it closed, and when the two ministers came to make this announcement, the status it gained was a status of a college. We also have spoken with the minister on several occasions. The budget was $25 million and now the current budget for the school is $12 million. And the minister is undoubtedly aware that on the weekend there was the first parade for the partial reopening for the preparatory and first-year students. And I sense that there was a certain, very great pride on the part of the soldiers who were parading on the grounds of the school. And I think that when we talk about pride, you can't talk about just a little bit of pride. We need to have the pride that goes with the full status of a university with the budget of the former era. Perhaps the minister can confirm this. What I've heard is that there is work that is going to be undertaken in Kingston, and so they will require room for the members of the military, and the Saint Jean College could be a solution. And the high-ranking military members have also said that the time has come to reopen the Collège Militaire, and I must also say, Mr. Chair, that with regard to Francophone officer cadets, their numbers are declining, so I want to know from the minister, doesn't he think that the full budget should be restored with its full status to CMR? Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I understand that he has great interest in this issue, and I did have the pleasure of attending the graduation with him. This is a question, it's a question of needs, Mr. Chair. And as my colleague knows, we are currently seeing a period of upswing in the armed forces.
College, which also has language training that takes place. We have, of course, in both institutions a great history. As he's indicated, a tremendous amount of pride. Pride of participant and family, but pride within the Canadian Forces broadly. Many graduates from both institutions, as was the case with Royal Roads. With respect to the university status, the Royal Military College Saint Jean was in fact reopened by the Conservative government in the year 2007, something that we're very proud of. And in fact, it has seen enrollment grow. It has enhanced our capabilities without a doubt. And Saint Jean also delivers two main fully bilingual programs for officer cadets, including a 2-year Quebec CEGEP program that greatly enhances our capability. Mr. Chair, the department is very much aware of the interest both to the province of Quebec, many of those who live in the area of Saint Jean, to have that capability expanded. We're not ruling anything out, is the short answer. The reality is that we have the capability right now with the service provided by both of these formidable institutions, Saint Jean, RMC, and Kingston. We have, in fact, as part of our commitment to expanding the Canadian Forces, made a number of important investments when it comes to the area of official languages, not just at these two institutions, but across the Canadian Forces more broadly. And offering college and university level courses at both RMC, Saint Jean, and Kingston contributes to our ability to offer training to our personnel in the language of their choice. And so we'll continue to make those decisions based on all of the information, but most importantly based on the need, based on the capability, and based on budget. Those are considerations that I know the honourable member would agree with.
The honourable member for Saint Jean. Mr. Chair, I would like to go on to another topic, that of the fixed-wing aircraft, the search and rescue aircraft. As the Minister knows, we have been waiting for a bid, a call for tenders for these aircraft, and these are operated by military personnel, but this service is provided to Canadians and Quebecers, and it is the only service, at least from my perspective, when they are in an emergency situation. And I would like to know where we are at with this issue, because we're simply, the deadlines are always being pushed back, and I think that the amount in question has already been set aside, and we're simply waiting for things to go ahead. And I believe that there was a slight conflict between himself and his colleague, the Minister of Industry, and thus the National Research Council was asked to do an independent study. And apparently the government wants to hide this study from us, because apparently this study is not confidential, but neither is it public. And in addition, there are certain journalists who apparently have it in hand. So we, as members of Parliament, we've been already talking about censored documents, and we know that this report exists, so we don't understand why we cannot have access to it. So my first question is the Minister aware of this document? Does he intend to transmit it to the Defense Committee, so that it can read it and take a position on the search and rescue aircraft, because this is a very important aspect of the study we are conducting on Arctic sovereignty. So I would like to know from the Minister, is it possible for him to give us this study? And are the delays in acquiring search and rescue aircraft because of an imbroglio between himself and his colleague, the Minister of Industry? The Honourable Minister.
Président, il n'y a pas un imbroglio, une bataille avec moi-même et un autre ministre. Et avec la question sur le rapport, je connais bien les députés Bloc est toujours une traite dans les deux langues officielles, donc c'est nécessaire pour la traduction de ces rapports. Mais la réponse est oui. C'est l'intention de produire ce rapport dans les deux langues officielles. As soon as the translation made available to him. With respect to our fixed-wing search and rescue project, this is very much a priority within the Canada First Defence Strategy, very much a priority for this government, Mr. Chair. We fully intend to proceed with this project post-haste. It does have a long history. We have received a great deal of information from various sources, and in fact this National Research Council report, which he's referred to, allowed for an independent view and independent input from a number of sources, giving us a statement of requirement. And so, Mr. Chair, we will take this report. We're reviewing its findings. Our department, other departments, including Industry and Public Works, we're completing a review that will allow us to make a very informed decision. I know that industry itself anxiously awaits the opportunity to embark upon a process that will allow them to demonstrate to the Government of Canada that they can meet our needs. Those needs, of course, Mr. Chair, are great. We have a country that is enormous. When it comes to the stress and strain of our Sartecs, they have perhaps one of the most difficult jobs in the Canadian Forces. They're like Olympians in terms of their regimented training. Their daily heroics should never go unnoticed. They're covering a country like ours that has over 200,000 kilometers of coastline, 35,000 kilometers of coastline in a country like France. Our country is massive in size. Our weather systems are challenging. Our geography is also challenging. Those Sartecs need the best equipment possible. We're going to provide it to them, but we're going to do it through a transparent, inclusive process. We now have the path forward. We have the information required, and we are going to proceed in a way that will see us purchase new fixed-wing aircraft in the very near future.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. On the same topic, Mr. Chair, can the Minister confirm that according to the specifications in place, Can you confirm that the Air Forces prefer one type of aircraft, that of Alenia, and that the Minister shares the vision of the generals in the Air Forces? So isn't that something of a problem as well? And what does he intend to do with regard to a call for tenders, a fair and transparent one? Is it going to be soon? And I would like to know whether he himself has a preference within the range of aircraft that are available in this military contract.
Mr. Chair, I have a preference. I want to see the best aircraft at the best price with the best industrial benefits, as do the Air Force, as does the Chief of Defence Staff, the Deputy Minister. We all want to see those SARTECs that I referred to earlier with the best possible equipment to help them save lives. And they do. 12,000 lives annually on average. That's the rigor, that's the expectation in this massive country. And so they need specialized equipment. We're currently operating a fleet of Buffalo aircraft that are well maintained and capable to do the job, but they're aging and they need to be replaced, not unlike our Sea Kings. But we supplement that with Hercules aircraft, we have Cormorants, and we continue to provide an incredible service because of that dedicated professionalism of our SARTECs. But we're gathering all the information from numerous sources, both independent and within the departments, to make the best informed decision on the type of aircraft that meets the needs of our SARTECs and our Air Force.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Lastly, Mr. Chair, I would like to address the topic of the industrial defence policy. We are due to hear about the government's clear position on this, and I always cite the same example, that's that of the aerospace industry. And my first very brief question for the Minister is, does the Minister, in addition to being Minister of National Defence, is he also responsible for the economic diversification of the Atlantic provinces? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I just want to correct, I misspoke and said 12,000 lives. Of course, I meant 1,200. But that accumulates greatly when one considers how long our SARTECs have been performing this incredible service. With respect to the CADC consultation, I and other ministers had the opportunity recently to meet with the CADC leadership. We had a chance at that point to discuss some of the recommendations that they had made in their report, and we will continue, of course, to consult with them and with industry to get their feedback, to see how that we can improve procurement, improve and streamline a process. CADC delivered this report called A Vital Partner, supporting Canada's economic and national interests, and it does provide valuable feedback. It does provide us the type of information that we need. So ministers and departments are working closely with each other, with industry, with the Canadian Forces directly, of course, and the Defence Industry Advisory Council, all of whom want to see the best equipment procured to the maximum benefit to taxpayers, but of course to the maximum utility of the men and women in uniform.
The Honourable Member from Saint-Jean. Could the Minister explain to me why in the aerospace field, when Quebec has 55% of the Canadian industry in Quebec, why in the sum of contracts for airspace we have before us, Quebec only has 30%, whereas Ontario has 20%, the West has 20%, and the Atlantic provinces have 7%. We are far from the percentage from the critical mass of the airspace industry in Quebec. And the same thing with the Chinook contract. We gave $127 million to the Atlantic, $127 million to Quebec, and $234 million to Ontario. The two ministers of Ontario, ministers of Industry and of Defence, are they not getting this money in the expense of Quebec, while Quebec has to put up with such a small sum? The answer is no. This has to do with the incompetence.
Regional benefits felt across the country, but it has very much to do with each contract. For example, a contract was awarded very recently to the province of Quebec with respect to flight simulators. And so whether it's shipbuilding, whether it's the aerospace industry, whether it's our land combat vehicles, it very much depends on the competition that's out there, We don't measure to a nicety each and every contract. We look at the longer term. We look at the ability to provide the best protective, capable equipment for the forces. There is industrial regional benefits that factor into those decisions. You know, I don't know where the member opposite is getting these figures. What I can tell them is that we have a fair, open, inclusive, and competitive bidding process that very much gives Quebec the opportunity, like other provinces, to present their case, to make a bid, and at the end of the day, we want to wind up with the best equipment capable.
The honourable member from St. John's East.
And I welcome the opportunity to participate in this Committee of the Whole to study the national defence estimates. And first of all, let me reiterate, I guess, what the minister said when he last spoke during his time allotted. And on something on which I don't think there's any disagreement in this House. I think you would find unanimity in this House in the support for the valor and sacrifice and commitment of our troops and personnel who are making the sacrifice, in some cases the ultimate sacrifice, to act on behalf of their country in Afghanistan and elsewhere. And on that note, the Minister talked about a number of awards and new awards and medals that have been determined, and I think that we all support that. In fact, I was present at the first awarding of the new Sacrifice Medal, which honors the sacrifice for those who were killed or injured in the line of duty, starting at, I believe the date is January 2001. And I think the ceremony was very moving, with the Governor General there, the Chief of Defence Staff, the Prime Minister was there as well, and all these ceremonies have been held across the country ever since. I have heard one from a number of people, though, the request that such medal should actually be backdated, that there were those, and I think historian Jack Granestein told the Defence Committee a little while ago that maybe over 100 people who lost their lives in peacekeeping activities for the people in Government of Canada over the last large number of years. Is some consideration being given, and would the Minister give consideration to extending that sacrifice medal back in time, so that those who were injured or killed in the line of duty on behalf of their country during the peacekeeping efforts, so-called, over the last 30 or 40 years could also be recognized? Obviously, in the case of those who were killed, it would certainly be posthumous, but even some of those who did serve and were wounded perhaps have since died. But I think that's something that has been brought to my attention by a number of people. Would the Minister consider backdating that medal or coming up with a similar medal for those?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I firstly, Mr. Chair, want to thank my friend for his questions, his attendance here, and his ongoing interest, I know, in the Canadian Forces. In particular, of course, I know he has a great source of pride in the Royal Newfoundland Regiment. I know he attended Beaumont Hamel. He and I have discussed having an appropriate designation or monument built at Gallipoli, which also is there to honor our soldiers from the Royal Newfoundland Regiment and others who gave their lives. And so his question is one of extending back a particular award that was designated in this instance for the Afghanistan mission, and perhaps applying it to other missions, peacekeeping missions as he referred to them. And the short answer, Mr. Chair, is that is not entirely within the purview of the Department of National Defence. And this is not a bureaucratic answer. This is simply to say that awards, recognition, medals are done at Rideau Hall, with the overall decision being made in consultation, but ultimately by the Governor General. His suggestion that we would extend it further back in time would, I would inform him, go against previous practice, which is normally to go back 5 years. In this instance, we already went outside that time limit because of the length of the Afghanistan mission that we know goes back to 2001. So with regard to that, we always want to recognize the valor, the sacrifice, the contribution of those who serve. We attempt to do so appropriately. There have been rare exceptions where we have revisited issues. I know that Another contentious one that we've examined is Bomber Command, where, again, we're looking at going back a significant period of time in the case of Bomber Command. So these are very sensitive issues, of course, for families, very sensitive issues for those who sacrificed greatly. We always want to honor them. We always want to look for ways to do so appropriately. And so I know that those involved in this discussion will take his question to heart. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank the Minister for his answer, but I know the Governor-General plays an honorary role, but I don't think it would be it would surprise many Canadians if the government had no say in this, and I think he's been slightly disingenuous in not recognizing that. We look forward to hearing from him and his government on future recognition of Canadian sacrifice. I would like to, in speaking of Afghanistan, since we're at the Estimates Committee, and there's been some debate about this and different figures going around, can you provide, Minister, to the House the full and incremental costs for the Afghanistan mission from 2001 to the present, and provide us with an indication of the expected full and incremental costs for Task Force Afghanistan until the withdrawal in 2011?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to belabor the point, but it is in fact in Chancellery, and it does have input from a number of sources, so he's factually incorrect to suggest that it is in fact solely the purview of the Department of National Defence that makes these decisions around medals. With respect to his question, the all-up costs for the mission are well known. They've been published. They've been discussed even in this chamber. They are $9.4 billion. That is, of course, incremental cost. That is, in fact, the expense that would not have occurred but for the Afghanistan mission. So that is in addition to the regular budget that is allotted for the Department of National Defence. So the answer is $9.4 billion.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
The expected incremental costs until 2011, until the end of the mission?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
That is, in fact, till the end of the mission, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member from St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the estimates themselves, up until a few years ago, I understand the practice was that the votes 1 to 5 would be broken down in terms of the various line items for the maritime, air, and land components of the Canadian Forces. Is it possible for the Minister to provide a breakdown of votes 1 to 5 of the main estimates to indicate which what the amounts for each command would be? I see there's breakdowns by program activities, for example, on page 1817, and it does deal with land readiness, maritime readiness, but in terms of votes 1 to 5, I see them all lumped together, and I understand that hasn't been the practice until the last couple of years.
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I certainly will provide that information to the member.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the Minister for his undertaking in that regard. With respect to the Navy itself, of course, we've had a recent kerfuffle, if I could use that term, where the Chief of Defence Staff announced on May 14th that a previous order of Admiral McFadden would be reversed. This order would have affected the operations of about half of the fleet of the Navy, and I guess the question really is whether Vice Admiral McFadden did indeed issue the order, and what led the order to being issued, because afterwards, when the directive hit the media, the Minister actually said that these operational decisions had not been taken. Could you explain to the House your discrepancy as to what the Chief of Defence Staff said later that same day?
The Honourable Minister.
Chair, let's be clear, we're all on the same page. The Navy will not be taking ships out of commission or mothballing them or tying them up. I think there was a lot of miscommunication that went on around this issue. The reality is the Canadian Navy will receive more money this year. They'll in fact receive in excess of $200 million more in this fiscal year. They have seen an increase of their budget since we took office, since 2005, where the expenditures were
were somewhere in the range of $1 billion. They've now gone to $1.5 billion. This year, as I mentioned, their expenditures with respect to maintenance, we'll see an increase of $209 million. So the Navy has the money necessary to operate, to do what we expect of them, which is an extremely important job. They're able to operate in all three oceans. Admiral McFadden, the Chief of Defense Staff, and I are all on the same page. The orders are clear. We know that the Navy are going to continue to do exceptional work, and we're going to give them the necessary resources. There are, of course, always challenges with respect to personnel, having the necessary personnel to be aboard ships. We also, of course, have challenges with refits that are taking place with regard to the Halifax frigates, the submarines that are in repair. So that requires a great deal of coordination for ships that are under repair, ships that are at sea, ongoing missions and expectations both at home and abroad.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Chair. Let me get this straight, Mr. Chairman. Is the Minister now saying that there never was an order by Admiral McFadden that the Chief of Defence Staff actually said that he rescinded? Is that what he's saying, that there never was an order, although it was rescinded by the Chief of Defence Staff?
The Honourable Minister.
I think there was a direction given, Mr. Chair, but it's been clarified. Clearly, there was information that didn't accurately reflect what was to take place. We now have clarification. We now know that those particular vessels will continue operation. There's a lot of misinformation, a lot of attempts, in fact, I'm sure, to fan the flames of what was really a made-up scandal, or as what the Chief of Defence Staff quite rightly called a tempest in a teapot, or a tempest in a tugboat, perhaps, in this case, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Chair. That's sort of strange because General Natinchuk is quoted in the Globe and Mail as praising Vice Admiral McFadden and defending his balancing of priorities. In other words, he supported the fact that General McFadden was making decisions based on the budget allocation, although he countermanded the order. The misinformation doesn't seem to be coming from the CDS, Mr. Chair. I think the Minister... Can the Minister say that he didn't know anything about this until the CDS clarified, as he called it?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Chair, I know the Honourable Member likes to dig, but the reality is here that it's all clear. It's clear sailing. We have ships on both coasts, ships that work in the Arctic, ships, as I mentioned earlier, that take part in international exercises. What's important here, let's be clear, is that the Canadian forces and the Canadian Navy have sufficient resources to do their job, and that's my job, to see that they have the necessary resources. The Canadian Navy will receive more money in their budget this year than they have ever had in their 100-year history. And so that's a pretty strong commitment from the Government of Canada. That will allow them to do their important work. It will allow them to continue to shine, to continue to receive the accolades that they so richly deserve. And I know the Honourable Member will want to join me in praising them and supporting them. I know he wants to do that.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Chair. I guess it's all a mirage, that it was all a mirage, the decision of the Vice Admiral to balance the priorities. As I understand, the priorities in his letter were that the Victoria-class submarines were a priority and the frigates were a priority over and above the coastal patrol vessels. But if the minister's view is that all was all a mirage, that nothing happened, that the decision wasn't made, then I guess we either have to accept him at his word, Mr. Chair, or continue to wonder what goes on behind the scenes. Speaking again of the, speaking of mirages, but let's go to jets and F-18 fighters. We just finished in March of this year a significant upgrade and modernization of our F-18 fleet. There were two phases to that modernization and upgrade. The last of the 80, I think, or 79 jets being delivered from that program in March of this year. Yet we continue to hear rumors of an immediate plan to replace those jets. Can you tell us what the expected life of the useful life of these F-18s that we just finished refurbishing and modernizing? What would that be from here on in, Mr. Chairman?
Well, Chair, thank you. The current fleet
I should say the current F-18 jets will be in operation until 2017, is the short answer. I want to come back to Mirage, though, because the Mirage here, let's be clear, is the honourable member's vote, because his vote wasn't there when it came to the increases for the Navy, the increases for the Canadian Forces generally on a whole range of issues. So there's the Mirage. So let's be clear on that fact. With respect to the ongoing maintenance, this contract is actually a huge success story, as is the case with so much of what the Canadian Forces are doing these days. This contract was completed on budget, ahead of schedule. And we now have 80 planes that are able to perform that important work. There is, of course, a entire modernization program that was phased over 8 years at a cost of $2.6 billion. The total of 80 CF-18 Hornet aircraft went through what's called a midlife upgrade, and I know my colleague here from Edmonton has flown those aircraft, so he knows of what he speaks. We also know that we are now well down the road on a replacement program, the Joint Strike Fighter program, of which Canada has already made significant investments. We'll see the next generation fighter capability. We'll see Canada participate in that program and avail itself of an aircraft that will exceed the current capability. This has been a magnificent aircraft. This next generation fighter will be, again, an open, competitive, transparent process that will see us receive the best capability to provide that capability to the best pilots in the world. We know that we have some participating right now in Operation Maple Flag, which is a great chance for Canada to showcase its fighter capability.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I'm happy to discuss the main estimates for the Department of National Defence and speak about a group of people that I respect and admire greatly. I just want to say I'll be sharing the last 5 minutes of my time with the honourable members from Kitchener-Conestoga and Edmonton-Leduc. Much of today's discussion will revolve around dollar figures, funding levels, programs and initiatives. But these figures are meaningless without understanding how they support the serious, dangerous and courageous work being done by the Canadian Forces every day. For 46 years, Mr. Chair, in and out of uniform, I've gotten to know our servicemen and women. They are extraordinary at what they do. They are passionate and committed about what they do. They are consummate professionals. They are the very embodiment of what Canada is and what it wishes to be, a force for good in the world. Our Canadian Forces are deployed in 16 diverse and dangerous missions around the world, and for this they need their country's support. But let me speak about Afghanistan. Most of our roughly 2,800 troops there are in Kandahar, the heart of southern Afghanistan, the heart of the fight, and a turbulent area that is in need of our help. A place that, had our thin khaki line not been present, would have fallen to the Taliban years ago. Mr. Chair, every cent of Canadian tax dollars are being put to good use in making progress in Afghanistan. The lives of Afghans are getting better after decades of war. Villages that did not know what electricity, roads, fresh water, and irrigation were now have them. And villages once threatened by disease are now free from it. But it is a long and laborious process, with no shortcuts to rebuilding a war-ravaged society that ranked near the bottom of the UN Development Index, especially when it is still plagued by a heinous insurgency, one that kills Afghans and Canadians without remorse and throws acid in the face of little girls simply because they wanted to go to school. Mr. Chair, I've talked to hundreds of soldiers. I've shaken their hands as they've arrived from or departed to Afghanistan, and I've visited them in theatre a number of times, as have others. I've seen firsthand how passionate they are about their mission, following through what we, the House of Commons, asked them to do 2 years ago. They talk of their accomplishments alongside compatriots from DFATE, CEDA, Correctional Services, and the RCMP, all working together to improve the lives of Afghans. The soldiers of the Provincial Reconstruction Team have taken me along as they've worked on projects like helping build and supply schools. I've met Afghan soldiers and police officers being trained by our operational mentor and liaison teams. And I've seen these Afghans' enthusiasm for learning and applying new skills, and their progress to now leading operations to deliver security to their own countrymen in their own country. The latest quarterly report on Afghanistan shows that since I was last there at Christmas, another Afghan National Army Kandak, or battalion, in Kandahar has become able to operate with almost complete autonomy. Mr. Chair, the men and women of the Canadian Forces and their families are remarkable people who are members of our communities and our dynamic society. They are on the front line, carrying out a mandate given to them by this House in support of the UN and alongside our 45 NATO allies and partners to help the people and government of Afghanistan rebuild their country. There is a long way to go, but there's absolutely no question that we are seeing the signs of success. As mandated by this House, our Canadian forces will leave their combat mission in 2011. But there is a lot of work to be done in the next year and a half, and we need to stay focused. We need to remember that the mission is not only about Canada's role, as significant and as important as our role may be. The United States continues to dramatically increase its presence in Afghanistan, with an urgency driven by the understanding that the international community does not have forever to get things right. And this is not just about additional military forces, as necessary as they are for security. The United States is spending billions each month training Afghan security forces and on governance, reconstruction, and development. But the United States, with all its will and resources, cannot accomplish this alone. The new government of the United Kingdom has recommitted itself to this international effort. Our other major allies, such as Germany, Poland, and Australia, and smaller partners, such as New Zealand, Denmark, and Estonia, are all committed to this challenging but vital task. I wish we had more time to talk about the mission, Mr. Chair, its purpose, and the progress being made, but in Ottawa, we're distracted from the complex and compelling situation in Afghanistan by the debate about prisoners. I've been deeply troubled by allegations, innuendo, and unsubstantiated accusations. Allegations that cast aspersions on the character of those who conduct themselves with dignity and the highest ethical standards every day, and who serve their country with pride at the risk of their own lives. The narrative has been driven by hindsight, suggesting that 5 years ago there were clear warnings, when in fact the overwhelming body of testimony demonstrates that this was simply not the case. As Gavin Buchan, the political director of the PRT in 2006 and 2007, has said, quote, "Burying an observation in paragraph 12 of a report and without making a recommendation is no way to raise a flag. I saw nothing in the record through March 2007 that indicated Canadian transfer detainees were being abused, nothing that changed the baseline understanding from 2005 when the original arrangement was put in place. The facts surrounding this debate are straightforward, Mr. Chair, and I will lay them out again. I will begin by quoting Mr. Paul Chapin in the Ottawa Citizen on May 8th. Quote, "Regrettably for the inquisitors, no evidence has yet been uncovered. No mutilated bodies, maimed survivors, photographs, first-hand accounts, or authoritative reports documenting specific cases with names, dates, and places. Not a single individual appearing before the committee has yet provided any such evidence, beginning with the first one. In late 2005, Canada signed an arrangement with the government of Afghanistan to allow the transfer of to Afghan authorities of individuals detained by Canadian troops. The Honourable Bill Graham, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of National Defence, told the Special Committee recently that the government of the day, given what it knew at the time, genuinely believed that the arrangement contained the highest level of protection for any possible prisoners. When allegations surfaced in April 2007, the Government of Canada immediately raised the issue with the highest Afghan authorities and negotiated a supplementary prisoner transfer arrangement. This arrangement set up additional monitoring provisions to help Afghans meet their obligations as the sovereign government responsible for the treatment of prisoners. These provisions gave Canada itself the ability to monitor Canadian transferred prisoners in Afghan detention facilities. Combined with the capacity-building work of the Correctional Service of Canada, this new approach gave our whole-of-government team greater confidence through verification that transferred prisoners would be treated humanely. Under the new arrangement, we have consistently been monitoring the condition of CF-transferred prisoners, building the capacity of the Afghan corrections system and justice system, and responding to all credible allegations of mistreatment. We have made 230 visits so far, Mr. Chair. Prisoners are only transferred to Afghan authorities when the Canadian commander on the ground is satisfied that the conditions are right and that Canada's international obligations are met. Mr. Chair, this fully meets Canada's obligations under international law. It accords with the practice of NATO and our allies and is consistent with Afghanistan's responsibilities as a sovereign country. Simple facts have been presented again and again by reputable men and women, most recently by 3 recent heads of mission, David Sproul, Arif Lalani, and Ron Hoffman, by retired Major General Tim Grant, a former commander of Joint Task Force Afghanistan, and by Gavin Buchan, a former political director of the Kandahar PRT, and before them by 3 of our most respected and decorated senior officers, General Rick Hillier, Lieutenant General Michel Gauthier, and Major General David Fraser, and by dedicated public servants like Linda Garwood Filbert, who worked for 2 years as the Correctional Services Coordinator for Afghan prison reform, who visited prisons and other correctional facilities nearly 50 times over the course of a single year in 2007. 50 times, Mr. Chair. And let me add that these visits were undertaken at great personal risk. Afghan prisons are constantly targeted by insurgents for terrorist attacks. She traveled hundreds of kilometers along potentially IED-laced roads in convoys protected by Canadian soldiers both ways. All this to ensure that our transfer arrangement was implemented and that the human rights and dignity of prisoners were respected. These facts have been reiterated and restated by a dozen witnesses, all of whom have felt that their integrity was impugned by the accusations they have faced. These highly respected individuals and others have stressed the commitment of all Canadian officials, military and civilian, to Canada's international obligations in their own code of ethical behaviour. That includes rigorous adherence to international law and to the provisions of the Geneva Conventions. And despite all this, Mr. Chair, the debate continues. Allegations and accusations continue to be made on the flimsiest of grounds. Mr. Chair, we have responsibilities as parliamentarians to understand and to question. But I believe we also have a duty to promote the valuable contribution members of the Canadian Forces are making in our name so far away. A duty to recall that sometimes they come home physically or mentally changed, and that on so many occasions, 146 to date for Canadian Forces personnel, they don't come home at all. This government has worked hard and made careful investments to give them the tools they need to carry out their challenging responsibilities. Chinook helicopters, Leopard 2 tanks, unmanned aerial vehicles, M777 howitzers, C-17 strategic airlifters. The government has also made provisions for extensive pre-deployment training, from individual soldiering skills at home to Exercise Maple Guardian, a large-scale month-long training scenario designed to replicate situations our soldiers might encounter in Afghanistan. And we have arranged for their personal needs, making sure they get time out of theatre during their tour for rest and relaxation, and making sure they have the support they need and their families need once they come home. Mr. Chair, the Canadian Forces could not do it without this kind of equipment, training and care. The main estimates for consideration today include a request for $822 million for our mission in Afghanistan so our troops can be safe and operationally effective. I ask you to remember them throughout this debate, consider the good they've done for both the people in need as well as Canada's image and reputation, and give them the support they need to continue performing their selfless work overseas and at home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Chair, the mission in Afghanistan has operated for almost a decade. In that time, the Canadian Forces and whole-of-government effort has had challenges and many successes. One of the challenges that the Canadian and ISAF forces have faced is a continuing threat of improvised explosive devices, or IEDs. IEDs are cheap to produce and easy to use. They require few material resources, but they have been deadly tools for Taliban insurgents who wish to kill our troops. Mr. Chair, this government remains committed to protecting the lives and effectiveness of our Canadian forces. As part of that commitment, the Prime Minister established a Manley panel several years ago now to make recommended changes to going forward in Afghanistan and the extension of the mission. One of those suggested changes was the acquisition of medium-lift helicopters and unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAVs, in Afghanistan. As the Manley report stated, quote, to better ensure the safety and effectiveness of the Canadian contingent, the government should also secure medium helicopter lift capacity and high-performance unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance before February 2009, end of quote. Mr. Chair, I am proud to say that our government kept that commitment. It is also clear that Chinook helicopters, UAVs, and Leopard tanks have saved lives in Afghanistan, the lives of our troops, our allies, our diplomats, and Afghan civilians. Can the Minister provide to this House some additional information on how the government's actions have aided our troops and made a difference in our operational capability and capacity in Afghanistan, and how the utility of Chinook helicopters in Afghanistan have shown what a valuable asset they will be to Canada in the future? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank my friend from Kitchener. He makes a very relevant point in terms of the equipment needs, and in particular the Chinook aircraft have been literally a life-saving investment that have provided incredible utility in Afghanistan, both to Canadian forces but all our allies and Afghans as well. These helicopters, which were acquired on recommendation of the independent committee that provided a number of very useful insights and information that was considered by the Canadian government and of course from the Canadian Forces perspective, these D-model Chinooks, which we were able to purchase from the American Army, were immediately put into use. They were in Afghanistan, available to us, And so from January of 2009 till April of 2010, this D model Chinook has currently flown over 3,300 hours. It has carried over 38,000 passengers and transported over 2.5 million pounds of cargo, just to give you an idea of just how much use that aircraft has been. My friend from Edmonton also referenced the use of UAVs, these unmanned aerial vehicles that provide eyes-on in Afghanistan. Incredible intelligence gathering capability that also is saving lives in our efforts to prevent these, the scourge of IEDs, these improvised explosive devices that have taken the lives and injured so many in that country. As well, we are making very good use of the C-17 aircraft to bring equipment in and individuals from the Canadian Forces on various rotations in and out of Afghanistan. And we know as well that the tanks have provided incredible protection to the men and women in uniform who are patrolling roads, who are out in these very difficult parts of the country in southern Afghanistan, particularly in Kandahar province, where we have the bulk of our mission. And so we'll continue to make the necessary investments in this protective, preventative equipment. The less time that Canadian Forces find themselves on the ground, the more lives are saved, the more able they are to travel throughout that country, and that's why these investments were made. That's why we'll continue to look for ways to bolster our capability there and provide them with the necessary equipment. And that's what these investments are all about in terms of the main estimates.
30 seconds left. The honourable member from Edmonton-Leduc has 15 seconds for a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I do want to ask about properly equipping our men and women in uniform. Re-equipping the Canadian Forces has been a pillar of our government's Canada First defence strategy, and we have shown results with the purchase of strategic lift, tactical lift, Chinook helicopters, UAVs, and tanks, all of which has made a tremendous difference to Canada's mission in Afghanistan. I'd like the Minister, if he could in fact inform this House on some of the successes and challenges the government has had in the procurement process.
The Honourable Minister, a very short answer.
All successes, Mr. Chair. I thank the member from Edmonton. We are fully committed, as I mentioned earlier, to getting the best equipment at the best possible price with benefits to Canadian industry. That protective equipment is so important to what they're doing over there, and we'll continue to work diligently to deliver.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to participate tonight. I want to say, first of all, my late father was in the Canadian Forces in the Second World War as a member of the Argyll and Southern Highlanders. He was landing craft was blown up on Juno Beach on June the 6th. He was patched up. He went back to fight the Battle of the Falaise Gap, Caen, and the liberation of Holland. So I've always had a very strong view that anything we can do for our forces, anything we can do for our veterans, and anything we can do for their families is absolutely most important. And so, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask the Minister a series of questions, and I'd like to start, Mr. Chairman, first of all, referring back to our report of the Defence Committee of last June on doing well and doing better, health services that we provide Canadian Forces personnel, and obviously the emphasis on post-traumatic stress disorder. Mr. Chairman, to the Minister, has the D&D established a formal process for working with the Veterans Affairs to ensure gaps in healthcare services are properly identified and addressed? Have any additional gaps been discovered over the past 12 months? That was our recommendation number 6, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Minister.
I agree with him. We can't do enough, particularly when it comes to individuals who have sacrificed so much. I would be certainly proud, as he is, of previous contributions that have been made, including from his illustrious ancestor. And that is so indicative of so many Canadians who have done so much, including the recent generation. With respect to post-traumatic stress disorder, every country, including ours, is still in a learning mode, but we have come a long way. We have stood up 19 joint personal support centers across the country where there is, in essence, a numerous number of offices made available to members of the Canadian Forces, their families, and veterans. We have, in fact, recognized that the issue around post-traumatic stress disorder is a genuine injury that must be treated. We also have, of course, invested greatly in skilled mental health professionals and are working towards doubling those number of mental health professionals available to the military and their families. We have today over 370 full-time mental health professionals. We're working to hire more. We'll continue to reach out to get the best care for patient to caregiver ratio. And we do work very closely with Veterans Affairs, of course, as he's inquired, to ensure that the current generation and the former generation of military personnel will receive continued care and that necessary care as we work with them. There are currently 646 Canadian Forces personnel suffering from PTSD, so we recognize that the challenges remain.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the Minister for that. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the Minister, in terms of maximizing existing programs to the fullest extent to attract and retain healthcare professionals, what specific steps have we taken in terms of the concerns of soldiers who are returning from Afghanistan? If they're not able to find sufficient medical and mental health care upon their return due to a shortage of personnel, what are we trying to do to address that issue? Mr. Chairman, if that's the case, what specific types of health professionals can the Minister tell us are in short supply? And does the Department have any estimates as to how many additional personnel are required? And finally, on that topic, Mr. Chairman, does the government have a plan to make up this shortfall, and can he announce any type of timeline for us? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, as I said, it's an ongoing plan. Of course there's a plan. That's one thing I think we've all come to understand very clearly about the Canadian Forces. There's always plans, there's always contingencies, and there's always a need in a high-tempo period, which we're experiencing. With respect to previous comments I made about full-time mental health professionals, 378, as I mentioned, we're hiring more. When we compare to our NATO allies, just as a benchmark, Canadian Forces has the greatest ratio of mental health care workers to soldiers. The establishment for mental health care workers in the Canadian Forces will, in fact, allow us to hire more of those individuals, more social workers, more psychiatrists, more psychologists, more mental health nurses. All of these trained professionals will help to address those needs. We also have programs that the honourable member may be aware of. The Be the Difference campaign, which encourages awareness, which encourages fellow soldiers to support one another. The Chief of Defence Staff has been a very outspoken advocate for this approach. He was, in fact, recognized nationally by the Canadian Mental Health Society for that work. Operational stress disorder is a major issue in the Canadian Forces. Suicide prevention campaigns, a Speaker's Bureau to ensure that there is greater public awareness. So, yes, we'll continue to work with all.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly want to echo the comments of the Minister with regard to the Chief of the Defence Staff. There's no question that his leadership, in World War II, we had General MacNaughton, who was a soldier's soldier, and I have to salute the work that the CDS does. If I can change topics, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Minister, and this deals with the main estimates, 2010-2011. Note that over $3 billion for equipment acquisition and disposal on page 11. I asked the Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, the following. What particular pieces of equipment does this refer to? How much is designated for acquisition, and how much is designated for disposal? And what is going to be done with worn or worn-out equipment in Afghanistan, and will it be disposed of there before 2011 withdrawal, or will it be brought back to Canada and then disposed of here? Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, just to answer his last question first, we're still developing a plan. I mean, much of the equipment that we're using in Afghanistan today, particularly armoured vehicles, have a lot of wear and tear, but there is obviously the intention to bring the vast majority, if not all of that equipment back. We've received requests, as you would expect, from the Afghan National Army. They would like to inherit, if I could use that word, much of this equipment. However, there is still some operational life in much of this equipment that can be used to train and also for future deployments. With respect to the specifics of the $3 billion and the breakdown, I'll certainly undertake to provide my colleague with those specific details, given the amount of time that I would have to respond. But as far as acquisition, under this particular vote, we have heavy lift helicopter project, tactical airlift capability, maritime helicopter project, tank replacement project, and land combat vehicle projects, all of which are covered in various forms and amounts. We'll make those details ensure that those details are made available to the member. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the Minister for his response. With regard to the issue, Mr. Chairman, of personnel shortages and reservist cuts, if I can throw you to the Minister, there have been reports that there's a shortage of project managers. I'd ask the Minister, through you, the following. How many project managers do we currently have? How many do we need? And have they been prioritized by you? How many are set to retire in the next 10 years? What kind of impact will this especially have in the long term for the forces? And finally, through you, Mr. Chairman, what kind of strategy or plan do you have to fill in these anticipated gaps?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, in the interest of time, again, Mr. Chair, I think what I'll do is undertake to bring those specific answers. They'll be noted in the record. But the short answer is that there is greater flexibility than we've ever seen in the Canadian Forces today in terms of individuals' abilities to make choices, career choices, to move from reserve to regular force, and in some cases back to reserve. There are incredible opportunities within the Canadian Forces today. Many challenges, in fact, to fill some of the trades that provide incredible capability for both service within the Canadian Forces, but for other application within the job market. When it comes to project managers, when it comes to individual decisions around personnel, all of these decisions are taken in consultation with the senior leadership, including the CDS, including our Chief of Personnel, and we continue to work very closely to see that all of the needs, both at home and abroad, are being met through our personnel.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since there's a shortage of time, of course, you try to get as many questions out, and again, I thank the Minister for the follow-up that he will be doing. I want to point out to Mr. Chairman, and I know I'm getting nice accolades across the way there, I would like to ask very quickly about reservists, Mr. Chairman. There's been reports about training operations that have stopped for reservists in the Navy, the Army, and the Air Force. There have been further reports of budget adjustments and reallocation. I'd ask you, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister. It's been reported the Air Force is expected to adjust $59 million, while the Navy is expected to adjust $52 million, and the Army $80 million. Through you, Mr. Chairman, can you, Mr. Minister, confirm these adjustments and elaborate on what these adjustments or reallocations mean? And is this accurate? Where is the money going to, and what impact will it have in the long term? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
By properly recognizing and praising the work of our reservists. They, in fact, in many instances, and this is the case in Afghanistan today, do remarkable work in supporting our overall missions. They, in the case of Afghanistan, sometimes make up between 20 and 25% of a rotation. They are very much an important part of the overall Canadian Forces contribution. However, as is often the case, we experience various levels of operational tempo, which determine, in fact, the priorities of the Canadian Forces. Priority missions like Afghanistan, which is an incredibly complex mission that calls on reservists and regular force through various rotations. We have approximately $80 million of the Army's budget, which was reallocated for the operational priorities. With respect to Army reserves, budgets remain very much on track with appropriate levels of funding for individual and collective training. And in normal times for the Department, we always re-examine our budgets based on various times of year, based on quarterly reports, based on the needs, both equipment and personnel. So we continue to do that. With respect to reserves, we're appreciative of the fact that they are...
Order. Order. And I appreciate that this is moving quickly back and forth, but we want to get the maximum questions. So the Honourable Member for Richmond Hill, you still have 4 minutes remaining in your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may continue in that vein, through you to the Minister, there have been reports that the Army is looking to chop 5,000 reservists, especially Class B contracts. Through you to the Minister, how much has been cut out of the reservist budget this year? And if so, can you give me a breakdown of the areas that are cut? And also, through you, Mr. Chairman, there have been reports that the recruiting classes in some units will be cut more than one half. How will this affect the recruitment, which has been a priority for this government?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, to come to that question directly, Mr. Chair, for clarification, the reserves were at 5,000. They're actually up to 8,000 now because of the operational tempo. So we're above and beyond what would be considered a normal or stable state for Class B reservists. Now, as the operational tempo in the future will change post-2011, we'll see that normalize, if I can use that word. So this is not an issue of chopping or cutting. This is an issue of adjusting to the circumstances in which we find ourselves in the Canadian Forces based on operational tempo, based on need. We constantly do that, as you would expect. We reevaluate. It's a credit to those men and women that we have that flexibility be able to accommodate the type of mission, particularly high-tempo mission that we're seeing in Afghanistan.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to the Navy, there have been reports again that there are about 1,000 understaffed at the present time. Can the minister respond to that in light of the comments that my friend made earlier with the confusion about whether or not there was going to be a downing of some of the ships in question? There seems to be an indication, at least from the minister, that was never contemplated. I would like to know, though, about the issue of personnel. Thank you.
The honourable minister.
Well, I'm pleased to report, Mr. Chair, that in fact the Navy has achieved 97% of its recruiting goals. Furthermore, attrition rates were lower this year, 2010, than in previous years, so that does allow us to meet those requirements. Within the Navy, because of some of the technical trades themselves and the highly competitive job market, there are certain trades which do have openings. So I would take this opportunity to invite those who may be listening at home to look at the Navy as a career. This is an unprecedented time in terms of the opportunity that exists, the educational opportunities that are there. The Army, Navy, Air Force will pick up the tab for your education. The Army, Navy, Air Force have an incredible opportunity to travel and see the world, to participate at an exciting time of growth and regeneration within the Canadian Forces. And the Navy is...
Order. The honourable member from Richmond Hill, time for one more short question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the minister. The government has reported would access what needed in terms of existing additional integrated personnel support centres across the country. With regard to that, through you, Mr. Chairman, has the government completed this survey with regard to those support centres? What were the results, and are there plans to create new centres, and are there plans to expand the Joint Personnel Support Unit or to provide the unit with additional funding?
The honourable minister.
Well, as is often the case, we're constantly in a state of consultation to determine the needs and then respond appropriately. These joint personnel support units, as I mentioned earlier, comprise 19 different units now based around the country. These are a very diverse approach to being inclusive, to allowing greater access to use the perhaps crude phrase of one-stop shopping, to allow for Canadian Forces personnel, veterans, their families to go in. They're located in Vancouver, Esquimalt, Calgary, Edmonton, Wainwright, Winnipeg, Shiloh, Toronto, Kingston, and right across the country. And they're there to improve the quality of care and service provided to ill and injured. They are there very much to ensure the personnel have the same level across the country of high standard of care and support. These units are an investment that we have made as a government that have proved to be extremely valuable.
Order, thank you. The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And before we begin, I would like to let the chair know that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Wetaskiwin, as well as the member from Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Chair, I'm very pleased to be able to rise in this place tonight to take part in debate and to speak about what our government is doing to equip Canadian forces. Mr. Chair, making the investments necessary to modernize the Canadian forces has been one of this government's strong priorities. That's been obvious since the Conservative government has come to power. And Mr. Chairman, when you take a look at the 2010-2011 main estimates for national defence, as well as our budget planning for the years ahead, it reflects that this commitment is well into the future. Mr. Chairman, the men and women of our military are simply the best that Canada has to offer. They help protect Canadians at home and promote our interests abroad on a world stage. Their job is difficult and, in many cases, very dangerous. The men and women of the Canadian Forces patrol our skies at 40,000 feet above the ground. They exercise sovereignty over the cold and harsh territories of the North. They rescue individuals in distress off our shores. They face ruthless insurgents in Kandahar. They provide essential care to those crying for help in devastated lands. And again, Mr. Speaker, Canadians all across this country are proud of the work that our forces have done in Haiti and other countries. They are working to build security and confidence between Israelis and Palestinians in support of the Middle East peace agreement. and they ensure the security of seaways by deterring and disrupting piracy off the coast of Somalia or by countering drug trafficking in the Caribbean. The government understands that one of our main responsibilities is to provide our military with the capabilities they need to do their important work. This means equipment that will keep our men and women as safe as possible when they carry out their crucial operations. It also means equipment that will help them be as effective as possible in the pursuit of the mission that our country sets for them. As the last speech from the throne stressed, the government is making the investments necessary to rebuild Canada's military. We're acquiring much required capabilities and carefully planning for future purchases. Mr. Chairman, we are transforming military procurement so that we're able to deliver equipment more rapidly at a lesser cost. Mr. Chair, from the moment this government took office, we showed resolve and acted quickly and decisively. First of all, to meet the urgent equipment requires, including those for our mission in Afghanistan. To develop a long-term plan for equipment acquisition as part of the Canada First Defence Strategy. And also to streamline the government's military procurement process. And not only are our investments providing essential support to the Canadian Forces, they're also stimulating economic activity in communities all across this country. Mr. Chair, the government is leading one of the most significant military re-equipping efforts in the history of our nation. This is an overdue and very necessary endeavor for the men and women in uniform so that they can do their job, and for Canada as a whole so that we can depend on them. In June 2006, we announced our intention to renew our military's airlift capability by acquiring new strategic and tactical transport aircraft. And a little more than a year later, Mr. Chair, we deployed the first of our 4 new C-17s to Jamaica to help relieve the victims of Hurricane Dean. The C-17 provides Canadian Forces with the capability and capacity to move critical capabilities on our own terms. Gone are the days when the military had to rely solely on our allies and private contractors to transport our heavy equipment and over long distances. As for tactical airlift, the Canadian Forces recently announced that they would welcome their first of 17 new CC-130J Hercules aircraft into service in June 2010, on budget and well ahead of the original schedule. Over the past few years, the government also acquired crucial equipment to support our troops in Afghanistan. We leased 20 Leopard 2 tanks from Germany for short-term requirements and acquired 100 from the Netherlands to build a longer-term capability. They have saved lives by offering increased protection against mines and improvised explosive devices. And they have provided essential firepower and improved mobility in Kandahar's difficult and dangerous terrain. In response to recommendations from the independent panel on the mission in Afghanistan, we also purchased 6 Model D Chinook helicopters from the U.S. government, as well as tactical unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAVs. Mr. Chair, the government has taken timely decisions to ensure that the courageous men and women of the Canadian Forces have access to the right mix of equipment. In the meantime, we have also put great efforts into defining the requirements of the Canadian Forces for tomorrow. And we have launched projects on several fronts to make sure that our military operates state-of-the-art equipment well into the future. 2 years ago, the Prime Minister approved Canada's First Defence Strategy, the government's long-term plan to modernize the Canadian Forces. The strategy calls for a balanced investment across the 4 pillars of personnel, infrastructure, readiness, and equipment. Through the Canada First Defence Strategy, the government committed to renewing the Canadian Forces core equipment platforms. These include destroyers and frigates, fixed-wing search and rescue aircraft, fighter aircraft, maritime patrol aircraft, and land combat systems and vehicles. Renewing these core platforms is absolutely crucial. Some of our military's equipment fleets are nearing the end of their operational lives. Now is the time to act if we want to be in a position to replace this equipment when it's needed. The government is making significant progress down this path. A year ago, the Minister of National Defence announced a $5 billion investment to purchase new and upgrade existing Canadian Force land combat systems and vehicles, a core Canada First Defence Strategy investment. The investment includes the acquisition of 3 new fleets of land combat vehicles and, secondly, the upgrade of the Canadian Army's current fleet of LAV-3s. The procurement process is well underway for the 3 new fleet of vehicles, the Close Combat Vehicle, the Tactical Armoured Patrol Vehicle, and the Armoured Engineered Vehicles. And we are defining the work required for the LAV-3 upgrade project. We made another crucial announcement last summer when the government awarded a contract to Boeing for the procurement of a new fleet of Chinook helicopters, which should be delivered within the next 4 years. Mr. Chair, we're looking to further invest in the Canadian Navy. As articulated in the last speech from the throne, the government recognizes the strategic importance of a strong domestic shipbuilding industry. We therefore continue to support the industry's sustainable development through a long-term approach to the renewal of the Government of Canada's fleet. We're exploring options to invest tens of billions of dollars to build a significant number of large vessels, including for the Canadian Navy. This will allow us to move forward with a core Canada First Defence Strategy investment, the replacement of destroyers and frigates. It will also provide a framework facilitating the procurement of the Joint Support Ship and the Arctic Offshore Patrol Ship to other key components of Canada's future Navy. Mr. Chair, acquiring military equipment is a complex process involving many actors from government and industry. Making sure that the stakeholders participating in the procurement of a military capability are on the same page often requires time. And Mr. Chair, I see that you're motioning that my time is just about up. But I would like to say, Mr. Chair, this evening, that the investments in our military bring jobs. They bring benefits to Canadian industry, benefits in key sectors of our economy, highly skilled, highly paying jobs for Canadians. Mr. Chair, our Canadian forces need the right capabilities to defend our country, to defend North America in cooperation with our U.S. friends, to contribute to international peace and security, and to be prepared for the challenges of tomorrow's security environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member for Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all know that the CC-130 Hercules is the workhorse of the Canadian Forces fleet of transport aircraft, providing support to domestic and humanitarian aid operations and flying daily missions in Afghanistan. These aircraft have been called the lifeline of deployed forces, transporting equipment, troops, and supplies to, from, and around theater of operations. For example, in Haiti, these aircraft carried much-needed equipment, humanitarian relief supplies, and military and civilian personnel into the devastated country. They were also used to transport Canadian citizens back to Canada in the first few weeks following the earthquake. In Afghanistan, CC-130 Hercules are a vital part of our military task force and continue to be a mainstay of NATO airlift in Afghanistan. Mr. Minister, through the Chair, renewing the tactical airlift fleet is an important element of the Canada First Defence Strategy and the commitment to rebuild the Canadian Forces into a first-class modern military. Could you please provide us with an update on how this project is progressing?
Well, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I thank the member from Wetaskiwin. I know a strong supporter of the Canadian Forces. He's absolutely right. The refurbishment, the replacement, if you will, renewal of our tactical air fleet is a big priority for our government. We have made important investments, and in fact, a contract was awarded to Lockheed Martin for 17 new Hercules aircraft, valued at approximately $1.4 billion. That included the acquisition of the aircraft and the initial setup. The funds allocated for the capital program itself are just over $3 billion. Now, with respect to receipt of these aircraft, I'm pleased to report on the delivery schedule that the aircraft are expected to begin delivery as soon as the next few weeks. This will be ahead of schedule, Mr. Chair. We're working very closely with industry on many fronts to see that this is the case. These aircraft are needed.
The previous fleet have been the workhorse, as he's described quite accurately, of the Canadian Forces when it comes to tactical lift. These, in conjunction with the C-17 aircraft, make the Canadian Air Force a very capable, quickly deployable force, as we saw in Haiti, as we've seen on other missions where we were able to get there, have boots on the ground, and have strategic effect. This type of aircraft is so critically important. So this contract, as others, required a lot of input from a lot of departments. There's incredible coordination that goes on in contracts such as this, but I'm pleased to report that this contract has gone extremely well. We'll take receipt of those new aircraft at CFB Trenton very soon.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thanks very much, Chair. I proudly served in our Canadian Forces for 20 years in the branch of the Electrical Mechanical Engineers, also known as EME. And if there is one subject I know and understand, it's combat vehicles. The technicians that I was responsible for, we were responsible for fixing and repairing all the Army's equipment, but also for purchasing new equipment. Now, last summer, the Minister made an announcement that the government would spend roughly $5 billion to support our Army in the acquisition of a new generation of land combat vehicles. And I'd like to ask the Minister if he could update the House on these projects, and particularly given that our role in Afghanistan will be changing next year.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'd be pleased to do so, and I want to begin by thanking the member from Glengarry Prescott Russell for his service as a member of Parliament, but his service in uniform. And he is one of a number of members of this House who have provided that service through the Canadian Forces. The Canada First Defence Strategy has been referred to a number of times this evening already. This very much includes a plan to acquire a new family of combat vehicles and systems. And last summer we announced the plans to produce the next generation of land combat vehicles. In part, this will include the current fleet of LAV-3s that will be upgraded. We, in fact, have 3 new fleets of combat vehicles to be acquired: close combat, or CCVs, tactical armored patrol vehicles, TAPVs, and the Force Mobility Enhancement, the FME vehicles. Mr. Chair, I think that one of the lessons that we've seen in Afghanistan is that this type of vehicle, these highly protective combat vehicles, are so important to ensure our troops, to ensure that we're able to have the right mix of equipment to patrol in these very volatile, very dangerous areas. We have seen the effects, the sad impact that IEDs have had on human life throughout Afghanistan. One of the proud things that we are doing, in addition to equipping our soldiers, is also doing a lot of demining, something that Canada is well known for around the world. But we continue to ensure that we have the proper equipment, the proper mix. We continue to invest to ensure that we have the proper protective gear for our men and women in uniform. And certainly light armored vehicles, the LAV-3s, have been one of the workhorses in the fleet. The close combat vehicles, the new tactical patrol vehicles as well will form part of that fleet, and as do the Force Mobility Enhancement Project. All of those well underway. All of those we will be delivering in the future for the Canadian Armed Forces.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member from Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Chair, the Bloc Québécois, as you know, was opposed to extending the mission to 2009, and we are equally opposed to the government's extending the mandate to 2011. We believe that Canada has done its part, and Canada must very quickly advise NATO members that it will withdraw its troops when the mission comes to an end in 2011, so that they can take over at that time. And I have the question here. On the one hand, the government says that the military mission in Afghanistan was going to end in July 2010. What is the state of preparation for the retreat of Canadian troops from Afghanistan, from the drawing down of the Canadian troops? And secondly, the minister clearly said to his NATO counterparts that Canada was going to draw down after July 2010. And once his ministry will end in July 2010, will the minister send to Afghanistan a contingent of soldiers who would help to train the Afghan army.
That the honourable member is wrong. We have consistently spoken in terms that are reflective of the parliamentary motion. Now, he has quite rightly indicated that he voted against the extension of the mission. He's voted against the expansion of the budget of Canadian Forces. That very much reflects his view, the view of his party, which is unfortunate, quite frankly, because the fact that he and his party don't support the mission, clearly by their actions and vote, really don't support the Canadian Forces, don't want them to succeed, don't want the country to succeed. I guess that's consistent with the philosophy of the Bloc Québécois. We, on the other hand, continue to make important investments in the Canadian Forces, particularly in personnel, particularly to enable and empower them to do the important work that our country expects and asks of them. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will certainly respect the parliamentary motion, but we as a government, this Conservative government, has every intention of continuing to invest, to bring our Canadian Forces budget to historic levels in terms of their support. This is why we have the Canada First Defence Strategy. This is why we are making important strategic investments in equipment, in personnel, across the board to see the Canadian Forces continue to shine and do this important work for which much respect has been garnered throughout the world. The Canadian Forces, in my view, are one of the reasons that our country today enjoys such a stellar reputation internationally.
The Honourable Member from Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Chair, I agree with the Minister on the fact that we are opposed to the mission of Afghanistan. That does not mean that we do not support our troops. Quite the contrary. Mr. Chair, I would have another question for the Minister. With Canada's commitment to Afghanistan, the number of post-traumatic stress syndrome cases is going to continue increasing. This is a psychological trauma and resulting from military service, and quite a few soldiers suffer from this after their missions. According to the testimonies that we heard at the Veterans Affairs Committee, about 1 soldier out of 6 would be a victim of the post-traumatic stress syndrome, and some even think that the proportion is much higher than that. So I think that much more importance should be given to this problem, because it has an important, a great impact on families and on spouses and on children if we don't succeed in better diagnosing this syndrome of post-traumatic stress. And the Minister knows very well that sometimes it's very difficult to identify PTSD. And sometimes it could take a few years or a few months before the syndrome develops and shows up. So what is the Minister's political will to find a better way of diagnosing and treating people with PTSD? And very often the spouses of soldiers who suffer from PTSD were not receiving enough support and information regarding this condition, and that's why there was so many cases of separation and divorce. So I'd like to know from the Minister if the government really wants to work harder at cutting down the number of soldiers who suffer from PTSD, and how are we going to intervene? The Honourable Minister.
In the interest in this important subject matter, the reality is we have some very hard lessons learned over a number of years, going back to the very earliest times in which Canadian soldiers found themselves in combat, and through more recent generations, whether it be Bosnia, Rwanda, peacekeeping missions around the world, certainly Korea. We have Canadian soldiers who took that war home with them. and psychological injuries, those who have suffered that type of post-traumatic stress upon return, sometimes which doesn't show up for years. And in very much, it's an affliction that brings itself forward in many different forms. Having said that, as a country, I'm proud to say that those working within the field, those psychologists, those mental health professionals, have in fact become world leaders with respect to the treatment of post-traumatic stress. In fact, we have some very talented people who have made major breakthroughs in terms of treatment, and also an aspect that I think sometimes we don't talk enough about, and that is the addressing of the stigma that is attached with mental health. And again, I applaud the Chief of the Defense Staff for the steps that he has taken in raising awareness, in speaking in a very direct and personal way to our soldiers about the need to self-notify, to work with one another. Particularly, we have to support the families who are very often the first to notice the change, the first to notice the effect upon return from deployment. Today, the Canadian Forces, as I mentioned earlier, my friend I don't believe was here, we have over 370 full-time mental health care professionals working full-time on these issues. We are creating the best caregiver-patient ratio within the NATO circles, Mr. Chair, and we'll continue to improve our ability to recognize and treat those afflicted with post-traumatic stress. But you know what it needs, Mr. Chair? It needs greater public awareness. It needs greater participation from those in the profession itself, bringing to bear that experience, and we are making tremendous strides. But what's needed always is the injection of budgets. The honourable member continues to vote against the budget of increasing national defence, which allows us to hire more officials. He's voted against the mission. He's voted against the Canadian Forces on every occasion. And so, Mr. Chair, it is actions that matter. And it is standing in this place, which we have the opportunity to do when budgets and budget allocations are brought forward. He's not done that. He has not demonstrated by his actions that he supports those necessary injections of budgetary allocations to help address this important issue.
L'honorable député de Berthier.
The honourable member from Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Chair, I thank the Minister for his answer regarding his personal answer about PTSD and the people suffering from it, and I think that we should give this a great priority, as any other priorities in the military before going to combat. The government is stepping up the military expenditures to $23.3 million in 2010, and $490 billion over 20 years is unique in its kind because no other sector has such a guaranteed future. We can only look at the slashing going on in the other ministries. And the priority of the federal, when national defense policy expenditures are 10 times larger than those for protecting the environment. We know this government's attitude toward their environment. And also the Conservative government is increasing its defense budget and put a ceiling on its international aid budget. Canada has had no difficulty in meeting its international commitments, and the defense budget is the only one to increase over the coming years. Therefore, we can see that this government gives much more importance to armament and much less to international development. The Honourable Minister.
I do want to assure the honourable member that we will continue to make the important investments when it comes to support our men and women in uniform on the subject of post-traumatic stress and any psychological injury. And they should be treated as an injury, because that's in fact very much the approach that we take. Also awareness within the Canadian Forces of, again, destigmatizing these type of afflictions. With respect to the budget itself, I believe the member may have misspoke, because under the Canada First Defence strategy, what the Conservative government has done is actually commit over $490 billion over the next 20 years. And we're seeing this take effect already. $7.7 billion increase over the budget year. Mr. Chair, this will allow us, that's in addition to specific resource allocations for specific equipment. Half of that, I'm quick to add, half of that budget goes to salaries, goes to the employment of those both in and out of uniform that work at the Department of National Defense. Mr. Chair, this strategy and the budget for 2010 will allow us to continue these important measures, these important investments that enable and support the fundamental tenets of the Canadian Forces. And while the budget of national defense continues to go up, we are seeing continued numbers who are interested in having a career within the Canadian Forces. I think many Canadians would have seen the recruiting ads which talk about the great capabilities and the great career opportunities that exist. So this strategic review that we're undertaking right now will, of course, ensure that we're making the right investments, that we're doing so efficiently as other departments are as well, and we will continue to ensure that the Department of National Defense budget rises every year, and I hope that the honourable member will support those increases and continue to demonstrate perhaps a more open mind when it comes to the work that's done by the
L'honorable député de Berthier.
The honourable member from Berthier-Masquinongé. One brief question, please. Mr. Chair, I thank the Minister once again for his answer. And he's just given a grocery list, let's say, on future military expenditures over the coming years, without having really shown the House any real foreign policy of defense. And in the absence of this policy that we've never seen in this House, how can we go ahead with such important projects without us parliamentarians having had a chance to study our position? How can we do such large operations with the armed forces without having looked at this in the light of current geopolitical issues? Should not this funding be studied in the South so that it be reviewed in depth, so that it be sure that they respond to truly identified needs? To the contrary, Mr. Chair, there are many details in the Canadian defense strategy. We're very specific with a great many details. But the honourable member should read the document.
Inform himself. We have obviously put forward in the Canada First Defence Strategy a very detailed analysis of the needs. Clearly, this is going to be a live document, a living tree, if you will, but the money is there. It's locked in. And it talks about rebuilding the 4 pillars of the Canadian Forces: our personnel, our equipment, our infrastructure, and our readiness. And it's laid out in sufficient detail for both industry, for Canadians, for our allies, for all to see. This is an unprecedented period of visionary leadership within the Canadian Forces. We are working very hard to keep up all of those commitments and to stand on the shoulders of greatness of the Canadian Forces, generations that went before those who are currently serving.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Westlock, St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And at the beginning of my speech, I would like to mention that I will be sharing the last 5 minutes of my speech with the member for Newmarket Aurora as well as the member from Barrie. Mr. Chair, I would like to first of all recognize the great leadership of the last 4.5 years that I've been able to experience from members such as members from Prescott, Russell, Glengarry, and the member from Edmonton Centre, who have taken on the leadership and served our country in uniform and continue to serve our country in the House of Commons. I'd also like, on behalf of my constituents and the men and women of the Canadian Forces whom I represent, to thank the Minister of National Defence for the excellent work and leadership that he has done on behalf of our country. Mr. Chair, it's an honour for me to be able to say a few words about the men and women of the Canadian Forces. As a Member of Parliament for Westlock St. Paul, it has been one of the greatest honours that I have had to represent the men and women of CFB Edmonton as well as the men and women of CFB Cold Lake. People, sailors, soldiers,
Airmen and women are the Canadian Forces' most important resource. They are what our military is all about. They are the reason why the Canadian Forces make all Canadians so proud. They are the reason why the Canadian Forces have garnered so much respect from our allies and friends, so much gratitude from Canadians in distress at home, and so much appreciation from the likes of the Dutch, the Afghans, the Haitians, and many more. What the Canadian Forces accomplish on our behalf in the name of Canada is simply remarkable. They face situations that most of us can barely imagine. They do it with professionalism, dedication, and courage, going beyond what is expected. They get the job done, and they do it for us. They put their country and compatriots before self, so that we Canadians can be safe as possible from the many threats of a volatile and unpredictable world. Mr. Chair, from the moment this government took office, the Canadian Forces have been one of our highest priorities. Through the Canada First Defence Strategy, we committed to deliver a strengthened and combat-capable military. But this commitment is first and foremost a commitment to the men and women of the Canadian Forces. That's why the government is investing the resources needed to expand the size of our military and provide the necessary care for our men and women in uniform. Mr. Chair, despite demographic and retention challenges, the Canadian Forces are growing. Our military's recruitment efforts are delivering very impressive results, with recruitment targets being regularly met for the past few years. This is in large part a testament to the amazing work that our military accomplishes for Canada. Young men and women from across the country are inspired by their Canadian Forces. They are wondering what it would be like to put on the uniform and represent their country. They are curious to explore the possibilities offered by a military career and are coming through the doors of recruitment centres. Even some veterans bringing valuable experience with them are coming back to service with a new enthusiasm. The Canadian Forces have enrolled over 6,500 new regular force recruits in each of the last 3 years, and recruitment efforts are on track to achieve our recruiting target once again this year. During the last fiscal year, the regular forces grew by 2,200 personnel, the highest net increase we've seen in several years. Over the past 4 years, the regular force has grown by over 5,000 to reach over 68,000 men and women, close to the 70,000 objective set by this government. This is great news. The government also remains committed to increasing the size of the reserve force, which is an essential component to the Canadian Forces. The government recognizes the remarkable contribution of reservists. That's why we passed legislation 2 years ago to protect the civilian jobs of reservists who are called upon to deploy on a Canadian Forces mission. Reservists currently account for approximately 20% of the Canadian Forces personnel serving in Afghanistan. That's correct, Mr. Speaker, 20%. These men and women take time away from their jobs to participate in this mission. Their contribution is crucial to augment the contingent of regular force personnel that are deployed. With the Afghanistan mission winding down next year, and with the total reserve force steadily growing, the number of active reservists will be drawn down slightly. Vacancies that had been filled by reservists these past years due to a shortage of regular force personnel are now being staffed by regulars again. That's only because of the amazing success of recruiting by the regular force. Still, as effective as it may be, recruitment is only part of the equation. Expanding and strengthening the Canadian Forces also requires efforts to retain the skilled and experienced personnel who are currently serving, and efforts to attract the right personnel to fill military occupations that are under stress. Our military includes an increasing number of personnel eligible for their pension, and recruitment and training for technical trades demands constant attention. That said, the Canadian Forces' attrition rates remain relatively stable, lower than what is seen in our allies' militaries, and in fact, even the Canadian private sector. Moreover, our military has developed a comprehensive retention strategy that targets both new and long-serving members of our military. Action has been taken to reduce the number of voluntary releases during early stages of new military careers. The Canadian Forces have also prioritized the number of trades to fill. Several occupations in the Canadian Forces are currently under stress for a number of reasons, including competition with the civilian sector, long training periods and perception of the occupation among potential recruits. Many of these occupations need to be filled by well-trained individuals with highly specialized skills. We're talking about trades that are absolutely essential to the functioning of a modern military. Trades like aerospace control operator, medical technician, or naval communicator. The Canadian Forces are targeting a number of occupations and implementing measures to help attract personnel such as subsidized education and adjustments to pay levels. A targeted campaign has been developed to advertise military trades under stress. This campaign has garnered impressive results by generating an impact that is beyond expectations. In addition, information campaigns across the country are targeting occupation shortfalls in the Canadian Forces. The Canadian Navy, for example, recently sent 3 new display buses on the road. They contain interactive presentations demonstrating some of the Navy's employment opportunities, including engineering and naval electronics. Mr. Chair, combined, these measures have already helped address shortfalls in many Canadian Forces occupations, including physicians, engineers, and pilots. While I'm speaking about these crucial trade shortfalls, let me make my own recruiting drive. Take this message back to your young constituents looking for an exciting way to make a living. Let them know that their military offers not only immense tradition, but also adventure and unlimited career opportunities. Mr. Chair, having the right mix of people in the Canadian Forces also means taking care of our men and women in uniform and their families. The government recognizes that this is one of the core responsibilities. Our serving men and women and their families have particular needs that require thoughtful attention. They face many challenges resulting from the regular deployments and postings. On average, personnel who remain in the Canadian Forces for 20 years will move approximately 5 times over the course of their career. They will have to find a school, they'll have to find a daycare for their children, and many of their spouses will be continuously looking for new employment. They're also confronted with unique health care needs related to injuries suffered in operations. Mr. Chair, the least our country can do is to make sure the Canadian Forces personnel and their families receive appropriate support and care. This is a moral obligation for our society. Over the past years, several measures have been taken to improve support provided to our men and women in uniform, including health care. Last year, for example, the Minister of National Defence announced the establishment of the Joint Personnel Support Unit. The unit encompasses a network of integrated personnel support centres located across the country. The centres coordinate a range of services and case management programs for ill and injured Canadian Forces personnel, former personnel, their families, and the families of the deceased. They contribute to reducing the gaps and overlaps in service so that no Canadian Forces member is left by the wayside. The Canadian Forces have also initiated a series of programs and measures to help enhance how they identify, prevent, and treat mental health problems such as operational stress injuries. They have launched a $52 million 5-year plan that provides the funding required to hire more mental health professionals and to implement a number of initiatives related to mental health. The Canadian Forces now have over 378 full-time mental health professionals and are working to hire more. In fact, when compared to our NATO allies, our military has the greatest ratio of mental health care workers to armed forces personnel. The Chief of Defence Staff, General Nitinjak, launched Be the Difference, a mental health awareness campaign aimed at building a culture of understanding within the Canadian Forces and encouraging a strong community of support. The campaign is led by 2 non-clinical Canadian Forces mental health initiatives, the Joint Speakers Bureau and the Operational Stress Injury Support Network. In fact, Canada has become a world leader in fighting the stigmatization and rising awareness of operational stress injuries. These initiatives clearly demonstrate that mental health is a priority for the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Forces. This is essential to the readiness of the Canadian Forces. Mental health is just as important as physical health, not only for the well-being of our men and women in uniform, but also for the operational effectiveness of the Canadian Forces. Mr. Chair, last month, the government took another important step in improving health care for our military. The Minister of National Defence, as well as his Parliamentary Secretary, announced an agreement with the Glenrose Rehabilitation Hospital in Edmonton for the installation of a $1 million computer-assisted rehabilitation environment, or CAREN, Virtual Reality System. This is the second system in Canada funded by the Canadian Forces and dedicated to clinical patient care, specifically in rehabilitating Canadian military personnel with both physical and mental injuries. Another will be installed this fall at the Ottawa Hospital Rehabilitation Centre. Mr. Chair, as we continue our efforts to expand the Canadian Forces, we will continue to take good care of our military's men and women. This will remain a core priority for our government because our country asks so much of them. The Canadian Forces embody the best our country has to offer. Their commitment is unequaled, and their work is praised around the world. Day after day, they are defending and protecting Canadians. They are standing on guard at home and abroad. It is crucial that they are supported by their government and the very Canadians they are protecting. Thank you.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora. There's about 4 minutes left in this time slot, so she'll have 2 minutes, and her colleague will have 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair, thank you. First, I'd like to say that it's a real honour to be the Member of Parliament for Newmarket Aurora. Aurora is the home of one of Canada's oldest military organizations, the Queen's York Rangers. But, Mr. Chair, the brave men and women of the Canadian Forces put themselves on the line every day to protect Canadians and their interests. We know all too well that the vital work carried out by our sailors, our soldiers, airmen and airwomen is often very dangerous. Many times when we send the Canadian Forces into harm's way, they don't always come back unscathed. Mr. Chair, we know the history of this issue has been long and difficult. During the 90s, cuts to the Canadian Forces budget left many soldiers neglected and without care. As well, taboos surrounding the topic of mental health existed strongly even only 10 years ago. However, we have clearly made strides. The effects of trauma on the human mind are well documented and can be traced to such injuries as anxiety, major depression, substance abuse, post-traumatic stress disorder, and even death. Yet despite the severity of these injuries, the stigma of mental illness is sometimes so strong that Canadian Forces members, like many Canadians, are often unwilling to admit that they are injured. This has increasingly led to unfortunate effects on members' lives. We owe it to our military personnel to ensure they get the care and support they need. I know this government has done a great deal to improve the quality of care and support our men and women in uniform.
I'm going to have to stop the member there because the minister has to have a chance to respond. The Honourable Minister.
Briefly, Mr. Chair, I thank the member from Newmarket Aurora, and I share her pride in her local regiment. We've outlined a number of the important investments that we've made with respect to mental health care providers. We've committed to double the number available through the Joint Personal Support Units. We've talked about some of the programs that exist in terms of Be the Difference, the leadership of General Latinchik and others that are spending a great deal of time dealing with the practical problems that are faced, but as well dealing with such things as the stigma that has to be overcome. Bringing all of those efforts together will certainly make a difference for those men and women. And there are specific pieces of equipment that we have purchased as well. And in particular, I would reference the important investment that was made at the Glenrose Rehabilitation Hospital, as well as a hospital here in Ottawa, to purchase the computer-assisted rehabilitation environment system that's known as the CARNS. This $1.5 million investment was championed by the member from Edmonton Centre. It has.
And I have to stop the minister there. The honourable member for Barrie has about a minute and a half left for this question.
Mr. Speaker, I'll try to speak very quickly. Thank you for the member from Westlock St. Paul, who's well known for his dedication to the Canadian Forces. But wanted to talk a little bit about what this government has done. I know this government has done a great deal to improve the quality of care and support for our men and women in uniform, including the new mental health facilities at CFB Esquimalt and a series of new integrated personnel support centres, including the one recently opened here in Ottawa. I also understand, as the Minister of Defence was just touching upon, about this new innovative partnership with Alberta Health Services to buy a new state-of-the-art virtual reality rehabilitation system for the Glenrose Rehabilitation Hospital in Edmonton. And I realize he got cut off, so maybe he could have an opportunity to expand about how this new project will benefit the Canadian Forces.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank the member from Barrie. I know that he and the previous speaker, as well as the member from Westlock St. Paul, have a real passion. The member from Edmonton as well was a great support in bringing about this important investment in this cutting-edge equipment that is used to help rehabilitate, reorient, in fact, members who may be suffering as a result of their service. The Canadian Forces Health Services are collaborating with the Alberta Health Service on this important initiative, as is happening here in Ottawa. There's also an international component as well. We're working with the Netherlands, with Israel, to ensure that we have the right computer-generated programs that are used very much in this CARN system. And we're pleased to provide the Canadian military personnel with access to this new technology that has tremendous application. The system will enhance rehabilitation treatment and for a wide range of patients, including amputees, those with spinal cord injuries, and those suffering from PTSD. Thank you, Chair.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to notify you that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Brossard-La Prairie, and I do intend to ask the Minister questions. First of all, I would like to clarify some things. We too on this side of the House, we too in the Liberal Party of Canada, I too as a member for Hull and Elmer, have a great respect and a lot of love, if I may say so, for the members of our Canadian Forces. And I'm pleased to see tonight, along with the Minister, his Parliamentary Secretary, the CDS, and experts. A question from my colleague from Vancouver South with regard to the Afghanistan mission after 2011. In response to that, the Minister said that the simple answer was to be determined. That is unacceptable as a response. And I don't want to hear him say that they're respecting the 2008 motion. Contrary to what he's saying, for me, things aren't clear. So therefore, I ask him the question, and I do expect from him an unequivocal answer. Will there be Canadian soldiers in Afghanistan to participate in the training of Afghan military personnel after 2011? The Honourable Minister.
Every time I've been clear tonight, I've been clear on hundreds of answers I've given to this question. We will respect the motion put forward to this Parliament that will see the Canadian Forces finish the mission in 2011, end combat in July of 2011, and the mission itself will be complete in December 2011.
The Honourable Member for Hull Elmer.
An answer very clear, and that has not been clear in the sense that will there be military personnel left in Afghanistan after 2011 to train military Afghan personnel? Yes or no?
Well, we've been clear, Mr. Chair. I don't know what part of clear the honourable member doesn't understand. We will respect the mission. We have trainers there now. We have a full-range mission taking place in Afghanistan, from combat to reconstruction and development. We're working with a number of other departments, from Foreign Affairs to CEDA. The mission as defined in the parliamentary motion. I invite the member to take the time to read it again so that he does have it clear. We'll respect the motion.
The Honourable Member for Hull Elmer. Mr. Chair, I'd like to point out that we have still not gotten a clear answer. The Minister is not without knowing that his government was extremely generous in terms of promises with regarding to the Quebec City Armory, but yet nothing has been done on the ground. The Minister responsible for the Quebec City region stated that the work could begin in the fall of 2009, and we still know nothing about the Conservative plan. Why is the government continuing to not give us any detailed plans? The Minister.
Invite the honourable member to stay tuned, but I do want to come back to clarity. Just because the honourable member doesn't get it, or chooses not to get it, or calls it unclear, let me be clear. We'll respect the military, the motion with respect to the military mission in Afghanistan. That is crystal clear, as has been the Prime Minister, the Parliamentary Secretary, those on this side of the House. I would encourage the honourable member to spend time with his leader. If his leader or members of his party want to talk about the parliamentary mission, there's a perfect parliamentary motion. There's a perfect forum to do so. It's called the Afghanistan Committee. And we have repeatedly tried to have members from his party and members of the opposition engage in a discussion about the future of the mission, and they have blocked.
L'honorable Deputy Hull Elmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull Elmer. Mr. Chair, I'll try and say this more simply. Can the Minister inform us on the status of the government's plan for the reconstruction of the Quebec City Armory Hall? I can't be any simpler than that. And it's my turn to tell him that I can't be any clearer than that. Clarity, Mr. Chair. We've made a lot of progress. We've committed $2 million. We've devised a plan for the future of the armory.
Hold on to his hat. as there's more coming. In fact, the minister from Quebec for that region will have more to say in the coming days. I'm not going to preempt that, but I can assure you, as the Prime Minister has in this very chamber, that we are committed to seeing this important building, this important armory, this historic armory, which was built in 1884, I believe, which has housed the Voltigeurs, the most senior French-speaking infantry unit in the country. We will see that history is respected and that this building is restored.
Honourable Deputy Hull Aylmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer.
May I remind the honourable member that the answers are supposed to be no longer than the questions? Thank you. Monsieur le ministre a dit qu'il y avait deux.
The minister said that there were $2 million committed, but how much will the project? How much will the project cost? How much will it cost, Minister?
Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Still in the definition phase, but I've heard estimates as high as $125 million. Is that short enough for you?
Honourable Deputy Hull Aylmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer.
I appreciate it when he respects the rules.
Do we at least know, Mr. Chair, what project will be put in place? The Honourable Minister.
I just said 2 seconds ago that it's in project definition phase. So clearly we're seeking advice from those who will be involved in the rebuilding of this this historic centerpiece, this landmark in Quebec City. This is the type of building that is well over 100 years old. It is going to require a great deal of engineering to restore it.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Chair, I would just like to remind the Minister that in March, the Minister responsible for the Quebec City region said that the government was preparing a call for tenders. So how is it possible, is that possible if he can't tell us about the project? The Honourable Minister.
Remember that it's May. We're still preparing.
Honourable Deputy Hull.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Well, then, can the Minister tell us, Mr. Chair, where the decision-making process is at, and who are the people who are mandated to make the decisions? The Conservatives are playing football with this issue between the Minister responsible for the Quebec City region and the Minister of Defence. Who is responsible for the deliverables, and who has to make the decision in-house? The Honourable Minister.
Honourable Deputy Hull.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. All right. Well, then I understand that there's no plan right now. Well, now I would like to talk about the reservists, Mr. Chair. The Minister knows that the Canadian Forces are drawing more and more upon the reserve to fill positions in the regular forces. But does the Minister know that the entire system of reservists is threatened because their ranks have been stripped? Does he know? The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. We have people signing up in record numbers. We have a high operational tempo. We have new flexibility injected into the capacity of the Canadian Forces to have members move from reserve to regular force, back again. Depending on the operational tempo, we make decisions on how to best meet the needs, whether it results in an increase in Class B reservists, which we've seen during our time in Afghanistan, where we're at record numbers. As we draw down, as we leave Afghanistan, those numbers will obviously change.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Chair, in November, now it's true that between November and now there was the prorogation, and the Minister may have forgotten certain things, but the Conservatives said that the situation of the decline in the reservists was due to the fact that we were in wartime, and that the situation would be corrected after the Afghan mission. So, are things the same as before, Mr. Chair? Mr. Minister?
Minister, sorry, I thought you were asking.
The Honourable Minister.
He did. He forgot you.
From regular force to reserves. They are hired full-time to fill specific tasks. Their contracts are generally entered into on a short-term nature. So that's the nature of how the reserves work. The honourable member would know as well that because of the tempo in Afghanistan, we have staffed up. We have, in fact, relied heavily on reserves during this particular period of our military history.
L'honorable député de Brossard-la-Prairie.
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to continue, Mr. Minister, concerning the reduction of the Navy personnel. When did the minister learn that General Natinchuk was going to override the order of Vice Admiral McFadden?
Well, Mr. Chair, in fact, we're in a period of growth in all of the environments. In fact, what we have currently is about 1,800 new sailors who are in the pipeline, if I can put it that way, and on course to join our ranks. We have a shortage of about 1,000 in terms of the need currently, so there are certain trades in particular where we're recruiting. We're in a period of growth. It's not shortage. It's trying to fill all of these positions, Mr. Chair, which is exactly what we intend to do.
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Chair, perhaps I didn't express myself clearly enough. I'm talking about the Navy budgets, not the personnel, and I want to know, when did the minister learn that General Natinchuk was going to override the order of Vice Admiral McFadden? The honourable minister.
He knew that there needed to be clarification after he spoke to me. That's how it works. I work very closely with the Chief of the Defence Staff, the Chief of the Maritime Staff. We make decisions in consultation. We have regular briefings. The good news is that the Navy has more money in its budget this year than its entire history, 100 years. It's in its centennial, as you know. Mr. Chair, we're seeing a $209 million increase in the Navy's operating budget this year. They're at historic levels.
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. During his press conference, General Natinchuk said that it was his duty to ensure that the minister wasn't taken by surprise. Did the minister order General Natinchuk to override the order of the Vice Admiral? Did the general act on his own accord, or did the minister and the general consult each other first? The honourable minister.
This question, Mr. Chair, we make these decisions in consultation with one another. I respond to requests from all of the environments on the advice of the Chief of Defence Staff. As I mentioned, the good news is the Navy have the money. They have the money in the budget to do the job that we expect of them, to patrol the three oceans that we have responsibility for in Canada, in North America. We continue to make tremendous contributions internationally. We just had the HMCS Fredericton return from the Gulf of Aden. The Navy have historic levels of funding which will enable them to do their job that we expect of them.
Honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Can he tell us very simply where the directive to cancel the order of Vice Admiral McFadden?
There was need to clarify, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, which is exactly what we did. And as Minister of National Defence, I make decisions in consultation with the Deputy Minister, Assistant Deputy Minister, officials at the Department, but most importantly from the chain of command. And after speaking with General Natinchuk, we issued a clarification because there was misinformation, which I know the honourable member wouldn't want to perpetrate here tonight.
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. So then, why was the order not cancelled in-house? Why was it cancelled publicly? The honourable minister. The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Did the minister order General Natinchuk to do this? Because the minister, was he not in agreement with the order of the Vice Admiral after it was publicized? And then did he order the General Natinchuk to override the Vice Admiral's order? Is that what happened? The honourable minister.
Can ask this question as many times in as many different ways as she likes. What I've said to her, what I've said consistently, is we make informed decisions based on the advice of the Chief of Defence Staff, the Chief of the Maritime Staff, the Army, the Air Force. We make decisions. their budget has increased. The Canadian Forces budget has increased overall, which will give them even greater capability to do the terrific work that they continue to do.
Une question très, très brève.
A very brief question, the honourable member. Yes, but it's not clear at all, and that's the problem, because the minister says one thing, but something else happened. When the order was given, the minister called upon the general to order the vice admiral's admiral, so he forced the general to betray the vice admiral. Is that what the minister said?
Well, again, I know for certain that the honourable member doesn't want to misinform Canadians or make allegations that she can't support. I know she doesn't want to do that. So what I'll reiterate once again is that there are clear decisions, clear directives given with respect to budgets and allocations on the advice of the Chief of Defence Staff. We are constantly...
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Northumberland Quinte West and the member for Calgary Centre. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, dear colleagues, I am pleased to take part in today's discussion, and I will use this opportunity to expand on the Minister's remarks regarding defence infrastructure renewal. To begin, I'd ask you to think about the tremendous demands on our Canadian forces at home, on the continent, and abroad. At home, surveillance, sovereignty patrols, search and rescue, and support to security partners at special events and in response to natural disasters. On the continent, working with American partners to keep the skies of North America safe and provide a clear picture of maritime security threats. Overseas, contributing to international security through deployed operations and delivering humanitarian aid. What does it take to ensure that the Canadian forces can carry out all we ask of them safely and effectively? The right people, well trained, of course, and the right equipment, well maintained. But there's also defense infrastructure. The hangars, roads, landing strips, docking facilities, accommodations, medical, training, and recreational facilities, and much more. These are absolutely essential to the effectiveness of our military. The right infrastructure, up to date and properly maintained, ensures the Canadian Forces personnel and civilians on our bases and wings across Canada to have the safe and healthy work environment they expect and deserve. It ensures they have suitable facilities for their accommodation, for fitness, and training. And it ensures they can house and maintain their equipment under the right conditions. With stations, bases, and wings stretching from Haida Gwaii to Alert to St. John's, national defense infrastructure holdings are as extensive as they are varied. Some 35,000 buildings and work assets, serviced by 3,000 kilometers of water, storm, and sewer pipes, 2.25 million hectares of land, that's 4 times the size of PEI, and 5,500 kilometers of roads, enough to stretch from here to Whitehorse. These are impressive numbers. But the fact is, much of this inventory is aging and in need of pressing upgrades or replacement. As well, DND must build or enhance infrastructure associated with the introduction of new capabilities. With good reason, defense infrastructure is one of the 4 essential pillars of the Canada First defense strategy. The strategy calls for the replacement of 25% of the existing infrastructure over 10 years and 50% over 20 years. Let me give you an idea of some of the projects that are underway. On the West Coast, at CFB Esquimalt, a new facility is being built that will allow for the safe receiving, processing, storage, and transportation of hazardous material and waste, such as poisons, corrosive agents, and flammable substances. Heading inland to CFB Wainwright, a water treatment plant is being upgraded to ensure safe and reliable drinking water to both the base and the town of Wainwright. Continuing eastward, a number of upgrades are being made to the airfield at 8-Wing Trenton, including the important work being done to accommodate the C-17 Globemasters. As you might imagine, these huge Globemasters need infrastructure to match. D&D will be reconstructing a part of 8-Wing Trenton's airfield so that it can support their massive weight. These aircraft have been hard at work for the CF from their first operation in support of Jamaica. Within a week of the first Canadian Globemaster touching down in Trenton to their most recent operation in Haiti. Because the Globemasters aren't the only new acquisitions that National Defence has to accommodate, Trenton will also get a new air mobility training centre to house the equipment and personnel required to train operators and maintainers of the C-130J aircraft. And that's also supporting a real need. The aging Hercules that the C-130Js will replace have been in steady use for Afghanistan and Canadian Forces relief missions. And they've also been invaluable to operations at home, including search and rescue. Communities in Quebec are benefiting from infrastructure renewal as well, with a variety of projects underway, including new facilities at Valcartier and Montréal for the LAV-3s, a versatile vehicle that has been serving our soldiers faithfully in Afghanistan. The Light Armored Vehicle 3 facility at Valcartier will be used for day-to-day operations, maintenance, and preparations for deployment of the vehicles. The Montreal building will be used for full maintenance, including repairs to battle-damaged machinery, Lab 3 mission preparation, and vehicle decontamination. These new facilities will ensure that the Lab 3 continues to play a vital role in the future of our land forces for many years to come. Atlantic Canada is also benefiting from infrastructure renewal under the Canada First Defence Strategy. 14-Wing Greenwood will get a new fire hall and new health services centre, in addition to 4 other projects, while 9-Wing Gander will get a new headquarters facility for 19 airfield engineering flight and a new multi-purpose facility. These and other improvements, completed or underway, are already making a difference for the men and women of the Canadian Forces and for civilians working at defence installations, adding to their safety, readiness, and effectiveness. And the new and upgraded storage and maintenance facilities are helping to ensure the required equipment is available where and when it's needed. But the benefits of defence infrastructure renewal extend beyond the Canadian Forces bases and wings. Investments in national defence infrastructure support the objectives of the government's Economic Action Plan. Our efforts to renew defence infrastructure complement the plan by bringing economic activity to local communities through the creation of thousands of jobs across the country. For example, in addition to the 8-wing projects I just mentioned, there were 5 other Trenton projects that the Minister announced last September. These 7 projects represent an investment of more than $340 million and will bring significant economic activity. An estimated 1,800 plus direct employment opportunities to Trenton and surrounding communities over the course of the work. Overall, the Cross-Canada Defence Infrastructure projects announced in the 2009-2010 fiscal year alone have a total value of $1.8 billion and will sustain an estimated 4,320 jobs over the course of these projects. That's a very important consideration of the benefits of defence infrastructure renewal.
It's also important to remember that there's more to managing infrastructure than updating and construction. Maintaining assets, disposing of aging or surplus assets, managing heritage sites, and exercising environmental stewardship are all part of the process. D&D and the CF demonstrate due regard for the environmental health of the lands with which they've been entrusted. They practice pollution prevention in their everyday activities by reducing resource consumption and waste generation. And while keeping in mind the privacy of operations, they incorporate environmental considerations into their decision-making. For instance, using the latest assessment tools to integrate green building concepts into the design process of construction plans. Mr. Chair, In conclusion, defence infrastructure renewal supports the delivery of defence operations by supporting our people, our equipment and our readiness. And it helps to ensure we have a first-class modern military ready to take on the challenges of the 21st century. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Chair, as the Minister knows, I have the great honour to represent the men and women who work so hard at one of Canada's busiest air wings in the country, and that's CFB Trenton 8 Wing. The Canada First Defence Strategy outlines infrastructure as one of its pillars. We know that national defence is one of the largest landowners across Canada, and the budget cuts of the 1990s under the previous Liberal government significantly impacted on the defence infrastructure across the country. This Conservative government has begun the crucial task of re-equipping our forces. For example, the C-17s that our government bought and now fly out of Trenton are a vital link to our supply of material to Afghanistan. They are a crucial and integral part of our government's response to the earthquake in Haiti. Alas, a lot of our military infrastructure is old and not designed for today's equipment. Can the Minister tell us what this Conservative government is doing to ensure that the airmen and airwomen at CFB Trenton and CFB members on other bases are getting the infrastructure they need to do the vital jobs we ask of them? And can the Minister also explain to the members of the committee what he is doing to ensure proper accountability and spending of taxpayers' money?
Well, Minister of National Defence.
Chair, I thank the member from Northumberland, Quinte West, for his question and also for his unwavering support of the men and women in uniform, particularly at CFB Trenton, which he said he's extremely proud of. And I have seen him there on a number of occasions. He's absolutely right. We have an enormous amount of property, both real property, infrastructure. That includes some 21,000 buildings, 800 parcels of land that cover 2.25 million hectares of land. And in line with our Canada First Defence Strategy, much of the investment that we are making over the next 20 years very much involves the refurbishment and investment in infrastructure spending. In fact, over the past 12 months, we've announced over $2.5 billion in construction projects, which illustrate our government's ongoing commitment to fulfill that contract that we have between government and the Canadian Forces in a Canada First Defence Strategy. Just to give you a taste of that, Chair, in response to this question, at CFB Trenton, in the member's riding, we have announced 6 projects, an investment of approximately $334 million in infrastructure at 8 Wing Trenton. They include the construction and maintenance hangars for the new C-17s that he spoke of, the Globemaster aircraft that are so useful in allowing Canada to reach out and touch places like Haiti, the construction of new air mobility and training centre there, the construction of a new electrical, mechanical, engineering and transportation garage, a new refurbished facility for aerospace, telecommunications engineering and support squadron, and a new training accommodation centre, new material distribution, and the list goes on and on. We're making these investments right across the country, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Do I get introduced? Oh, sorry. Mr. Speaker, it's great to be here. I'm just in awe of those present. I'm from Calgary, where we've always had a pretty strong pride in and support of our men and women in uniform, and I'm particularly proud of them these days. So great to be here. We no longer have a base in Calgary. Some years ago was moved to Edmonton. However, it was the Liberals. People think it's because of the National Energy Program for some reason, but we don't like Liberals, but it's because they moved our base away from Calgary. In any event, we do support the troops. We sent from Calgary a couple of years back to the Quebec Winter Carnival. We took 100 cowboys and cowgirls and put on a barbecue and Western entertainment for 4,000 of the families of troops at Valcartier. The Bandus had just been deployed to Afghanistan. It was a moving time. And I wanted to ask the Minister about that because while we were at Valcartier entertaining those troops with our Calgary hospitality, I learned about the Defence Research and Development Canada, the DRDC. Valcartier, with its 400 employees and rich network of partners, has a world-leading expertise in defence-related information, protection, and combat systems. The research activities carried out at this facility help ensure that Canadian forces are equipped with cutting-edge technology and direct
impact their operations at home and abroad. I understand, Minister, that you have taken concrete steps to ensure that DRDC Valcartier maintains its world-class expertise and continues to attract the best scientists and partners in the defense and security field to Quebec by investing in a major infrastructure upgrade at the facility. Could you please fill us in on the particulars of that important project?
I'm going to stop the member there to allow the minister 1 minute to reply.
Thanks, Chair. Very quickly, and I thank the member from Calgary Centre. I know he's been a long-time supporter of the Canadian Forces and is famous for his hospitality. Mr. Chair, the work that we're doing at CFB Valcartier was announced back in February of this year. It includes new offices, laboratories, support space, represents a total investment of $170 million. And this project, as has been mentioned in previous discussion around these projects, will employ a large number of local people, almost 1,000 job opportunities on this project alone. And following the design phase, which begins this year, which is valued at approximately $13 million. The project is expected to be rolled out in 3 phases. The first, prepping the site for the DRDC Valcartier North site. It will then involve some of the infrastructure investments that will be placed in the ground, sewage, pipes, water, electricity. This phase is valued at $37 million. That will begin in 2012. The second phase will begin the construction of the actual building.
I'll have to stop the member there. The time is up for that slot, and we'll move now to the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad to have a second opportunity to ask some questions. 15 minutes goes pretty fast, so I'll start with some pick up where I left off on the F-18 fighter program. First of all, the minister said that we just finished in March of this year a mid-life refurbishment and upgrading of the existing jets, but yet they seem only to last for another 7 years. I wonder if you could explain that, since we've had these since back in 1980. The other question is, are we still looking at a replacement of 65 new jets? Is that number's been bandied around before? Is that still the number that we're talking about?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Chair, the reason that we're extending the life of the F-18s is obviously so they can continue service until we get a new plane. And we spoke earlier about the modernization. This will see us replace basically much of the onboard equipment and some of the other important things such as landing gear. So stem to stern, these aircraft are being upgraded and modernized so that they'll continue to serve such a useful purpose until 2017. That will also allow us then to continue down the road of procuring new fighter aircraft. There is eye-watering technology now that is available. A 5th generation fighter aircraft will be brought to Canada after the year 2017. We're part of a global program and a global supply chain that will create many opportunities for those in the Canadian aerospace industry. There's tremendous excitement in industry as we embark on this important replacement.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
How many, Mr. Chairman?
The Saskatchewan Minister. He was a page. Oh, the Honourable Minister of National Defence.
80 currently in operation. We intend to come back with a fleet of 65.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Did I take the minister's earlier comments in my last round on the Joint Strike Fighter program to mean that the government has already decided to purchase the planes from the Joint Strike Fighter program itself?
Honourable Minister. Taken, Mr. Chair, none whatsoever. I should have referred to it in a more generic term, which is the next generation. The Joint Strike Fighter is one of the 2 aircraft, and there may be others, but I think those are the 2 main contenders that we're looking at. Obviously, we want to get the best value, the best aircraft, and we've embarked upon investments already to ensure that that happens.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
There's been a significant investment already by the Government of Canada in the Joint Strike Fighter program, and I understood the Minister to say that it was from that program we would achieve our new jets, but perhaps we have to go over the transcript. But I take the minister's comments at face value that there will be a tendering program and a tendering process taking place. The member for Richmond Hill asked questions about PTSD, and of course the Defense Committee did a major study on that, urged on the committee by my predecessor, Don Black, who I understand actually is watching these proceedings tonight. But I want to ask some questions about it, because some significant progress has been made. There's no doubt about it. Although we're not there yet. I've had one constituent complain that it took 10 years for him now to get recognized as having 100% disability with respect to post-traumatic stress disorder. So we're getting there, but we're not there yet. And earlier this week, we had a report from the CBC that the military advisor, Special Advisor of Mental Health Injuries, Stéphane Grenier, was concerned about the entry criteria for the PTSD treatment program at St. Anne's Hospital. And she said that the program criterion were such that almost no soldier could meet the test for admission, that soldiers with anger problems or substance abuse problems or managing medications were almost among those excluded. And she said, right now what we're doing is we're excluding those people from care for these types of reasons. I don't think that's responsible. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think that's acceptable. I share those concerns, Mr. Chair, if these are the facts. And given that anger and substance abuse are among the difficulties often faced by those living with PTSD, I've got some serious concerns. Can the Minister respond to that, and can he assure that if that is the fact at St. Anne's or at other places across the country, that he will do something to fix that? We do know that PTSD is a multifaceted disease function and the syndrome, and that these other aspects come into play and must be recognized as part of the symptoms that need treatment. Can he assure us that he can do that?
The Honourable Minister.
Glad to, Mr. Chair. I'll come back to that instantly. I just want to be very clear on the record that the reference to the next generation of fighter aircraft does not preclude a competition, an open, transparent one. In fact, thus far, the Joint Strike Fighter program has provided Canadian industry with access to high technology industry opportunities. Since 2003, 80 Canadian firms have already secured contracts with total estimated values of over $325 million. In fact, Mr. Chair, I'd suggest to the honourable member that regardless of what aircraft we choose, Canadian Aerospace has already been a beneficiary of participation in this program. To come back to his question about post-traumatic stress, though, I certainly agree that we as a government, that all governments, and this is, of course, happening around the world, need to do more to address these very real afflictions and illnesses. In fact, I mentioned earlier this is a genuine injury. Canada has been a leader in this regard. The mental health professionals that we have working on these files, working directly with individuals that have been afflicted, are making major breakthroughs. We are, of course, very cognizant of other implications that my honourable friend referenced, including things such as substance abuse. Suicide is obviously, and suicide prevention is obviously something we are continually concerned about and looking to address. We have committed to doubling the number of mental health care professionals that will help treat those who are suffering from post-traumatic stress and other mental illnesses. Mr. Chair, we are very concerned, and I know the honourable member's question is sincere, but I can assure him that we are taking steps, proper steps, to address all of the practical implications and the stigmatization that is still there, both inside and outside of the Canadian Forces. We need to do more in that regard. The Chief of Defence Staff has been a leader himself in addressing this in a very open and frank way, encouraging greater dialogue, encouraging greater mental health awareness, period, is something that we are all tasked with. And we had a colleague here in the House of Commons who, Chair, I know you were very close to. So this is something that we have to be very diligent about, very vigilant in addressing each and every day. And I thank the member for his question.
The member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the generalities and support the sentiments expressed, but I want to ask the Minister, can he undertake to see that these criteria for treatment complained about by Stéphane Grenier are in fact fixed? Can he ensure that the people who present with PTSD get access to treatment? This is the problem that's been recognized. Will he undertake to seek a solution?
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, let me respond with some specifics, Mr. Chair, because I don't want to denigrate at all his question. We have, in fact, currently 646 Canadian Forces personnel who are suffering from post-traumatic stress. In response to that, we now have over 370 full-time mental health professionals who are working. We're going to hire more. We have challenges, of course, given the vastness of this country, and the availability of mental health care professionals in many communities remains a challenge. But with regard to his specific question and any undertaking that I could give, this falls under the Department of Veterans Affairs Canada, not under the Department of National Defence. I'll certainly make my colleague aware. I'm sure that he has a transcript of the honourable member's question.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, these post-traumatic stress disorder treatment centres are also part of the joint project of DND and Veterans Affairs, so the Minister obviously has some influence on that as well. With respect to some specifics on budget dollars, and we talked generally about reservists earlier, can the Minister, we know there's always adjustments during the year, but can the Minister give us the budget allocation for reserves, naval, and break it down by services, naval, armed forces, etc., last year, what the budgeted amount estimates were, and what the actual budget turned out to be, so we can see whether there's been a decrease in expenditure based on estimates, and then what's the budget for this year. You may not be able to do that now, but if you can't do that, can you undertake to provide that to me in the future?
The Honourable Minister.
I'll provide him with some of that information now, Mr. Chair. The overall adjustments, I can tell him, are up. Both Army, Air Force and Navy, they're up within the Air Force by $400 million. They've gone up this year for the Army $1.6 billion and $209 million for the Navy with respect to the overall budget for reservists. With the individual breakdown or more specific information, I will undertake to provide him. But he's absolutely right. There are changes ongoing based on need. This is a particularly high-tempo period for the Canadian Forces. We have a lot of reservists who have been part of the rotations that have gone into Afghanistan, sometimes in excess of 20% of the overall. I was reminded by a reservist when they're there serving, there's no hat badge. They're all treated the same. Regular force and reservists are absolutely treated the same while serving on a mission.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you. And it may be difficult to separate it out because I believe, and perhaps the Minister can advise, when reservists are serving overseas with the regular forces, are they still part of the reserve budget or are they become part of the regular forces budget at that point in time?
The Honourable Minister.
These are overall budget numbers, to be clear, Mr. Chair. As I said, I'll undertake to get him the specific allocation for reservists each year. So he wants, I believe, the past year and the current year. So those figures that I gave refer to the overall budget allocations for reserve and reg force this year. They're up in all three: Army, Navy, Air Force.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the budget numbers directly here, in particular the budget for on budget page 18.8 of the budget document, main estimates. I see that the contribution to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization NATO military budget is up by nearly 50%, up to $126 million. Is there a particular reason for that this year? An increase of about $40 million on an $87 million budget.
The Honourable Minister.
Here. Well, part of it, of course, is, again, because we're more active in NATO operations than we have been in the past. We've taken certain allocations that were requested of us by NATO with respect to a certain commitment that we've made to support a system called the AGS. This is a particularly expensive piece of equipment that we have committed to support. It is the type of equipment that allows us for greater information gathering. It is also something that we feel very important to support as part of Canada's overall commitment to NATO. And there was monies allocated this year that were transferred as payment variance from the 2009-10 budget as part of the main estimates. This $40 million increase that he refers to is a contribution to the overall NATO military budget. And
I'm just going to have to stop the member there to respect the balance of time. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see on the next page, on the other hand, a contribution projected in the last year's main estimates of $2.6 million to the Pearson Peacekeeping Center contribution program. These items are indicated as items not required. In other words, I assume that the money wasn't spent. Some of the other items are indicated as being authority being sought for the renewal of the transfer payment programs for 2010, but that one doesn't seem to be on that list. Can the Minister explain why that is?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, I think there's some confusion, Mr. Chair, and I would just simply indicate that the transfer that he's referring to, the first transfer payment variance that we spoke of, the $40 million increase, is a contribution to the NATO military budget, and there is a swap, if you will. A transfer is explained by the renewal of terms and conditions for the NATO contribution program, which was approved in October of 2009, which would better reflect the current reality of the operations and the management of the Airborne Warning and Control System, or AWACS, as it is known, and it's effective 2010-2011. This operating portion of the AWACS program was transferred from one budget to military budget, so hence there is a difference or a discrepancy that he's identified. I would indicate that...
I'll have to stop the member there before he finishes that thought. The honourable member for Guelph.
Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member from York West and the member from Labrador, and I too want to join with the rest in this House and the people of Guelph and express my deepest appreciation for the courage and sacrifices of all of our troops and their families, wherever they may be. Through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Minister, thank you for appearing tonight. In December 2009, church leaders from the Canadian Council of Churches, which represent 85% of Christians in Canada, wrote the Prime Minister and called for Canada to invest substantial new resources in diplomatic efforts to negotiate an end to the war and to support the people of Afghanistan through diplomacy and reconciliation efforts at local and regional levels. The Canadian Council of Churches requested that we ask you some of these following questions. Will you commit to taking a leading role with and among its NATO and ISAF allies in a diplomatic surge to end the war in Afghanistan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also want to thank the honourable member for his preamble and assure him that the families are listening. The families do certainly appreciate the expressions of support. Particularly, I would add the family of Trooper Larry Rudd, who was received at CFB Trenton today. His mother Helen, his grandmother, many of his friends were on hand to see him repatriated, and we are all very much in awe and very much full of respect and love and admiration for Trooper Rudd and his family. With respect to a specific question, I can assure him that in fact the Canadian government, the Canadian forces, are very much a part of the effort when it comes to efforts made to reconcile, efforts made to pursue diplomatic efforts. We have, in fact, a surge of civilians as part of our effort in Afghanistan, and it is one of the 6 priorities identified by the Canadian government in Afghanistan. So it is an Afghan lead, something we very much support.
Member for Guelph.
Mr. Minister, as Canada takes steps towards a civilian mission post-2011, what new financial commitments will the Government of Canada be making, and what planning efforts are underway to support the reconciliation of which you speak through local peace-building and governance initiatives?
The Honourable Minister.
Much of that is determined by the Afghan government, as you would understand, and the member I know would understand. This is something that we are in a supportive capacity. We give advice to various government departments in Afghanistan. We are obviously very committed to working with them, efforts to reconcile, efforts to bring about fruitful discussions by the Afghanistan government are extremely important and part of Canada's overall commitment and one of our 6 priorities.
Now remember for Guelph.
Now commit Canada to investing in the negotiation of sustainable peace with all stakeholders in and outside of Afghanistan with the same vigor committed to our combat role in Afghanistan?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Believe me, Mr. Chair, to the honourable member, there is great rigor and vigor being demonstrated by our civilians, by our diplomats, by our aid workers, working shoulder to shoulder with the Canadian Forces. This is a whole-of-government approach, as the honourable member knows, but the lead and the point to these efforts in reconciliation, in discussion, in dialogue with those on the other side who are very often difficult to identify, I'm quick to add, really rests, that priority rests with the Afghanistan government, the Afghanistan people.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Through you, Mr. Minister, since the Conservative government took power in 2006, our ranking in the world on contributions of military personnel to UN peacekeeping missions has gone from 16th to 56th place, with only 57 troops deployed in UN peacekeeping missions. Now, you can't blame this on our commitments in Afghanistan because we were there in 2006. Italy has 2,600 troops deployed in UN peacekeeping missions. They're in Afghanistan. Similarly, Spain in Afghanistan has 1,100 troops deployed in UN peacekeeping missions. And France, also in Afghanistan, has 2,000 troops in UN peacekeeping missions. How and when will you change these numbers and increase our contributions to troop deployment on UN missions?
The Honourable Minister has 30 seconds left.
Thank you, Chair. Let's set the record straight here. Afghanistan is a UN mission, Mr. Chair. It has a Security Council resolution. And without going into the specifics of other countries he's mentioned, I can assure you that Canada is one of a small number when it comes to the high tempo of military combat activity. There is a lot of NATO countries and non-NATO countries who are present in Afghanistan, both in smaller and in some cases larger numbers. But they're not performing the full range of uncaveated military combat that the Canadian Forces are. We are involved in 16 different UN missions around the globe. Afghanistan remains.
I have to stop the Minister there. The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I'd like to start first by asking the Minister about the tragic story of Agent Orange at CFB Gagetown, which I know is an issue that he's well aware of. Can the Minister assure all of those veterans and their families that have been affected by the spraying of Agent Orange that the government will pursue giving full compensation to all those affected by the Agent Orange contamination at CFB Gagetown, and that all those left out by the deadlines imposed by the government will still have an opportunity to get their compensation and not be discriminated against?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Chair, this is in fact an issue that I am familiar with, and more importantly, I'm very proud that it was our government and under the leadership of the Honourable Greg Thompson, who was Minister of Veterans Affairs and a member, serving member from New Brunswick, who announced that our government was offering a one-time tax-free ex gratia payment of $20,000 related to the testing of unregistered U.S. military herbicide, which is known, as she said, as Agent Orange. It was used on the base at CFB Gagetown from 1966 to 1967. I had the honor to meet a number of these veterans, and I know what an impact it had on their lives, on their health, on their well-being. Our government, we believe, has been fair in compensating the request and the response, we believe, to these long-standing concerns, and we're very proud of this program that has...
I'll stop the Minister there. The Honourable Member for York West.
The Minister not agree, though, that the deadlines imposed by his government are unjust, and they discriminate against many of these veterans and their families, simply on the basis of when they might die. Picking a date as to the day that the government came into power doesn't seem to be a just way to pick a date. The application deadline of last year did not allow adequate time for all of those who are eligible to apply for compensation. The window of opportunity was very narrow and very small. Why not allow all of those affected have a fair shot and get the compensation? It doesn't replace the loved one that they have lost, that has died. $20,000 is only $20,000. What about all of those that didn't qualify, that had already died? And what about the widows on the warpath that have continually come to the House looking for compensation?
The Honourable Minister.
Chair, thank you, and I want to just set the record straight on this. The deadline to file applications was April 1st, 2009. As of May 21st, 2010, approximately 2,800 applicants have already received this tax-free ex gratia payment, and more than $79 million was paid out to veterans and their families. Now, I don't at all doubt the sincerity of the honourable member's question, but I do remind her that she was a member of a government for 13 years that did nothing on this file, didn't answer the concerns of veterans and their families, chose, for whatever reason, and I would put the question back to her, why she didn't express the same empathy and the same sincere conviction that she expresses today to members of her own government and her Prime Minister, who did nothing on this file.
There's still time. There's still time for the member for York West, unless she wants to give her time. Okay. The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I join with my colleagues tonight in honouring the loss of our many soldiers, and certainly I applaud their service and sacrifice, as well as those who are currently serving our country, many of whom are from Labrador. I want to thank the Minister for being here tonight, and I have a couple of questions that are specific to 5-Wing Goose Bay. Mr. Minister, I wonder if you could enlighten this House and give us the update on the NATO exercise Ramstein Rover, and could you confirm tonight whether that particular exercise is going to go forward at CFB Goose Bay in 2011?
The Honourable Minister, Mr. Chair, is that it was a NATO decision with respect to their budget allocations. They chose not to have the exercise, the NATO exercise, held in Labrador at the Goose Bay facility. They chose to go elsewhere. We will, of course, continue to advocate the advantages of carrying out that exercise in Goose Bay, but that is a NATO decision. What I can tell them is that we have invested in CFB Goose Bay. We continue to do so. It is an important strategic asset, as I know he would agree, and I certainly understand his advocating on behalf of the Goose Bay base, and it will, of course, figure prominently in the future with respect to Canadian Forces plans.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I asked the Minister regarding the 444 Squadron at CFB Goose Bay. Many of the troops have been deployed overseas. They are now in something called a pause position. They can no longer provide secondary search and rescue capability, and they also have a lack of capability in terms of supporting low-level flight training. Can the Minister confirm when or if the 444 Squadron will be back to its full complement after our mission ends in Afghanistan in 2011?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me elucidate the honourable member. There is SAR capability absolutely available at 444 Goose Bay. In fact, there's SAR activity going on right now as we speak. There's a HoC deployed, C-130 Hercules aircraft deployed out of Goose Bay that is involved in a SAR incident. We are down in terms of some of our equipment and personnel by virtue of our mission in Afghanistan. We have very capable people, including the commanding officer at 4-4 Combat Support Squadron, but it's not a primary search and rescue squadron. It has secondary capability. That secondary capability was diminished to some degree, but it does still have capability. It's a squadron that is very much an active one, is not dedicated for search and rescue. It does, however, have capability, and I can assure the honourable member that the region remains.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm well aware of the search and rescue that's happening. Indeed, one of the people that have gone down in that plane is a very good friend of mine, and we hope and pray that they're all going to be found safe. There's no doubt about that. I say to the Minister, this is regarding the program expenditure review. The Treasury Board President has said that nothing is going to be spared in the ongoing program expenditure review. D&D is looking at cuts. Can the Minister promise us unequivocally that Goose Bay is not on the chopping block?
Well, Minister of National Defence.
Well, look, let me begin, Mr. Chair, by expressing my support to what the honourable member has just said. obviously, whenever there is an incident, our SARTECs, our military personnel that engage in these searches do their level best and perform brilliantly. So we do hope that everyone will be located safe and sound, including the honourable member's friend. With respect to strategic review or program review, this is always a work in progress. It's aimed to identify efficiencies. It's aimed to ensure value for dollar. All departments are going through it. I would expect that he and members opposite would support that exercise to ensure efficiencies within every department, including the Department of National Defence. I'm confident in the value that this department provides to Canada. Goose Bay, I can assure him, is an important strategic asset for the Canadian.
I'll have to stop him there to respect the balance of time. The honourable member for Labrador.
Mr. Chair, on April the 30th, the Minister told the media in St. John's, in speaking of Goose Bay, we've had NATO contracts that will be honoured in the future. Can you provide details, Mr. Minister, of those contracts?
The honourable Minister.
Well, I don't sign on behalf of NATO, Mr. Chair. What I can assure the honourable member is we'll continue to advocate on behalf of Goose Bay. We know that there is particular interest in the type of flights that can occur there because of the terrain of which the honourable member is familiar. And we have a very formidable runway there at that particular location, which I'm proud to say our government invested over $20 million in resurfacing that runway at Goose Bay. And this new runway will also enhance the marketability in the future for NATO and for other interested allies who want to use them.
One more very brief question, the honourable member for Guelph.
Secretary General came to Ottawa 2 weeks ago. He expressed concern about Canada's waning contribution to the kind of UN peacekeeping missions it once pioneered. In response, you said the criticism was unfair and boasted that we're in 16 different missions right now, and you repeated that tonight. And I don't mean to be indignant, but we only have 57 troops deployed on 7 UN peacekeeping missions and 34 others deployed on 9 non-UN missions. How can you say that this is a robust commitment to peacekeeping?
The honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I can say it because I firmly believe it. The Afghanistan mission is all about bringing peace and security to one of the most war-torn, poverty-afflicted countries on the planet. And our commitment there is beyond reproach. Our commitment in other parts of the world, including the Congo, places in Africa, the Middle East, is also providing great value. But our primary focus, as is that of our neighbor to the south, the United States, Great Britain, all of our NATO allies and non-NATO allies are focusing their efforts currently on Afghanistan. We have almost 3,000 soldiers participating in that mission. They're performing brilliantly.
Hear, hear. Member for Edmonton. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be speaking for 10 minutes and then splitting my time with the member from Edmonton-Leduc and the member from Edmonton-Millwoods-Beaumont. Mr. Chair, I'm the longtime representative from the riding of Vancouver Island North, which includes CFB Comox, and I'm pleased to take part in this examination of the estimates for 2010-2011 for the Department of National Defence. And it's great to be here with our very competent minister and with General Natinchuk. The last time we met was at CFB Comox last year. I think you probably remember that. This is a crucial debate because we are discussing one of the most important federal institutions responsible for protecting Canada, defending its sovereignty, and securing our population. Our men and women in uniform serve with incredible professionalism, dedication, and courage. Mr. Chair, these expenditures can literally make the difference between life and death for Canadians, for our continental partners, and for people in distress around the world. And when the Canadian forces are called to serve, our men and women in uniform cannot fail. They also put their lives on the line, and neither then can we fail them. Whether it's supporting provincial or municipal authorities in case of a forest fire, flood, or catastrophic storm within our borders, undertaking Arctic patrols in our north, or a search and rescue helicopter winching somebody to safety in the Pacific coast or the frigid North Atlantic. Canadians expect a lot from our military, and the Canadian Forces have never, ever let us down. This year has shown and continues to highlight why we need our forces now as much as ever. Our military is busy, exceptionally busy, delivering excellence at home in the defense of Canada, continuing to be a strong and reliable partner in the defense of North America, and in addition to 16 deployed operations around the world, the Canadian Forces are defending our country and citizens right here in Canada. As part of tonight's discussion, I wanted to focus on our home game, because I believe no debate on the Department of National Defense and our Canadian Forces is complete without considering what our military is doing right here at home. Defending Canada is an integral part of the defense mission and is at the heart of this government's Canada First defense policy. This strategy includes many initiatives aimed at strengthening Canadian security. This means being aware, providing surveillance of our territory and air and maritime approaches, deterring threats before they reach our shores, and responding anywhere in the country. And our men and women in uniform are ready to do just that, and they excel in a variety of situations. And what better example did we have than the recent Winter Games, the Olympic Winter Games? In February, people from around the world watched the amazing accomplishments of top athletes at the Vancouver Winter Olympics. But what most people did not see was what happened behind the scenes. How after several years of preparation, over 4,000 military personnel helped support the RCMP to provide a secure environment for the Games. They monitored and kept secure 10,000 square kilometers of the most challenging geography in Canada. The Navy contributed personnel from the East and West Coast and all 24 Naval Reserve divisions, along with a frigate, 2 maritime coastal defense vessels, 3 patrol vessels, and several rigid-hull inflatables. Sailors from the Navy's clearance diving unit swam through the storm drains under Vancouver. Soldiers patrolled the backcountry on Cypress and Whistler Mountains. And airmen and women flew Griffin and Sea King helicopters and Twin Otter and Aurora fixed-wing aircraft to conduct surveillance patrols while moving specialized police units around the region. We have another good example next month with the G8 and G20 summits, when Canada will once again be in the spotlight. And as with the Olympics, we know we can rely on the more than 2,800 Forces personnel to once more work in support of the RCMP and our other partners to provide first-class security. In addition to all of this, we have major domestic security operations when natural disasters strike. And this happened in 2003 when forest fires raged in British Columbia. There was 2,600 troops deployed alongside emergency personnel. And when we had the floods in southern Manitoba, there was a major deployment at that time. And when the ice storm struck in 1998, more than 15,000 military personnel were deployed in Ontario, Quebec, and New Brunswick. In all these cases, the forces were ready if disaster struck, and they will continue to be ready to help in years to come. Mr. Chair, the forces are also defending our skies and monitoring our maritime approaches through the binational North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD. It's the cornerstone of our bilateral defense relationship with the U.S. NORAD no longer just monitors aircraft coming into North America. In the post-September 11th world, it also tracks civilian aircraft within Canada and American airspace. Through NORAD, we can respond to any air sovereignty threat in a matter of minutes, as demonstrated by the May 15th incident when NORAD Canadian assets were rapidly deployed to respond to a bomb threat on that civilian airliner. I just happened to be at home and watched those two CF-18s from Coal Lake stationed in the Comox fly overhead at my home on their return landing. Canadian Forces personnel are serving alongside their American counterparts aboard the airborne warning and control aircraft and operate CF-18 Hornet fighter aircraft on continuous alert, and we have hundreds of Canadian Forces members permanently deployed to NORAD headquarters in Colorado Springs. We have a very high visibility search and rescue capability in Canada. I relate to it as 442 Squadron at CFB Comox. What happens if Canadians are in distress? The Canadian Forces Search and Rescue System is ready to respond 24/7, 365 days of the year. Critical and usually dangerous tasks take our SAR-techs, our search and rescue technicians, to every corner of our nation and the surrounding oceans, covering 15 million square kilometers of land and sea, an area equivalent to that of continental Europe. Last year, the Canadian Forces responded to over 1,100 search and rescue calls, the vast majority of which had happy outcomes. Canadians can be confident that their search and rescue system is second to none and that our crews are ready to respond whenever and wherever needed. Mr. Chair, the Canadian Forces are prepared to operate from coast to coast to coast, and it's this defining feature of our great country that prompted this government to introduce the Northern Strategy. We are an Arctic nation. As part of our Canada First Defence Strategy, the Canadian Forces have stepped up their training exercises and patrols. This year's High Arctic operation witnessed the first ever landing of one of our purchases, the C-17 Globemaster Strategic Lift aircraft, on the ice-impregnated graveled runway at Canadian Forces Station Alert, the northernmost permanently inhabited settlement in the world. The Arctic Response Company Group and the Canadian Rangers conducted their patrols further north than ever before, and the combined dive team accomplished its first underwater dive in the high Arctic, as well as its longest ever sustained ice dive. Our forces are always ready to respond with little notice in difficult and diverse environments. As you can see, defending Canada and protecting Canadians is at the heart of the Canada First Defence Strategy and the Canadian Forces mission. That concludes my remarks, Mr. Chair, just under the wire.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we've spoken a lot tonight about the Canadian Forces' role in Afghanistan, and it was certainly appropriate to do so. The Parliamentary Secretary for Indian Affairs just spoke about the role of our forces in the Vancouver Olympics. But before those games, tragedy, as we all know, struck the people of Haiti on January the 12th. Canada was among the first to respond, and we responded in a very, very big way. I would like the Minister of Defence to provide an outline of the contributions of our men and women in responding in such a quick way in Haiti, and also to discuss the challenges of conducting two or more major operations at one time.
Hear, hear. Good question.
Thank the honourable member from the Duke and the previous speaker as well, who talked about the diversity and the spectrum of capabilities offered by the modern Canadian Forces. It is very much a challenge when there are simultaneous events such as the Olympics, preparation for the G8, G20, which will bring a lot of that know-how and lessons learned to bear during that important summit. We have, of course, the ongoing mission in Afghanistan, other missions as well, UN missions of which we're committed, and the Haiti, or Op-Hestia as it became known, which happened very suddenly in the aftermath of the earthquake that occurred off the coast of that island country. As the honourable member would know, this resulted in a very quick response from the Canadian Forces. Two ships, the Halifax, Mr. Speaker, as well as the Athabaskan. The Athabaskan, just by reference, is in New York taking part in the American Fleet Week, and I had the pleasure to be there with the captain and crew of that vessel, as did the Secretary General, who dropped by, the Secretary General of NATO to pay, or UN, to pay his respects. But just to respond to the question in terms of the challenge that was faced we received the call, and the Canadian Forces made the decision to deploy. As a result, the Canadian Forces, working in conjunction using our DART team, but with other departments, were able to evacuate 4,620 Canadians. They treated medically over 22,000 patients, distributed over 2.6 million litres of water, supplied millions of meals. Mr. Speaker, this was an unprecedented effort, obviously resulting in life-saving, life-enhancing during our time in Haiti, something that is truly a proud moment for all Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it's well understood that the Canadian Forces have a significant role to play in exercising control over and defending Canada's sovereignty in the Arctic. New economic, recreational, and other opportunities are emerging across the region. While these opportunities are exciting, they also bring new challenges. The Canadian Forces must therefore be prepared to respond to safety and security challenges in Canada's vast Arctic territory. As stated in the Canada First Defence Strategy, as activity in northern lands and waters accelerates, the military will play an increasingly vital role in demonstrating a visible Canadian presence in this potentially resource-rich region and in helping other government agencies such as the Coast Guard respond to any threats that may arise. I understand that a number of Canadian Forces firsts were recently achieved during Operation Nunavut, one of the Canadian Forces' annual Arctic sovereignty operations. The first ever landing of a CC-177 Globemaster at Canadian Forces Station Alert, and concurrent training between the Arctic Response Company Group and the Canadian Rangers, who conducted their patrols further north than ever before. Minister, as a first-hand witness, can you provide the committee with an overview of this highly successful operation?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I thank the member from Edmonton, Millwood, Beaumont. And yes, I had the unique opportunity, perspective with the Chief of Defence Staff, members of the Canadian Forces, the Rangers, to be in the high Arctic, near Canadian Forces Station Alert. Operation Nunavut 2010 took place between April 6th and 26th, and it was conducted around the most northern tip of Ellesmere Island. As the member described, it was a multifaceted effort. It involved a number of firsts, including the landing of the C-17 in the Arctic tundra. We were there working, incidentally, with the Canadian Rangers, the Arctic Rangers, a very unique capability and an important part of our team where we instill many of the incredibly important bits of knowledge that have been garnered literally over generations by our members of the Arctic Rangers. In fact, this year's operation had a number of firsts, as referenced, the longest sustained under-ice dive in Canadian Forces history. We established an ice camp some 90 kilometers north of Alert by one Canadian Ranger patrol, the farthest north the Canadian Forces have ever operated. Mr. Chair, a number of
I'll have to stop the Minister there, because he's run out of time. Maintenant, c'est le tour pour l'honorable député.
Now we go to the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, rather. I am very pleased to address the Minister directly. The Minister, I must say that you are recognized for the interest that you show in many vital issues, and it is difficult for a member such as myself to obtain information from your department concerning defense, even if I go through the Access to Information Act. So I expect to receive an official response from you. So I would like to know, Minister, what is the status of the Conservative government's promise announced in 2006 concerning the implementation of the Expeditionary Wing in Bagotville of the 5,500 military personnel, 100 civilians by 2015? Because I think that this project, you are not serious about this project, because only 39 military personnel are in a position out of 250 for 2010, and most of those positions were recruited within the people who are already in position on the Bagotville base. So can the minister explain to us why the government is dragging its feet in carrying out this project?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his question. It's clear, and I think he understands, most Canadians would understand, that the toll that the Afghanistan mission has taken on the Canadian Forces in terms of our commitments of both equipment and personnel have required, in many cases, that we pull. We spoke just a moment ago about the base that we have in Labrador at Goose Bay. We've deployed equipment from various bases and personnel from right across the country to provide that necessary capability and support for the mission in Afghanistan. With respect to the Air Expeditionary Wing, there is progress that's been made. Plans to acquire the necessary equipment, of course, are part of that overall plan. We have reassigned, in some cases, certain personnel to the base in Bagotville. I know the Honourable Member has a long-standing interest in that base, understandably so, but concurrently the Defence Force Structure Review, the Strategic Review, will work with the Honourable Member, with all those interested, to determine the balance that's required for the needs of Canadian Forces today. We, of course, are working against the backdrop of a constantly challenging operational tempo in Afghanistan. That remains our #1 priority, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Concerning infrastructure to house the Expeditionary Wing, there's been no construction, no announcement, no specifications, no calls for tender. There's no mention of the Expeditionary Wing in the Bagotville base's 2010-2015 plan, whereas initially there were several millions of dollars of investments that were announced. So these infrastructure projects are essential to the Expeditionary Wing. Why do they not exist in DND's planning? The Honourable Minister. That's not correct. There have been a great many investments and infrastructure construction on the Bagotville base.
The Honourable Member has been, but since in this past year alone, 2009, we announced an investment of approximately $28 million to construct a transport and vehicle maintenance facility at Bagotville. The buildings will be used for garage, mechanical work, various land vehicles will be housed there. We've also invested $17 million in resurfacing the airstrip. La piste, Monsieur le Président, c'est important.
Mr. Chair.
Have now received authorization to proceed with design phase and construction at the base, and we'll see projects realized in the year 2012, projects that include the construction of a new facility that is now under the evaluation. It is evaluated at over $42 million. This is expected to begin construction this summer, and in fact there are a number of options to proceed with projects at Base Bagotville, as there are with many projects around the country in terms of our infrastructure. We make decisions based on the need. In some cases, there is more immediate infrastructure that has to be addressed. Obviously, some of the basics in terms of water, sewer, electricity, in some of these aging facilities have to be addressed on an as-needed basis, as the Honourable Member would know, just like maintaining your house. If the roof is leaking, that's what you deal with first.
The Honourable Member from Chicoutimi-Mascouche. The question I want to put is regarding the Expeditionary Squad. Some military bases are favoured, seemingly, especially Trenton, who hit the jackpot with investments close to $1 million by 2015. In Trenton, announcements come quickly, one after each other, and all the projects are going at a furious pace. Whereas our projects, our health center, are being put off indefinitely. Hangars number 1 or 2 and our health center have reached the end of their useful life. The department is using patch-up methods, which is very expensive to keep patching these structures in Bagotville. Why are Bagotville investments being neglected and jeopardizing the safety and security of personnel and also the military people.
Yeah, the feigned indignation and outrage, but I could simply point to the fact the honourable member, and the record will show, has voted against every single budgetary increase that we've made, including budgetary allocations for the base that we're talking about here, Bagotville, and the numerous investments that I've already recited, millions of dollars for new facilities, for the runway improvement. There's no preferential treatment, Mr. Speaker. It's done on an as-needed basis. We constantly reprioritize, and in many instances, because of operational tempo, because of the needs on the base that are identified, it's all part of a very complex and inclusive and consultative process that happens at the department, information that is received from base commanders on their priorities. So, Mr. Chair, we're going to continue to work within the budgets that we have, with the allocations that are there. Bagotville is a very important base. It is not receiving short shrift. CFB Trenton, of course, is home to the largest component part of the Expeditionary Force, and that receives commencement.
The Honourable Member from Chicoutimi Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Minister. The investment up to 2015 is envisaging a health centre in Bagotville to the value of $22 million. No team has yet been set up for this project. No concrete steps have been taken. But considering the importance of this health structure, it absolutely has to be renewed very soon. Why is this taking so long, Mr. Minister?
All of our commitments, all of our construction needs, particularly those needs that relate to health care within the Canadian Forces, very seriously, Mr. Chair. But I would encourage the honourable member to do more than just talk about these things. I'd encourage him to literally stand behind these initiatives by standing in the House of Commons and voting for the money that we put into these initiatives, the ones of which he speaks of, because he hasn't done that. The record will show that he has consistently voted against increases in budgetary needs for the Canadian Forces, monies that are specifically allocated for Bagotville. He has voted against. I don't know how he can reconcile his words today with his actions on those opportunities to stand up and vote for support for Bagotville.
The Honourable Member from Chicoutimi Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister, my colleague and myself from Saint-Jean and myself wrote to you recently about a debriefing regarding the maintenance of F-18 motors that could be contracted out to General Electric. So one of your responsible officials could perhaps arrange this meeting.
Things at the Department of National Defence. I know that the honourable member and others have expressed interest in contracts. We have a very open, transparent, inclusive process of procurement. Much of the detail of actual procurements is not handled by the Department of National Defence. Some might be surprised to hear that, but it is actually done by the Department of Public Works. That's done in consultation with the Department of Industry. What the Department of National Defence do consistently, of course, is outline our operational requirements, our needs. We work in close consult with those other departments, but if there is information that is readily available, we'll be happy to share.
The Honourable Member from Chicoutimi Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister, in the letter that you wrote, considering the use of wood in hangar number 2 in Bagotville, did not get an answer. As the new building has been planned, and very likely the material that was chosen has already been decided upon. So, yes or no, will the hangar be rebuilt in wood, and when will you put out the tenders? Wood is very important. It's an enormous resource for our country. My own family is in the wood industry, and Mr. Chair, it is clear for each project that we must use very efficient materials.
obviously go about these projects in a way in which we utilize the best possible equipment, the best possible material. We do it in the safest possible way to achieve the optimum result.
The
Honourable Member from Chicoutimi Fjord. 3 minutes. Mr. Minister, let me come back briefly to the expeditionary squad. In the 5-year plan for 2009-2014, $180 million for the first phase and $120 million was set aside for the second part. For the 5-year plan for 2010-2015, we see nothing else regarding projections for the expeditionary squad. Could I ask why?
Partly answered his own question, in that monies have already been spent, monies are identified. We clearly respond to our needs at the base level, that is, at all our bases across the country, but operational requirements and readiness take precedent in some cases. When it comes to what's happening in Afghanistan today, we had clearly identified needs that had to be addressed first on a priority basis. The Canada First Defence Strategy, the good news, is a long-term strategy. It will involve considerable investments, $490 billion of investments across the 4 pillars of the Canadian Forces. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the honourable member, as he's failed to do so on previous occasions, to stand up and vote for this budget, to stand up and vote for the allocations that will help places like Bagotville.
Let me remind the Honourable Minister that I was talking about the expeditionary squad. In 2009, you authorized to build hangar number 2 for $28 million to be built in 2012. The current state of the building is unsafe, and there are no credits for this project right now. Could you formally make a commitment of giving credits for building hangar number 2, as you said you would do for 2012?
Let me just clarify, Mr. Chair. There is a hangar, Hangar 2, of which he refers to, is currently housing some of the transport and vehicle maintenance capabilities. We spoke earlier of a new facility. That new facility will provide some of that same capability within the entire inventory of buildings at Base Bagotville. Obviously, the commander there gives us advice on to his operational needs, relocating some of that equipment to the newly constructed transport and vehicle maintenance facility will provide that capability. So it's correct to say that Hangar 2 will be replaced by the new transport vehicle maintenance facility that I referenced earlier, and with the completion of that facility, then Hangar 2 will be demolished.
The honourable member for Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be sharing my time this evening with the member from Oak Ridge, Markham, and the member from Edmonton Central. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to be one to contribute to the Department of National Defence expenditures discussion. Allow me a minute before I start to recognize with thanks the NFTC program that is alive and well at 15 Wing Moose Jaw, and also, Mr. Chairman, recognize the reserve units that are very well placed in Moose Jaw and Regina. We thank them for all that they are and for all that they do. I would like to use this time, Mr. Chairman, to talk about the CF's international operations. Mr. Chair, the good work of our forces extends far beyond Canada's borders, with more than 3,700 Canadian soldiers, sailors, and Air Force personnel currently deployed on international operations. On any given day, about 8,000 Canadian Force members, 1/3 of our deployable force, are preparing for, engaging in, or returning from an overseas mission. We have committed our military because we know that security in Canada begins with stability abroad, and because it is within our capabilities to make positive changes in the world. This is why our Canadian Forces continue to work with our national and international partners to find peaceful solutions to decades-old conflicts and disputes, and to fight where we need to fight. Mr. Chair, the CF are currently involved in 16 operations around the world, from the Balkans to the Congo and from Middle East to Darfur. Today, their largest operation and Canada's highest international priority is the mission in Afghanistan. Under a United Nations Security Council mandate and alongside ISAF, our forces have been engaged in Afghanistan for more than 8 years. From operations in the rugged terrain at Kandahar to training the Afghan National Army and Police, Canadian men and women are working alongside Afghans to combat terrorism and to build a country better governed, more peaceful, and more secure. As important as Afghanistan is, however, this is only one of many missions where our forces are or have recently been engaged in operations and indeed are making a difference. For example, the Canadian forces have produced, or rather have, 55 personnel deployed in the Middle East, where our forces have a presence since the Suez Crisis of 1956. They are engaged in a number of different operations in the region, working with multinational and binational partners to bring stability and to build the security so badly needed for peace to take hold. Canada contributes to the multinational force and observers in the Sinai Peninsula through Op Calumet, a mission that oversees the implementation of the peace treaty between Egypt and Israel. Canada is also present in the United Nations Disengagement Observer Force on the Golan Heights, which supervises the ceasefire between Israel and Syria, and in the United Nations Truce Supervision Organization, which observes and maintains a ceasefire between Israel and Egypt, Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria. A lot of work for very few people. Also in the Middle East, Canadian forces are doing some extraordinary work in support of U.S. efforts to build peace and security for Israel and for the Palestine folks. Throughout our Pretoria, 17 members of the Canadian Forces and 2 Canadian civilians are working side by side with American, British, and Turkish military personnel as part of the United States Security Coordinator's mission. This mission works to build the foundations of a modern and professional security and justice system in the West Bank. These efforts, responding directly to the needs of the Palestinians and Israelis, have already borne significant fruit and are a key element to building the trust necessary to revive peace efforts. Mr. Chair, our Canadian forces are also making a difference in Africa with over 50 personnel currently deployed in that area. Our Operation Safari is Canada's participation in the United Nations missions in Sudan. It is the military component of the Canadian whole-of-government engagement in southern Sudan. The 30 CF personnel involved in Ops Safari are working to support implementation of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement. They're also facilitating humanitarian assistance while working to protect and promote human rights. In Op Saturn, CF personnel participate in the hybrid United Nations African Union mission in Darfur, and Ops Crocodile, our soldiers sail.
Order. I regret to interrupt my colleague from Saskatchewan, but it being 10:53 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 81, Paragraph 4, all votes are deemed reported, and the committee will rise, and I will now leave the chair. So the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.